Good morning to all of you. If you agree, we can get started with our open sessions here for our Inter-Parliamentary Conference on the Common Foreign and Security Policy and the Common Security and Defence Policy of the European Union. Please, if you could, take your seats and then we can get started. We will hear first of all from Mr. Rafael Lemus Rubiales. You have the floor.
Good morning, Speaker of the Congress of Deputies, Francina Armengol, Vice President of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the European Parliament, Jana Zovko, authorities. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this opening session of the Inter-Parliamentary Conference on the Common Foreign and Security Policy and Common Security and Defense Policy of the European Union. I would most especially like to thank those of you who have come here to Madrid, showing your interest and the need of holding this meeting and our need for cooperation and for us to stand united, as the President of the European Union stated in the speech of the State of the Union a few weeks ago, that we need to understand how we can guarantee credible security commitments in a world where deterrence is now more important than ever. Today, those of us who are here would not understand that union without cooperation. As Paul Henry Spack believed, cooperation to achieve a common goal is much more productive than confrontation. And in order to achieve that goal, we first need to believe in it. We need to have the resolve, something that we have proven with the development and consolidation of the European Union since the Treaty of Lisbon. In the current geopolitical context, which is so tense, the common security and defense policy has been one of the policies that has evolved most quickly in the last 10 years. And this makes it compulsory for us to continue in that direction, always aware that it is the primary political framework through which the member states can develop a European security and defense strategic culture. Together, we can address conflicts and crises. We can protect the European Union and its citizens and strengthen peace and security around the world. Calling on that spirit and the State of the Union, a united continent in freedom and peace. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for Europe to respond to the call of history, as President von der Leyen said. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Second speaker in this opening session will be the Vice Chair at the European Parliament's Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Jana Zovko. You have the floor.
Gracias. Buenos días.
Thank you. Good morning.
Speaker of
the Congress of Deputies, Francina Armengol, Co-Chair of the Delegation of the Cortes Generales, Mr. Rafael Lemus. And I do apologize, but I'll be speaking in English from this point onwards. Before I do, let me tell you that I am very happy to be here in Madrid, in Spain, together with all the friends that I know well. Madrid, in Spain, is probably the best possible place to be at the end of the summer to make a speech.
As Vice Chairwoman of the European Parliament's Committee on Foreign Affairs, it is my pleasure and honor to be here in Madrid. Let me thank our colleagues from the Cortes Generales for organizing the important event and for hosting us. I'm pleased to welcome you to this 23rd edition of the Inter-Parliamentary Conference for the Common Foreign and Security Policy, as well as the Common Security and Defense Policy, organized in the framework of the parliamentary dimension of the Spanish Presidency of the Council of Europe, of the European Union. Sorry. This is now the fourth Inter-Parliamentary Conference under the conditions of war in Europe after the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. It will most likely not be the last one, I'm afraid. We stand by Ukraine. We support Ukraine since the first hours of the war and continue to do so. We express our gratitude to all our allies and partners that have shown unprecedented unity and solidarity in helping Ukraine, helping it to defend its people, its sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. In doing so, Ukraine also defends our European values: the value of freedom, the dignity of people, the rule of law, and the peaceful settlements of the disputes. We also express our solidarity and support for the courageous people in Russia and Belarus protecting against Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We encourage them to labor for ending the war, for constructing free and democratic societies in their countries, and for bringing justice to the people. We need to hold the aggressors accountable for the war of aggression and hold them accountable for the alleged genocide, the war crimes, and the crimes against humanity committed by Russian forces, their commanders, and their proxies. Dear colleagues, we call on the international community, the United Nations, the member states, the High Representative, and the Commission to work together with Ukraine on setting up a special tribunal to investigate and prosecute the crime of aggression committed against Ukraine by Russia's leaders and their allies. It is also necessary that Russia be excluded from the decision-making in the UN Security Council when matters relating to its aggression against Ukraine are decided. How should democracy, freedom, justice, peace, and prosperity be brought to all mankind if the UN cannot protect these values, but rather must allow the aggressor to amnesty themselves and to veto their persecution in the very forum that it's meant to ensure the security in the world? What if the masters and the commanders of the massacres and the ethnic cleansing in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Vukovar, we have a deputy here from Vukovar, and Rwanda would have enjoyed such powers? The international prosecution would not have been possible. Hatred could fill the hearts and minds of the survivors rather than forgiveness, and so the poisonous seed of the future conflict is laid. This is, dear colleagues, the very reason why the Common Foreign Security and Defense Policy exists. It is the Europeans' aim, our common aim, to promote security, peace, and progress in Europe and in the world. Since the early 2000s, the EU has deployed a large number of civilians and military missions and operations to the Western Balkans, to the Caucasus, Africa, Palestine, Iraq, Afghanistan, the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean, and soon the Gulf of Guinea. However, there is somehow feeling that this policy is at a turning point. On one side, we have the training mission in Mozambique, the support to Ukraine by many member states and by the European Union itself, as soon as EU Security and Defense Initiative is in support of West African countries and the Gulf of Guinea. On the other side, we have the difficulties of our mission in the Sahel, the humanitarian crisis in Armenia, where we recently deployed a civilian mission due to the exodus from Nagorno-Karabakh, the difficult situation at the border in Kosovo, and the urgent need to reinforce Althea the operation we deployed to Bosnia and Herzegovina and that expires in November. Priorities are clearly shifting. We need to look into the balance sheets of our engagements and see what has worked and where we need to improve. To be fit for the future, a strategic overhaul of the CFSP and the CSDP is necessary. That overhaul started in Versailles with the declaration of the heads of state and government and continued with the endorsement of the strategic compass. We, the parliamentarians meeting here in the IPC in Madrid, represent the citizens of the European Union, have the oversight of the use of the budget and control of the European Union's executive in their endeavor to implement and improve the CFSP and the CSDP. I'm looking forward to interesting panels and debates and wish us all an excellent conference. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Ahora, para concluir esta inauguración, tengo que cederme la palabra a mí misma.
I have to give myself the floor.
Estimado Secretario General de Política de
Secretary
Defensa,
General
Almirante
of Defense Policy, Admiral Martinez Núñez, the Vice Chairwoman of the European Parliament Committee on Foreign Affairs, Madam Zovko, Senator Lemus, dear committee chairs, heads of delegations, and all other members of the parliamentary delegations, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It is a great honor for me to be able to open this meeting and welcome you to this parliamentary conference, which is meeting today in Madrid to deal with the current challenges of the common foreign and security policy of the European Union. The presence of 33 parliamentary delegations, which include 25 of the 27 EU countries, 2 candidate countries, and 4 countries with special partnerships with the European Union, in addition, of course, to the European Parliament, shows the enormous interest that these questions provoke. For the Spanish Parliament, the Cortes Generales, this is the 3rd meeting that we are holding in the framework of the parliamentary dimension of the European Union, with the inherent difficulties when there is a changeover in the parliamentary term, a dissolution of Parliament, which have, of course, forced us to change the initial calendar. That is why we're very grateful to you for joining us here today. So the reason why we are meeting today is worthwhile. It is worth the effort. Spain is taking on the presidency of the Council of the European Union at a crucial moment in time for the development and consolidation of democracy in the world. In the face of new challenges, Europe is facing the biggest threat to its security in the last few decades. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has once again brought war to the gates of Europe. European defense, which is aspiring to become a true common policy of the European Union, is now facing the huge challenge of developing its own capabilities outside the area of influence of NATO. Paradoxically, the war has done the opposite. It has reinforced Europe's military dependence and shown us that there is still much to be done to be able to have that true European Union of defense. The concept of open strategic autonomy, which the Spanish Presidency has decided to include as one of its priority themes for this semester, is intended to solve these shortcomings. The European Union must make a commitment to achieving an autonomous capability to respond to crises and to resolve international conflicts that is compatible with classic defense of NATO and national defenses. It has to be open and also to be able to rely on reliable strategic partnerships such as with Latin America, Africa, or the Indo-Pacific region. So with this idea in mind, the Spanish Presidency has incorporated into the calendar for its presidency the holding in July of the Parliamentary Assembly Euro-Latin America to be able to strengthen the cooperation relationship of the European Union with that region of Latin America, taking advantage of the special bonds of friendship with Spain. At the same time, the government has given momentum to the holding of the EU-CELAC summit to be able to make further progress in the signing of trade agreements that are outstanding with Mexico, Chile, and Mercosur. And that has been a step forward in EU, Latin American, and Caribbean cooperation. These strategic partnerships are especially relevant against a backdrop of polycrises. The European security crisis, which has been caused by the war in Ukraine, has also come hand in hand with other crises. The energy crisis is one, prompted by energy dependence on Russia, or the food supply crisis because of the problems with supply chains, and even the digital security crisis with a direct impact that it has on our national security. This commitment to strategic autonomy must, of course, be broadened out to these dimensions too. The Versailles Agenda itself, which was established shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, already pointed to 3 areas of vulnerability that we have seen in the conflict: defense, energy, and economy. In the area of European defense, the endeavors are evident. Specific instruments have been set up, such as the Permanent Structured Cooperation, the European Defence Fund, or the Strategic Compass, although it is necessary for us to take certain areas further and deeper, such as collective security or deterrence. To do that, it's important to maintain active cooperation with NATO without giving up on our own European defence policy, with an autonomous capability to respond. Europe has to have its own voice in the world, also in this area, that will allow it to define its own partners and its own partnerships. And it's important that the increase in national defence spending should be targeted at shared projects to be able to guarantee interoperability. In the field of energy security, it's absolutely key for us to have a long-term strategic approach. The final destination must be decarbonization of all sectors of the economy, a reduction of the reliance on countries outside the Union, diversification of supply sources, and the promotion of renewable and clean energy sources to combat climate change and protect the environment. And that requires that we also invest to industrialize Europe, to have our own supply sources. And that also takes us to the very necessary economic autonomy of the Union. Lastly, the commitment to the digital transformation is also highly pertinent to be able to deal with challenges such as cybersecurity, cybercrime, the access to secure 5G infrastructures, disinformation, or artificial intelligence. The new directives on digital services and digital markets in the EU are all about that. But I don't want to overlook other questions that are equally important, that are more related to the defense of fundamental rights. It's necessary to conclude the Pact on Migration and Asylum to be able to provide an effective response to the management of humanitarian crises that have been prompted by migratory flows. This is also one of the priorities of the Spanish Presidency, which is committed to taking the European social pillar further. It's good news that we have activated the Temporary Protection Directive for the people who are fleeing war, but we also have to work towards a more global overall planning process. I also want to make a special mention of the importance of gender equality. That gender perspective must play a prominent role in the analysis of the consequences of the war, which are particularly cruel in the case of women and girls. In today's meeting, we will have the opportunity to talk more about these questions, to take them further. And we'll start off by listening to Spain's Foreign Minister, José Manuel Álvarez, who will be addressing you in the very first session devoted on current priorities and challenges of the European Union's common foreign and security policy. We, as parliaments, have an essential role to play in promoting democratic values, human rights, and the rule of law. It is our responsibility to contribute to strengthening international peace and security, and to fostering international cooperation with third countries. I wish you the very best in your work and look forward to hearing the conclusions you reach. And I do hope you're enjoying your stay here, the welcome here in Spain, in this wonderful city of Madrid. And I do hope, I'm sure this is the case, you will feel you're at home. Thank you.
Very well. There's been a change in the agenda order. We're going to have a family photo now with the Speaker of the Spanish Congress of Deputies. So please, let's get together at the middle of the room in order to have that picture taken. Thank you very much.
Bajamos por aquí.
Dear colleagues, can I just kindly ask you to go back to your seats? Dear colleagues, can you be quiet, please? We have to start the first panel and to give you all some time to speak. So if you want to speak, be quiet now. Right. Thank you. Thank you. No, sorry, it's in a parliament. We just have a 1-minute speech, so I will be quite strict with your speeches. Right, thank you very much. Welcome to the first session of Inter-Parliamentary Conference for the Common Foreign and Security Policy and the Common Security and Defense Policy on priorities of CFSP, CSDP and current challenges with the framework of the 30th anniversary of CFSP and CSDP. My God. 30 years ago, in 1992, the world was different. The Soviet Union just had collapsed. The biggest threat arising from the end of the Cold War was the uncontrolled proliferation of nuclear weapons from Russia itself, Belarus, Kazakhstan and Ukraine. The Budapest Memorandum of the 5th December 1994 put an end to that risk and provided security assurances to the three countries giving up nuclear weapons and their means of delivery. For Ukraine, these security assurances did not really work, which we know since the illegal Russian seizure of Crimea in 2014 and, of course, the attempted full-scale invasion of Ukraine last year. Moreover, nuclear weapons are now back in Belarus, even though we might suppose that they are not under control of Mr. Lukashenko's regime in Minsk. The situation in Europe and its southern and eastern neighborhood, for which the CFSP was designed with the treaties of Maastricht, Amsterdam and Nice, does not exist anymore. The burden sharing designed back then between the European Union for Diplomacy and Development, NATO for Defense and Enlargement, the OSCE for Peace and Security, and the Western European Union for an independent European military capability development is obsolete today. With the Lisbon Treaty, the European Union has absorbed the functions of the Western European Union. The EU and NATO increasingly cooperate across the full spectrum of defense matters, from capability development to missions and operations. Yet more is possible. The activities of the OSCE are blocked by Russia, putting important projects at risk, such as the Regional Trial Monitoring Project designed to combating organized crime and corruption in the Western Balkans. The CSDP was designed in the early 2000s to ensure that the Europeans can cater for their own security in situations where the United States or NATO cannot do so. The EU started with taking over the responsibility from NATO in the Western Balkans and with the peacekeeping in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Today, CSDP missions are deployed on 3 continents soon on 3 oceans. We also see a forced drawdown in the Sahel, and our missions in the Caucasus and the Western Balkans have to cope with the new situations almost as we speak. Situations, challenges and priorities are clearly shifting, and strategic overhaul of the CFSP and the CSDP is necessary. That overhaul started in Versailles with the declaration of the heads of state and government and continued with the endorsement of the strategic compass. Now we need to have a look ahead, and I'm delighted to discuss the priorities of CFSP and CSDP and current challenges within the framework of the 30th anniversary of the CFSP and CSDP with you and our panelists. Mr. Jose Manuel Alvarez Bueno, Acting Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation, who will address us with video message, and Ambassador Delphine Pronk, welcome, Chair of the Political and Security Committee. Before giving the floor to our speakers, just one practical remarks. You have all had the opportunity to request the floor in advance. Given the very high number of requests received by the Presidency and the fact that some MPs kindly accepted to reduce their request in order to leave time for all the interventions, we would be grateful if you could please reduce to a minimum additional requests during the sessions. To accommodate as many speakers as possible, please note that the speaking time is limited to 1.5 minutes per participant. That's quite a lot. Honestly, that's quite a lot. I mean, please stay within that time limit. Otherwise, your colleagues at the end of the list might not get the floor. So as I said, I will be quite strict, and if you can't say it in 1.5 minutes, then it doesn't make sense at all. Thank you. So we will start with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and with the video message. Por favor, ¿hay alguien del Secretariado Español que nos puede
Could someone from the Spanish Secretariat please broadcast the message from the Acting Foreign Minister?
While we are waiting for the Secretariat to find the video message, I will pass the floor to Ambassador Delphine Pronk, Chair of the Political and Security Committee. Please, these colleagues, for additional conversation and consultations, please leave this salle so we can have our guest fully concentrate on the message that she will pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Your Excellencies. Primero que nada, muchas gracias a todos los organizadores de esa conferencia interparlamentaria, muy importante,
which is such an important conference. I'll continue in English.
Let me also be brief and short in addressing you, because I think the main item of today is to allow you to debate amongst each other. So I'm in the hands of your kind chair also to guide us through. I'm looking forward to a fruitful debate. Let me first and foremost introduce myself. My name is Delphine Pronk. I'm the permanent chair of EU's Political and Security Committee. It is this committee that is rooted in the treaty in Article 38 that discusses and decides on the strategic and political direction of EU's common foreign and security policy, as well as EU's common security and defense policy. I am here on behalf of Josep Borrell, that's also how I chair, and His Excellency, the High Representative of the European Union, asked me to convey his personal thanks to you for being here today. I want to also inform you why he couldn't be in person here today, knowing full well also how much from his previous experience he attaches to democracy, the European Parliament in particular. He is currently chairing an extraordinary informal meeting of foreign ministers of the European Union in Kiev. Thank you. It is the very first time that all the 27 member states at ministerial level are represented in Kiev since Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Let me stress how important indeed today's conference is, because we do need regular dialogue between the EU institutions and national parliaments if we want to maximize our collective impact. This is what makes this forum such an important event. In particular, I would like to thank you, and we need you, to explain to our citizens, as their representatives, what EU foreign policy is and why it matters, and your support is vital. So allow me, Chair, all diplomatic protocol observed, to pass on 3 key messages. The first one is Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Ukraine is our top priority. For well over 1.5 years now, Ukrainians are fighting off a brutal and illegal aggression which they did not provoke. Ukraine must and will prevail, and we must continue to provide military support to Ukraine and also think on the longer term. As the EU, we have displayed an unprecedented unity, and we have broken taboos. Our support to Ukraine both covers military, lethal and non-lethal, and non-military aspects. The overall financial support amounts to more than 81 billion euros, Contrary to what others say, we have surpassed the US, and it's not a beauty contest. It's about the EU that delivers. That includes macro-financial assistance, military support, humanitarian support, and training the soldiers. Your Excellencies, I want to tell you, I was in Kiev in March with the whole committee, and we witnessed the training that is being done by the EU member states with 2 headquarters in Poland and in Germany. And those brave men and women, soldiers on the front, are fighting for their freedom, for your freedom. We have trained now up to 27,000 soldiers in total, and we have raised the bar. By the end of the year. We will achieve 40,000 trained soldiers in total. Going forward, we have 2 objectives. First, to provide predictability for Ukraine, and the second, to signal to Russia that we will continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Thank you, and I'm humbled to also receive, on behalf of Josep Borrell, who is a politician like yourself, and as a diplomat, of course, I will continue to work also for your support. Then, on Ukraine's peace formula, that is the only and just basis to achieve a just and sustainable peace. The peace formula is gaining traction. Many global partners have noticed how Russia is deliberately weaponizing food, and perceptions are changing. But there's still work to do. We need to further intensify our diplomatic outreach with partners to ensure the widest possible support. I'll come to that in my second key message. Let me, on Ukraine also and Russia's aggression, assure you, sanctions. Sanctions, they work. These measures are producing hard and tangible effects across Russia's economy, and their effects will intensify over time, as these measures have a long-term impact on Russia's budget. We need to act more firmly, though, especially against circumvention. Circumvention is one theme that we are stepping up our engagement on with key third countries, also through the EU Special Envoy David O'Sullivan, who plays an important role. You, as parliamentarians, play a crucial role to secure citizen support for our actions. I count on you together to explain our work and to push back on Russian disinformation and their narrative on the war. In the long run, like I said, the EU will continue to support Ukraine also on its European path. Reforms related to EU accession have led to the strengthening of the country's institutions, its economy, and its society's resilience against external threats. Candidate status created a renewed reform momentum for Ukraine, and only Ukrainians can change their country for the better with an ambitious reform agenda. This is happening. We welcome and we commend Ukraine's reform process in such difficult times. Let me then pass on to my second message, which is the defense of multilateralism. 2 weeks ago, we witnessed what we call in diplomatic terms the high mass of multilateral engagement, which is the UNGA high-level meeting in New York. At its 78th meeting, the High Representative was part of a heavyweight EU delegation in New York, pushing agreed priorities together with member states. Your Excellencies, we're facing a paradox. In an increasingly multipolar world, we see that multilateralism is in retreat. There is a clear rise in power, in self-confidence, in identity, in economy, in what we see as rising blocks, and we must learn to manage the expectations and build new relations with those emerging powers. Let me mention the BRICS Plus, and also a term that is used very often. Once I mention it, I cannot unmention it, Global South, but let me assure you it is the global majority that we need to engage with. Because these countries, they feel that their time has come and they're joining forces. Let me salute also the decision of the G20 to allow the African Union to join. These regions, these countries, they have real grievances, including their rising debt, the impact of climate crisis that they mostly didn't create, and many developing countries see the war in Ukraine and the West's rivalry with China as distracting from urgent issues, and their urgent issues, debt, climate change, and the effect of post-COVID recovery. They perceive the lack of delivery from our side, from vaccines to debt relief to climate finance, and the same applies for the Sustainable Development Goals. The priority of priorities, as also mentioned in New York, is to reboot progress on achievement on those Sustainable Development Goals. And the lack of progress and even backsliding in some fields has become the major concern of most UN members. This is why the Secretary General Guterres has called for a rescue plan and a $500 billion stimulus to accelerate progress ahead of 2030. As EU, you, us, we have the convincing offers for a global justice agenda because our track record is better than most, better than what it gets credit for. We must build on a positive, credible, and evidence-based narrative with that sense of urgency. Let me end the second key message by mentioning the Global Gateway. That's a project that is mobilizing up to 300 billion euros of investments in quality infrastructures. We have a good offer, we have a better offer, and we should have a better narrative. The third element, and that's on that key message I would like to end also, Your Excellency, Madam Chair, is the neighborhood and beyond. Of course, EU enlargement is a geostrategic investment in peace, security, stability, and prosperity on our continent, and it must remain central to our geopolitical approach. We cannot wait another 20 years for the Western Balkans, while outsized powers increase their meddling. The best security guarantee, also for Ukraine, is EU membership. The same goes for Moldova and for Georgia, merit-based, of course. Let's be frank. The EU at 27, and I chair this every single day with the ambassadors representing all the 27 member states, we are often perceived as slow. Vetoes can lead to paralysis. And as we know that later this week in Granada, EU leaders will reflect on how to further invigorate the process of how we can better decide and how to match means with ambitions. Beyond enlargement, there's a dramatic shift in EU's relationship with Eastern Partnership countries by giving Ukraine and Moldova those candidate country status and the European perspective for Georgia. We have also significantly enhanced our security and defense cooperation. Through the European Peace Facility, the EU substantially increased direct support to armed forces of Moldova, Georgia. We launched 2 new CSDP missions in Armenia and Moldova, and we took an active facilitating role in the conflict settlement process between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We adopted a sanctions regime for Moldova targeting individuals seeking to destabilize the country. Of course, the recent events in the Southern Caucasus are adding another layer of difficulty to our engagement with the region. We have to be clear that the use of military force is never a sustainable solution. In our southern border, we need to show the same unity of purpose in our relations with Africa as we do in Ukraine, and this turning point was also mentioned this morning. We are currently undergoing a reflection on how to adapt our approach to the Sahel. There is one global player that affects virtually every and each single partnership the EU has in the world, from the Indo-Pacific to Latin America, and that is China. We must recalibrate our approach to China. We have started to become more realistic and pragmatic with China, knowing that there is no convergence. But we need this relation for key global files such as climate change or debt release, and it's only by being united that we can shape China's choices. Let me then also to allow me to mention how we are working on our more developed Indo-Pacific strategy. I will name countries like Japan, India, or regional cooperation bonds like ASEAN. A key component of these efforts will be to build up the EU's political and security profile in the South and Southeast Asia. Through our Schuman Forum, through our Rasina Dialogue, Shangri-La, and most important, the ASEAN Regional Forum and the post-ministerial conferences. These are just some of many meetings that we are showing our partners that we're not just a development or a trade partner, but we can also be a security partner. Finally, let me also mention here in this beautiful country of Spain, during its rotating presidency of the Council of Europe, that the European Union I know how close this region is to the heart of Spain, but to all 27, turn also to the new agenda for Latin America. We had a very successful CELAC summit in the beginning of July, and now we have concrete strategic framework on which to build on the momentum and deepen our presence on the ground and strengthen our bonds. Madam Chair, allow me to stop here. In the multitude of polycrises that we are witnessing, we have a strategic compass that guides our common security and defense policy, and we have something else that guides all of our CFSP and CSDP. And I would like to end in Spanish by saying, La unión hace la fuerza. Gracias.
The union makes us strong.
Okay, now we have the video message of Don José Manuel Álvarez Bueno, Acting Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Union and Cooperation. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning to all of you. I am not there in person with you as I would have loved to have been, because right now I'm in Kyiv. I'm in Kyiv demonstrating to the Ukrainian people the support from the European Union. And I'm convinced, though, that this Inter-Parliamentary conference is the ideal framework for us to exchange views. And that exercise will make a contribution to the parliamentary dimension of Spain's presidency of the EU Council. This is a crucial moment in time for the European Union, a world which is characterized by fragmentation and instability. For instance, we have the destabilization of the democratic regimes of the Sahel affecting us in the south, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, or recent events in Nagorno-Karabakh. Right in the middle of the European continent, we are witnessing to the geopolitical impact of the climate change crisis. In this context, the European Union needs to play a key role. Its consolidation as a global actor is more important than ever before to defend European values and the rule-based order in the face of those who do not want to respect international law. We have to make a commitment to an effective and consistent CFSP that can come up with response to geopolitical changes. As the representative of a country in the group of friends on qualified voting in the EU CFSP, Spain wants to move forward to ensure that our foreign action is more effective in its broadest sense. Looking at how it will affect the Union in the future, the values and interests of the Union can only be defended if the European Union remains united and in solidarity. Reinforcing that solidarity and unity is one of the priorities of our presidencies. It is also a question of forging a real open strategic autonomy so that our dependencies do not turn into vulnerabilities, as we have seen in the past on many occasions. And that is why our strategic partnership with Latin America and the Caribbean is particularly important. One of the great successes of the Spanish presidency was that EU CELAC summit as part of the presidency. To gain greater unity in Europe, we have to keep up a united front. In the case of Ukraine, we have to defend the democracy, the territorial integrity and sovereignty there. Our solidarity with Kiev can be seen through the commitment of the Spanish presidency with the necessary enlargement of the Union towards Ukraine, the Western Balkans and Moldova. We have an unwavering support there, and we have said that here in Kiev. The European Union also needs to take on its responsibility as a global actor in security. We need to have doctrines, capabilities through a CSDP that can benefit NATO and the Union, as both organizations have to be complementary. That is why we have to really give an impetus to the strategic compass for the security and defense of the Union, the EU's rapid deployment. We have to go further with PESCO, also with our military capability, and also with regard to the access to global commons such as outer space and high seas, and work on our partnerships with Africa and Indo-Pacific. Turning to the civilian CSD compact, the challenges related to climate change, the seeking of synergies between civilian and military areas. These are all part of our agenda looking ahead to that first annual review conference of the civilian CSDP compact in November. there will be negotiations with regard to the European Peace Facility. We'll be looking at the ideas for ammunition production for our space strategy for security and defense too, which will be adopted in November too. Spain's presidency can be relied on because Spain is pro-European, deeply pro-European. The government is deeply pro-European to be able to reinforce the capabilities of the European Union in security and defense to make the Union more aware of its role as a global actor and to go further and deeper to make sure that Europe can protect its citizens and be closer to them.
Right, thank you. Before giving the floor to our speakers, again, just one practical remark. You have all had the opportunity to request the floor in advance. Given the very high number of requests received by the Presidency and the fact that some MPs and MEPs kindly accepted to reduce their requests in order to leave time for all the interventions, we would be grateful if you could please reduce to a minimum additional requests during the sessions. So far, I have 19 speakers here, so to accommodate as many speakers as possible, please note that the speaking time is limited to 1.5 minutes per participant, and now it's getting even lower. Please stay within that time limit, otherwise your colleagues at the end of the list may not get the floor, and I will start with the first speaker, Madame Sabine Tillet, France Assemblée Nationale. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Comme ça a été dit, on assiste à un affaiblissement des organisations internationales et le rapport de force est redevenu un moyen de défendre nos intérêts.
We need to defend our interests. We need to reinforce our political credibility in the framework of the European Union and make it consistent with our military credibility. That is where our national parliaments have a role to play, to do everything they can to invest at least 2% in capabilities and in operational capabilities, and in this new domain of conflicts. We need new investment also in research. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and for keeping your statement short.
Mr. Davor Ivo Stier from Croatia. Gospodine Stier, imate riječ.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say a few words about the Western Balkans. I believe it's absolutely clear that our priority should be support to Ukraine, but we also should not forget the Western Balkans. As far as the enlargement of the European Union, it is very important to open the negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina and to speed up the process of integration of the Western Balkan countries, even before the membership status, using the instruments, including the financial instruments that we have at our disposal. Also, it is very important for European Union to take care of the security aspect from all the countries of the Western Balkans. They are all expected to be geopolitically with the West, to join the common security and not to use aggression. So it is very disturbing what happened with the Serbian paramilitary attacking the Kosovo police. It's something that we should not overcome. We should punish the responsible because we do not want to have the escalation of tensions going on. In that sense, it is the credibility of European Union at stake here. Mrs. President, if you allow me to...
If I may, I'd like to say a few words in Spanish. Spanish is a language that unites peoples, that unites continents, and if Europe wants to be a global player, we should be using Spanish more often. Thank you very much.
We have Mr. Reinhard Lapatka from Austria. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Discussing priorities of our common foreign and security policy has to have, of course, the war in Ukraine, the tragedy of the Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh in the focus. But we should not forget China. And I want to underline that China is, for the European Union, much more a threat than a partner. China is ignoring civil liberties and human rights. China is de facto supporting the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and I have grave concerns over China's rapid military build-up. So it is so important that we have a close relationship with the United States, especially in the light of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and this threatens our whole continent, as it was mentioned before. Here we need this close cooperation. And all EU member states need to step up their efforts to improve European defense capabilities in order to pave the way for burden shifting in the long run, with the EU taking more responsibility for its defense. So priorities of our common foreign security and defense policy should be regional stability. Western Balkans were mentioned. We have to be focused to promoting this stability, global engagement through diplomacy and also trade agreements, and our fight for human rights and democracy. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And we have now Mr. Eero Heinäluoma. And in the meantime, I would like you, the additional request, just addressed to the Secretariat, so I don't have a priority to do myself. Thank you. And, okay. Mr. Eero Heinäluoma, European Parliament. He's not here. So we have Mr. George Karoulas, Cyprus.
Good morning, everybody. We're here. Cyprus. So all we have to appreciate here the tremendous steps that have been taken in security and defense, especially through the effort to implement the strategic compass based on the Euro-Atlantic values and principles. Besides this, we have to recognize that, as stated in the strategic compass, we have another source of threats and tension in the Eastern Mediterranean. And these tensions remain, including due to the violation of sovereign rights of member states in breach of international law, as well as the instrumentalization of irregular migration. This all apply to Cyprus, where the continuous violation by Turkey of international law and our country's sovereignty is constant, even 1 month before, since the 1974 Turkish invasion and occupation of Cyprus. Turkey should construct a positive agenda towards the EU. We welcome the beginning of the discussion for Euro-Turkish issues, expecting that the Cyprus issue will be a significant part of these discussions, as some issues in Ukraine are of great concern and receive maximum attention by the Union. It is also equally important to deal with matters such as the ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh, for which we are expecting EU actions. On migration, we have to state that 6% of the population of Cyprus is composed of applicants for asylum, and these 98% of these people come in Cyprus from Turkey, crossing the ceasefire line that is Cyprus since 1974. A European response to illegal migration is necessary, and we are waiting this issue to be in high priority in the European Union also.
Right,
thank you very much. And we expect that the next meeting in Belgium, Mr. Borrell will be present to...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think that the message has been passed. And now, Don José Ramón Bauza, European Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take the floor in Spanish, if you don't mind, by obvious circumstances. Y quisiera hacer algunas referencias
And I would like to make some very brief references to what I consider to be the most important points. I think the European Parliament should participate more in defining our foreign policy because it democratizes this in the national government countries as well. And the High Representative should also have the ability to have direct contact with on a peer-to-peer basis with his equals. In addition, foreign policy is not only about security, it's about climate, migration, threat. It's not just security, it's much more comprehensive than that. The European energy policy, because of the terrible dependence we've had in recent years, is also very important. And geopolitics is also very important in several fronts. First of all, Russia is the most direct threat, but it's also a direct threat in the European Parliament itself, because in a few months' time, we will be holding European elections, where every political party and their groups will align their interests, which may not be in line with those that we are doing in European strategic policy. China is behind that, all that, Russia too, but above all, China. But China has ever-growing purchasing capacity in every sense. The Sahel, it is absolutely essential, as we have seen, when we have not been capable of, and this is self-criticism, that we should analyze not only have we not been able to preserve stability, but we have lost positions. And when a European country leaves the Sahel, its place is taken by Russia and or China. The only region now that shares similar interests and values is Latin America. So we have to be very much by Latin American side. Obviously, as a Spaniard, people may think I have a special interest, but I do it as a strategic and geopolitical analyst. If we're not there, we know who will be there, China and Russia.
Muchísimas gracias, Don Ramon Bauza. And now I give the floor to Mr. Stefanos Gikas from Greece.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, it is important for the European Union to work towards greater cooperation and unity, especially in settling important issues in its neighborhood to prevent third countries from gaining an advantage. It is worrying to see that the Ukraine war has exposed the lack of a strong European industrial military base. I think it's important for all member states to work towards the development of European forces and capabilities, as well as the European industrial and technological base. Greece fully supports the implementation of this project for strengthening the strategic autonomy of the European Union and preventing any third-party interference that could potentially undermine our security and defense interests. A few days ago, in the Med9 summit, our leaders underlined the importance of a stable, peaceful and prosperous Mediterranean for a stable, peaceful and prosperous Europe. Therefore, we welcome the renewed focus at EU level on strengthening the EU's relations with our partners in the southern neighbourhood. The de-escalation of tensions, respect of international law and promotion of good neighbourly relations are essential for regional stability and cooperation. Nevertheless, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all EU member states should be preserved and their sovereign rights must be respected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Herman Tertsch. Mr. Herman Tertsch for European Parliament. I don't see Herman Tertsch here. We are passing the floor to Mr. Lajos Kosza from Hungary. Okay.
Thank you very much. I have 1.5 minutes. If I see our problems, I mean, European Union is quite enough. Maybe it's a little bit too much. So, our biggest problem on defense point of view is the migration. Migration is a really long-term problem. Therefore, we have to do a little bit more than pact on migration, because the pact on migration, it doesn't work now. See what is happened at the Serbian-Hungarian border. Migrants use machine gun against, they fight the Serbian policemen, they fight against the Hungarian policemen. We have to stop the migration, because the different pact seems solution means for the migrants as an invitation letter. If we couldn't to say that we would like to stop the migration, we couldn't solve this problem. Thank you.
Right, and now Mr. Titus Corlatean from Romania, you have the floor.
Thank you. The essence of my message box. First, clear support for the Spanish presidency priorities. Secondly, it's a moral duty on behalf of my country, Romania, to thank the current Spanish presidency, the former Czech and Swedish presidencies, and all member states, with one exception, for the clear support based on criteria, treaties, and fulfillment of the criteria for the Romanian and Bulgarian accession to Schengen. I hope that we will be back, based on real solidarity and respect of the treaties, to our common European project before the end of the year. If not, we'll be obliged to refresh our national strategy from this point of view. Now, very briefly, beyond the continuous strong support for Ukraine, support for the accountability for the crime of aggression and the establishment of the tribunal for international tribunal, criminal tribunal for the crime of aggression, beyond the need to adopt a positive decision for starting the accession negotiations for Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, I should add the fact that we should be back and taking on board once again, based on very important strategic considerations, Georgia with the status of candidate. We should not forget Armenia and the humanitarian crisis, 100,000 refugees from Nagorno-Karabakh. We should do more as European Union. Definitely, we share the vision of Spain as presidency related to Latin America, Africa, which is half Russian, half red Chinese, and more red Russian. We should re-engage Africa with our European and Euro-Atlantic means, by the way. And last but not least, coming back from Iraq, I'm sorry to bring you bad news after discussing very seriously with the Shia, Sunni, Kurdish establishment, prime ministers, former prime ministers, future presidents, intelligence. Unfortunately, ISIS is coming back. Just putting on your message box, if possible, Al-Hawal camp in Syria, 15 kilometers from the border with Iraq. 60,000 people. It's a ticking bomb. No process of repatriation, radicalization with the youngsters once again. Problems in the Sunni area, Mosul and Basra, especially also for economic and social reasons, redistributing the resources, especially for the Shia establishment that have received from the current government the resources to engage 250,000 people from the militia, and the issue of Kurdistan, which is complex, complicated, now without any resources.
I thank you very much. And now we are passing the floor to Honorable.
Please take very seriously my word about Shia, about this Daesh coming back.
Please respect your other colleagues. To Honorable Marco Dreosto, you have the floor. 1 minute.
Grazie. Thank you very much. I represent Italy here. Regarding what our colleagues said, I believe that there are a few factors here that we should take into account, and I'm talking here about the Migration Pact and, in particular, what's going on in Africa. Taking heed of the important demographic growth that will be experienced by this continent in the coming years, and also its instability, which has already been mentioned. Inevitably, migration is going to grow for all of these reasons, which poses quite a few challenges, actually. We have a humanitarian challenge, of course, which we've all been dealing with to a great extent. But all of our countries will be experiencing social and economic repercussions, also in terms of security as well. And for that reason, the centrality of the Mediterranean is paramount, and joint defense actions from all of us are just as important. Now, this centrality, I believe, represents an important tool to face up to these challenges and provide an actual response to these emergencies. Thank
Grazie. And as we didn't have any speaker from European Parliament, I give the floor to Michael Gala now.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I am the standing rapporteur on Ukraine in the European Parliament, and first of all, I would like to thank you all for this broad support and solidarity that we have seen since the start of the full-scale war waged by Russia. Now, for me, it's important, well, it's about first things first. We're doing a lot, but primarily I think we need to sustain the arms deliveries. And there are countries who do a lot and talk about it. There are countries who do a lot and do not talk about it. And there are countries who talk a lot and don't do that much. So I'm appealing to you all. You all know in your respective countries what you have got on stock, how much ammunition is still left, and what could be delivered. And in order not to let any doubt, as I am from Germany, I know that this country does a lot, but we could do more. And that is why I'm always appealing and in public demanding that for the German case, we could deliver more Leopard 2 tanks, and we could and need to deliver now the Taurus cruise missiles, which is essential for the defeat of those supply lines, to destroy the supply lines in the back. And that is what I'm doing on my German case, and I appeal to all of you to do the same in your respective countries where there are things to be delivered and are not yet on the road to Ukraine. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Michael. And now we have Mr. Dovilas Šakalien from Lithuania.
Madam Chair, I will replace my colleague now. My name is Audronius Ažubalis. Because my colleague, she will talk in the third session. It was some misunderstanding, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
No, sorry. I mean, you will not talk then if you're giving your floor. Then you will be, you have to talk to the secretary.
But something wrong happened in the secretariat.
Okay, we have...
You're not going, I mean, just to make clear, you're going to be at the end of the list because we have additional people who want to take the floor. I don't want to be blamed that they are not going to get the floor. So just choose which one of you will be speaking now. Okay?
It's fine.
So you have the floor, yeah.
It's fine. Okay, thank you. So actually, when we talk about our defense policy and about challenges to European defense, I think that first of all, we really have all to ask ourselves if we are on the same page. If we do realize that first of all, we really have to... Sorry? So if we really do have an understanding of what is happening, not only with the war in Ukraine, but with also our side on the geopolitical chessboard, where one figure moves and then others are moved inevitably. So in this situation, where we all see what is happening with our common attitude towards victory of Ukraine, we still have to admit that there is a gray zone, that there is a misunderstanding on what Ukrainian victory is going to look like, and with our inability to admit that only a full victory can help us. I mean, I'm so sorry, but I mean, I'm not sure if I am to be talking or not because I see some confusion, so.
Sorry, there is no confusion, but just say whatever you have to say. We are not communicating now, we are sorting these things.
Okay. Nevertheless, I think that we all understand that weaknesses of European Union defense capacity were revealed very clearly by the war in Ukraine. And if we are not able to, first of all, allocate necessary resources, if we are not able to understand the movements in different parts of the world and how much they are going to cost us, if we do not resolve those issues, if we do not listen to the voice of our transatlantic partner, United States, which are moving to Indo-Pacific, and that means that we have quite a short time, from 2 to 5 years, to actually be prepared very well, because Russia is not changing its imperial policy, and they are going to continue with their hostilities, then that means that we are quite in a troubled place. And talking about that, I think that not only restoration, but expansion of our defense industry capabilities is one of the challenges that we are not facing yet enough. We are really not understanding how that works. If we really still have discussions on the periods of waiting for certain weapons longer than 4 to 8 months, this is not really acceptable for any of us. And if we really still have a division of our understanding about how Ukrainian support must continue, and also about our support, general, joint European Union support for Ukrainian membership in NATO as well, and a better, I think, communication when we talk about those two blocks, which I think is really going well in providing certain support on EU level, and then differently on NATO level and on bilateral level.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we are passing the floor to Mr. Predrag Bakovic. Please limit your time to 1 minute. I will give everyone the floor if you just... But I will let you know the Secretariat will inform us, is informing us on the additional names on the list. So the next speaker is Predrag Bakovic. So we have Rosalia Ibolia Biro, Mr. Bojan Kekec, Mr. Naike Gruponi, Mr. Andronios Ashbalis, Mr. Halusi Akar, and Ms. Maka Bocirashvili, and additional list is coming from the Secretariat. So Mr. Predrag Bakovic, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to meet again and discuss the current challenges we faced in the field of the common foreign and security policy. First of all, enlargement is an EU strategic interest which represents both an economic and a security guarantee for the whole Europe. That is why I welcome the speech of the President of the European Council in the recent Bled Strategic Forum, where he called for the EU and the candidate countries to be ready for the next EU enlargement by 2030. Enlargement is not just a process to meet the certain criteria, but it's also an opportunity to share and promote our fundamental European values. Solidarity, for example, is one of them, especially when facing natural disasters and crises. Lately, the world has experienced some of the most devastating natural disasters of all times. My country, Slovenia, suffered from the worst floods in the history this summer. And precisely in these difficult times, the EU and the rest of the world shows a great deal of solidarity. On this occasion, I sincerely thank everyone for the immediate help and support shown during these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Madam Rosalia Iboloia Biro from Romania. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take the floor on the third panel. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And now we have Mr. Bojan Kekec from Slovenia.
Thank you for the floor. By establishing a common security and defense policy, the EU is developing important mechanisms for achieving its goals in world politics. The goal of the EU's common security and defense policy must be to achieve a level of political influence in world events that would be comparable to its economic power. The main challenge that we are facing are still too weak military capabilities, achieving consensus among member states in decisions, and faster actions to crisis. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who supported Slovenia at elections for non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Recently, there has been increasing talk of expanding the number of permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. This would certainly be one of the important opportunities for the entire EU in the near future. We all know that after Brexit, the EU's political influence in it is smaller. That calls for serious reflection on how EU's influence could be strengthened again. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. And we have Onorevole Enaike Gruppioni from Italy.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, 30 years have elapsed since the Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Foreign and Security Policy and the Common Security and Defence Policy. This is an important institution, one that meets a very important requirement of EU member states, the need to create a forum where common foreign and security policies and common security and defence policies could be looked at, verified, studied together. We're here in Madrid today. We have representatives of several different committees, and this shows that this is a joint effort. This shows that there is a joint will to head in the same direction. We all know that without security, without defence, there can be no peace. For this reason, on behalf of the Italian Parliament, I am grateful to everything we do together to guarantee that the foreign policy of the Union is duly discussed in member states. As regards this particular session, I believe regarding the new Pact on Migration and Asylum, that this pact will have to be all about a compassionate, responsible and effective human management of migration flows. But it has to be a joint management in solidarity. Thank you.
Grazie. And we have next Mr. Andronius Ažubalis from Lithuania.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine has changed the calculus of today's international security environment. Ukraine continues to defend its sovereignty inch by inch in its counteroffensive, also keeping alive the principles that the EU is built on and the future of European security order. Our response to Russia's aggression and support to Ukraine remains an ultimate priority for the EU common foreign and security policy and common defence policy. Nevertheless, we note with concern the lack of strategic planning and diminished sense of urgency in our efforts to support Ukraine, mostly due to the fact that we are still reluctant to name Ukraine's victory as our ultimate goal. At the same time, Russia is accelerating its war machine in 24/7 regime and betting to outlast Ukraine, as well as us, in the war of attrition. As we have seen with the recent Azerbaijan's military operation in Nagorno-Karabakh and the cascade of military coups in Africa, our capability to act, not only to react, is being increasingly tested in our neighborhood and across the globe. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of all of us to the presidency of the Troika, because we have a representative from Belgium who will speak now. So we have Mr. Mark Demesmaker from the Senate and Madame Els van Hof from the Chambre des Représentants. So you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that we will do everything for Ukraine to prevail, as you told us, on the long term and as long as it takes, as we are used to say that. But I have to tell you this and to ask you this. I'm just back from a visit to Ukraine last week, to the liberated areas of Kherson, the city and the villages, also Mykolaiv, also Odessa, where we arrived in the middle of the night during a missile and drone attack. Now, I won't bother you with the details, but more important is to talk about the resilience of the population, who have endured this for a year and a half. The resilience and determination also of the defenders. And there's one word that always returns in our conversations along the front line, and that's the word victory. Victory. They will not cede territory, they will not leave people behind, and people who have a hard time to understand this should really pay a visit to the liberated areas. I read the first statements of Mr. Borrell, who is now in Kiev with the foreign affairs ministers, and he says the support to Ukraine will not depend on immediate developments on the battlefield. On the short term, it is permanent, it is structural. My question, will we do it? Can we do it? Do we have the capability? And to what purpose, please? Is the purpose the victory of Ukraine? Also, if that would imply an implosion of the Putin regime, are we ready for it? Ukraine is paying with their blood to repulse and to push back a bloody and genocidal invasion. It is defending the fundamental principles of international law, and so they are defending us because these principles are the only guarantee for a sustainable peace. Moreover, because the global consequences, should Putin succeed, will be devastating, especially for the global south. Thank you.
I thank you very much. And now Ms. Els van Hof.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, dear colleagues. In a debate on the priorities of CFSP and CSDP, Africa cannot be forgotten. Unfortunately, current tendencies in Africa are worrying. I think of the flood of military coups. From the Belgian perspective, the situation in DRC is closely monitored. In the eastern DRC, a devastating war is still going on for more than 20 years now. It is positive that the EU is not ignoring this conflict by actively providing humanitarian aid, by granting under the European Peace Facility, and it is still strong condemning Rwanda's support to the M23 rebels. On the other hand, however, we cannot ignore the anti-European sentiments that are rising, not only in the DRC, but in the whole of Africa. The reason for this is not because Africans want Europe to leave. On the contrary, they expect more partnership from Europe instead of having the feeling abandoning them. I therefore strongly believe that the EU will have to play an active role in such throughout Africa. African problems require African solutions, but by being present on the humanitarian, on the defense level, by the Global Gateway Initiative, EU can show the local population that we are not abandoning them, and we counter destructive activities and anti-European sentiments which are in favor of Russia and China. This is more than urgent. I want to give this message. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping to a time limit as well. And we have Mr. Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, all colleagues. Very shortly, firstly, today threats and crises are not geographically isolated. Efforts to tackle these security challenges must be well coordinated. In this regard, we consider that Turkey's security and European security are interconnected, interdependent, and complementary to one another. In this sense, I should say, supporting the PYD, YPG, and the FETÖ terrorist organizations is bound to be counterproductive and definitely undermines the security architecture of Europe and its neighborhood. We will continue to fight against all kinds of the terrorist organizations and to address current threats and the challenges, seeking a sustainable security framework for peace and stability. And we are ready to work more closely with the EU in this regard. As for Cyprus, the Cyprus problem is not an issue of the invasion or the occupation. The root cause of the Cyprus issue is the uncompromising mindset of the Greek Cypriots, who see the Turkish Cypriots, the co-owners of the island, as a minority and refuse to treat them as equal partners. This is the effect that lies behind the failure of the negotiations since 1968. It's well known that it was the Greek Cypriot side who rejected the solution in the Annan Plan in 2004, and they left the table at the conference on Cyprus in Crans-Montana in 2017. Dear colleagues, Turkey aims at further enhancing bilateral relations with Greece as well. Recently, frequent meetings between President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and the Prime Minister, Mr. Tsakis, and other high-level contacts have created a positive climate.
Sorry,
President
you exceeded
Erdogan
your time.
will
We
visit
have
Thessalonica
next,
December 7.
sorry.
And please remember the 1 million Azerbaijani people left their homes
you have
for
exceeded
30
your
years.
time.
For
I mean,
30 years.
I
Thank you.
will not allow any more exceeding the time as all the other colleagues. So you could you passed your message, and we have Madam Maka Bokoshvili from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, yesterday marked the 15th anniversary since the deployment of EU monitoring mission to Georgia. In order to capture the full picture of Europe's security challenges and respond to them accordingly, we have to remember what was the reason for sending the CSDP mission to Georgia in 2008. Georgia has been the victim of Russian aggressive policy for more than 30 years. The Russian invasion and war in 2008 resulted in occupation of 20% of Georgian territories and the illegal military presence of Russian troops, which continues to this very day. The roots of our common security challenge lies in Russia's imperial ambitions. What can the EU do not to let them succeed? First and foremost, the EU should not delay making important political decisions which have to create a solid basis for enlarging peace, security, and prosperity. Last year's decision not to grant EU candidate status to Georgia, unlike Ukraine and Moldova, left open space for interpretations. A differentiated approach to associated partners at this very critical moment in European history can only benefit Russia and hinder Georgia's European path. Granting candidate status to Georgia and opening negotiations with candidate countries is the only way to succeed in building a peaceful and prosperous future in Europe, our common future. This requires your strong support, and we count on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, as we don't have much time left, I will give the floor back to Ambassador Delphine Pronk, Chair of the Political and Security Committee, to answer to some of the issues raised at this statement and questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think also the sort of vibe that I sense in the room is really something that is encouraging, because a debate between democratically elected people is exactly what the EU is about. So as a diplomat, as a civilian, I want to pass on some messages on behalf of the High Representative, but of course being diplomatic and allowing also through the chair the diplomatic debate amongst you. Let me also address maybe a couple of issues. What was mentioned by many of you was the need to continue the investment in defense and research and to invest in European defense capabilities. I know you have several sessions later today, but that is a call that is very dear to my heart, because it's exactly what the European strategic compass, your compass, that your leaders agreed upon states in the open strategic autonomy that goes also with it, that was mentioned earlier before. Let me go very briefly on some of the comments that were made, but starting with Ukraine. That was my main message, my first key message. The question on EU support to Ukraine is one that I think is one of do not speak, but show. And we have shown by the very first decision within 48 hours of that unprovoked and unjustified Russian aggression in Ukraine, that the EU and its member states were capable for the very first time to deliver military lethal support to this important partner. When you ask Ukraine's peace, I think that is a question that is also debated today in Kiev with the foreign ministers. And let me reiterate that a peace for Ukraine is the only way we can phrase that is when it is Ukraine's just peace. The Ukrainian peace formula of President Zelensky is the only basis to achieve a just and sustainable peace. And that is what we're working for, which also ties in to the second message I passed you. It is not easy to make sure with all of your efforts, our efforts, to continue to get the votes all around the world to continue to hold Russia accountable and to make sure that, that Ukraine achieves that peace. On Armenia, Azerbaijan, that was mentioned, of course we closely follow with concern. We reiterate the humanitarian access, we reiterate the need to refrain from violence. We have our EU Special Representative Toivo Klar, we have our civilian CSDP mission, might I say also with thanks to your colleagues, the parliamentarians in the European Parliament, who have always been supportive despite budgetary pressure, that the EU can respond to also these new needs that are increasing on our border. Then going to, and not doing justice to all of the topics because it's vast also what you discussed. Madam Chair, let me reiterate the territorial sovereignty and national integrity, territorial integrity, national sovereignty. That goes for all of our member states. The EU 27 are extremely united when we discuss threats to sovereignty to our member states. We need all partners, and let me reiterate that also the discussion that the Ministers of Foreign Affairs had in July on EU's relations with Turkey, to bridge differences and to build on common interests. That is the way to re-engage, and that is a firm firm commitment from the EU, and I think we've all passed messages in that vein with the conditions as I just mentioned. The EU 27 are very united there. Then on the broader East Mediterranean, I had the opportunity last Friday to visit Operation Irini. And Operation Irini is EU's operation to uphold the arms embargo against Libya. This is what EU solidarity is put into practice. Assets of member states under the EU flag being successful in stopping arms delivery to regimes that the UN has stated that are illegal. This also goes to our EU solidarity in the Sahel. And I heard one of you say, let's not leave a void. We will not, because we're present diplomatically with official development assistance, humanitarian aid, and still with our CSDP presence. Yes, this is a discussion amongst the 27 that the 27 will decide on, but also let me mention a region that has not been mentioned, the Horn of Africa. I was there 2 weeks ago, in Djibouti, in Somalia, in Ethiopia. Those are regions that need your support, that need our support, and from the European diplomatic perspective, I can tell you that also the High Representative is firmly engaged wherever in the world is needed. Let me end then again with the Latin America. I think that is a very, very important region to continue to build those partnerships on. And Madam Chair, if you allow me one word of encouragement to all these politicians in the room. I know being a politician sometimes might not be easy. I'm a civilian. Again, I salute you, I applaud you when you stand up for democracy, and I wish all of you all the encouragement to uphold those values, including in the European Parliament elections in 2024. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Ambassador Pronk, for really diplomatic conclusion of this very interesting exchange of views and the statements and the questions that were opened. We have all our hopes that the External Action Service now, when we approved better budget for you as well, for your functioning, because you need it, and we need you all around the world, not only on one place. That we will see more stuff, that we will see more engagement, especially engagement in public diplomacy and fighting the fake narratives that we are seeing in Horn of Africa, in Sahel, and all around the globe. So we will support you, we will do everything, the utmost, and thank you, distinguished colleagues for interesting debate. I'm sure that you could have discussed much longer. Please don't be upset. In European Parliament, we have strict rules, and this is how it functions. Otherwise, 705 people would not be able to get the word at all. So now we need to move to the coffee break, and thank you very much.
Sabotage. Okay, now it's better. Well, dear colleagues, please assemble in the meeting room. We are about to start the second session of this Inter-Parliamentary Conference for the Common Foreign Security Policy and Common Security and Defense Policy. And this session is titled Threats Posed by Russia, Invasion of Ukraine and Global Consequences. The arc of crises. Not long ago, scholars and policymakers used this expression to describe Europe's security environment. After the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, global consequences have emerged, unseen for decades, but also carelessly ignored by many. We obviously hope this arc of crisis bends towards justice, but actually what we see today is that this arc of crisis has become a sphere of threats. There are classical military threats to which our capabilities, our stocks, our defense industrial capacities are no longer up to task. We need a strategy to build back our defense. As individual member states, in concert with others in the Transatlantic Alliance, and also within our European Union. There are cyber attacks, disinformation, foreign interference, or even physical destruction of critical infrastructure. They are all designed by our adversaries to undermine and destroy the bond within our societies, the bond with our neighbors, and with our like-minded global partners and allies. Physical and virtual interconnections are threatened by Russia as much as the human ties among people. Yet, such threats go beyond Russia. The unbreakable bond with Russia that China cherishes and its unjustified claims in the Indo-Pacific also send a clear and menacing message to us. We do not care about your interest, your business, and your way of living. Whereas Russia will be weakened by its defeat in Ukraine, hopefully sooner rather than later, China might pose threats that are more persistent in the longer term. Against the backdrop of the dramatic changes in Europe and the global consequences of Russia waging an unjustified war on Ukraine, we need to understand how we can protect our interests and preserve our independence. We need to determine what defense readiness means for the European Union and its policies in a more unfriendly, if not outright hostile world. This is what we will debate and discuss with our guest speaker today, Mr. Luc Devine, Deputy Managing Director for Eastern Europe, Russia, Central Asia, Regional Cooperation and OSCE from the European External Action Service. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately Mr. Rustem Umerov, Minister of Defense of Ukraine, is not able to be with us today due to circumstances that are beyond my control, but apparently he needs to be with our ministers back in Kiev. Before giving the floor to our speaker, Just one practical remark. Like for previous sessions, there is a possibility to make remarks and ask questions. You are familiar with the procedure. The list of registered speakers should miraculously appear in front of me from the staff. I would also like to ask you in advance to be respectful of everyone else's time. So don't speak for too long. Well, 1.5 minutes. I was told 90 seconds. I will not time you, but please be respectful of everyone else's time. Plus, there will be a lunch break right after the session, hosted kindly by our Spanish hosts. And, well, obviously, I care very deeply about people's right to lunch. So, to accommodate as many speakers as possible, please respect the time limit. But without further ado, I will give the floor now to Mr. Luc Tevin, please.
Thank you, Minister, and good morning, honorable members of the European and National Parliament. Pleasure to be here today with you. And let me first thank, of course, Spanish Parliament and Spanish government and the European Parliament for the organization and the very generous hospitality. As you were saying, Minister, the Ukraine Defense Minister cannot be with us because he's currently with the EU Ministers of Foreign Affairs for a very special, unique Foreign Affairs Council meeting, informal meeting, but doesn't change much if it's informal or not, in Ukraine. And that, of course, is a very good start to say that the days that we are knowing are quite different, and to imagine that all 26, I think, because one member state was missing, would be going all the way to Ukraine to meet is something that is quite unthinkable some time ago. But so was unthinkable as well the Russian full-fledged aggression against Ukraine. Let's not forget the war against Ukraine started in 2014. In 2020, it's the full-fledged aggression. And I would like to address three key issues today with you. First, the significance of this war. Secondly, the EU response and support to Ukraine. And thirdly, the global consequences and our own EU actions. I'll be voluntarily brief on some of the topics because they've been touched by my excellent colleague Delphine Pronk this morning already. So there's no need for repetition, and I also don't want to be too much boringly consensual. But let me just say that, first of all, on the war itself, obviously this war of aggression, completely illegal, has destroyed or challenged to the point of destruction the European rules-based international order, all international principles subscribed by Russia. I'm thinking of the UN Charter, international law of the also OSCE, Helsinki Final Act, Charter of Paris, etc., and even the bilateral treaties, of course, that Russia had signed with Ukraine, Budapest Memorandum, etc. But and by the way, and this, it's very important to underline, and you have a very important role to play in dispelling the Russian myth. Nothing that either the EU or Ukraine has done in the years preceding this full-fledged aggression can be seen as a provocation. You often hear the Russian propaganda saying that the EU has tried to detach what countries they call their close neighborhood, former Soviet republics, from Russia. That is completely not true. The EU has never demanded exclusivity, nor behind closed doors, nor in reality. The EU has offered free trade agreements and has always told the countries who are choosing these free trade agreements, just like the hundreds of free trade agreements around the world, they could keep their free trade agreements with Russia. But Russia demanded exclusivity by the creation of the Eurasian Economic Union and told those countries who had a free trade agreement with Russia, it's either us or them. And if you sign with the EU, we will illegally terminate immediately our free trade agreement, and often it went beyond that. It went into full-fledged embargoes. I'm thinking of Georgian wine, Georgian water, Moldovan apples, what have you, Ukraine grain, etc. So this is very important to keep in mind, because this war of aggression comes after many years of attempted cooperation between EU and Russia. EU and Russia were trying to negotiate a new bilateral agreement back in 2009, and it was Russia in 2012 who stopped these negotiations. So it is important to keep that chronology, and I think you have a very important role as elected representatives of the population to dispel this myth. As I said, this blatant violation of international principles is not only a legal, of course, challenge. It is, as the High Representative was saying this morning, just before starting this Foreign Affairs Council meeting in Ukraine, it is an existential threat, existential. And therefore, not only for Ukraine, but for the European Union. This war was a wake-up call and an accelerator of developments in the era of common security defense policy. There is this saying, never miss a good crisis. You know, crisis comes from Greek krinein, which means to judge, to decide. Crisis is a moment of decision. If you don't decide in crisis, then you let yourself being led by the events. And this is not what happened. And what the European Union did in terms of military support would have been unthinkable a few years ago, with many taboos broken, decisions taken in a record time. Secondly, our response to Russia aggression and our support to Ukraine, we have from the start stood firmly with Ukraine. We have been providing Ukraine with a blend of military, financial, economic, humanitarian and diplomatic support, and to an amount of 81 billion euros, a mix of military support, direct supplies, but also military training, you know this, already 27,000 soldiers trained with a goal of 40,000 coming soon. But secondly, apart from military support, we also, of course, have engaged in a heavy, intense diplomatic activities around the world to isolate Russia and to counter this narrative that Russia is spreading. As you know, there were 7 United Nations General Assembly resolutions with very important majority condemning this war. And we will continue to make pay Russia through our sanctions policy and our international isolation. You know that we have so far decided 11 packages of sanctions. And as you know, the first sanctions started in 2014 of a much smaller scale than, of course, what happened in 2022. But nevertheless, if in 2014 somebody would have asked you, do you believe that sanctions, which are revolved every 6 months and demanding unanimity, will be maintained over now 11 years, 9 years, sorry, probably you would have been told no. And actually this is what happened. So irrespective of sometimes declarations here and there, these sanctions were demonstrating a complete EU unanimity in practice. Let's look at acts, not words. Obviously, Russia is prepared for a long-haul war, even if it probably did not count that Ukraine would be so resilient and reactive. And the events probably show that Russia was completely surprised. But nevertheless, it is obvious that this war is lasting now, and that we should be ready for an unwavering and long-term commitment to secure and fully support Ukraine, its independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, and according to the formula, as long as it takes. Obviously, we also need to think ahead and to reflect upon long-term security commitments for Ukraine, which is a reflection which started in June at the European Council conclusions, but also at the G7. And therefore, we are working to provide predictability for Ukraine in terms of long-term support and security guarantees through various formats. Obviously, the accession work is a parallel track, which is also itself some form of security guarantee. And we continue to work on the accountability of Russia for the numerous crimes it committed, including for the crime of aggression. So the goal is clear, is to help Ukraine secure a comprehensive, just and sustainable peace. Let me just now turn to my third point, the global consequences of the war. It is quite clear that Russia's actions have put the global economy at risk, particularly by causing food, energy insecurity, price fluctuations, speculations, which have dramatic effect not only, of course, on Ukraine economy, but on the most vulnerable around the globe. And here again, we must work together, and you have, again, an important role to play to counter the false Russian narrative that it is the EU actions or sanctions that are driving the prices of food upwards. Not at all. And we have tried with the UN, of course, to resume the Black Sea Grain Initiative. You have seen not only Russia walked away from it, but started a campaign of physically destroying the port infrastructure, which would have allowed the export of grain or the silos as for instance, Odessa. Odessa, allegedly so much dear to the heart of Russia, founded by Catherine II, etc., and now being bombarded by missiles. Needless to say, in an indiscriminating manner, causing many civilian casualties. But we also have worked in favor of Ukraine. We have developed the so-called solidarity lanes, and 53 million tons of agricultural goods have been exported through these lanes, which is a big effort from the EU and its member states. And we have also worked vis-à-vis the world, because another important narrative to counter is that the EU is abandoning the other countries, which is not true. We agreed last year to put a comprehensive plan of 18 billion euros with the member states to fight against global food insecurity. On energy security, we've also supplied over 8,000 generators to Ukraine for free. We have, as you know, worked on an oil price cap, which has calmed global energy markets. But we have also, within the EU, accelerated energy transition, and the demand of natural gas was reduced by 18% in 1 year, which is the steepest drop in history in the EU. So I don't want to be too long, because I know that many things that I am saying, you are already aware of them. So I want to leave the time for the debate. But let me just say that, to conclude, that we have consistently and will consistently continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes. It is essential that we contradict the Russian narratives, fight disinformation, which we have very much present in our respective countries, surely with different degrees. It is essential that we remain united, all EU 27. Russia is betting and counting on our unity crumbling. But we have proven Russia wrong in this regard. And you have a very key role in maintaining this unity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devine, for those introductory remarks. And now we'll I will open the floor for discussion. You'll see the list of names, a few names list on the screens. Well, my screen in front of me is a bit hidden by the corner of the table, so excuse me for awkwardly leaning over. But first, I will give the floor for Mr. Aron Emilsson from the Swedish Riksdag.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me begin with echo the message of Madame Delphine Pronk earlier this day regarding the priorities of the CFSP and CSDP. The European Union needs to focus and deliver where we create greatest possible common benefit, and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and Russia's neo-Stalinistic way of declare independent states around Europe as their sphere of interest is our main immediate threat against the European security order, of course, and self-determination of our countries. China is the base threat, and I cannot enough underline the importance of a strategic transatlantic link when it comes to this. And when it comes to Ukraine, we all need to maintain, I think, and strengthen the support, and I emphasize also that the ongoing work with unlock and use frozen Russian assets for the reconstruction of Ukraine takes further, and underscore also the use of, for example, export credits for the long-term and sustainable reconstruction and investments of Ukraine, where we need this Marshall Plan. And remember one thing, arms support, which several others also have mentioned today, is one of the most efficient tools for self-determination and peace in Ukraine, and the only tool that Mr. Putin actually understands. And in conclusion, I cannot avoid mentioning Russia's responsibility also for the development in Nagorno-Karabakh, where so-called peacekeeping forces avoided to protecting Armenian civilians, which is one of many signs of how the rules-based order is completely ignored by Russia, also in places other than Ukraine. The UN is finally in place, but the EU must also rapidly address and respond to the situation. And to conclude, we have been able to maintain and strengthen the support to Ukraine despite economic, energy and migration crisis, and will be able to maintain and use all of our assets and measures if we work together even further. So, thank you.
And next, the floor goes to Mr. Markus Faber from the German Bundestag.
Thanks, Chairman. Dear colleagues, I couldn't agree more with my colleague from Sweden, so thanks for this. In a lot of our countries, we often say we stand with Ukraine, but then we have more warm words for Ukraine and not actual help. And what Ukraine needs right now is help, is military aid for the help of Ukraine, but also to protect our common European security infrastructure. And a lot of countries are doing a lot to help with that. Germany is doing a lot, not enough, but is doing a lot. And if I take a look to our neighbors, for example, France is delivering cruise missiles. The Netherlands and Denmark are even going to deliver fighter jets, and other countries are doing a lot. But if we also look in this room here and the countries that are represented here, not everybody is actually helping with military aid. And I've been to Ukraine several times, not just to Kiev, but also to Kherson, to Zaporizhia. And what the people need over there is, for instance, air defense systems. And everybody that comes from a country here, is in the parliament, should ask himself, why is my country not helping with air defense systems that stops the Russian forces to bombard civil accommodation? So I think we should not just say, we should also do help the Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for respecting the time as well. And now the floor goes to Ms. Esther Mieli from the Senato della Repubblica, Italy.
Yes, good morning and thank you. I would like to thank all the speakers who took the floor before me. Italy has always stood by Ukraine. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister, at the UN General Assembly, once again renewed Italy's support to the Ukraine against the Russian invasion. And on that occasion, she clarified Italy's position. We refused to go back to a time where a neo-imperialist war ravaged Europe. We thought we'd get rid of it last century. Italy believes that through reason and by loving one's country, we can get through this. Italy has clearly picked sides. We did this out of a sense of justice because we know how difficult it would be to rule a world where someone who bombards civilian infrastructure prevails. We're talking about someone who uses energy as a weapon, somebody who's blackmailing developing nations, preventing grains from being exported. That's a raw material that's used to feed millions of people. The consequences of the Ukrainian conflict affect all of us, but especially countries in the southern hemisphere of the world. This is not only a war against the Ukraine, it's a war against poorer nations. And Italy stands by the Ukraine without any doubts, without any uncertainties, and it will keep on doing that when it comes to rebuilding. In Italy, in 2025, we'll be organizing the Ukraine Recovery Conference, thus giving the Ukrainian people a great opportunity to contribute to the rebuilding of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next on my list is Ms. Željana Zovko from the European Parliament, who doesn't appear to be here. So we'll move to Mr. Reinhold Lopatka from the Austrian Nationalrat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, since 1945 to 1955, Austria was occupied by Soviet-Russian troops. In 1955, we were able to regain our sovereignty and independence under the condition of everlasting neutrality. This means that it is not possible for us, as was demanded several times, to supply military aid, but we can grant humanitarian assistance, and that's what we are doing by taking more refugees. And of course, Austria stands united with regards to all the sanctions that were imposed against Russia by the European Union. One of the priorities of our work, and this is the only point that I would like to draw your attention to, is that the war criminals need to be taken to held to justice. They need to be held accountable. More than 400,000 euros have been invested for the International Tribunal because we want to set an example. War criminals really need to be held responsible, and they should not be able to escape. This is very much of the essence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Pavel Fischer from the Czech Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much, Luc de Vigne, for your introductory remarks. We observed recently in July a Russian military delegation was visiting North Korea. It was led by Sergei Shoigu. Then we saw that in North Korea they were joining Chinese official delegation already in place. Then we saw Putin-Kim Jong-un summit. Next month, Lavrov will visit North Korea. And we see that DPRK, or North Korea, which is a country pariah in terms of compliance with UN Nations international order, is today invited by the big players to the game, to the war game, to the war aggressive game against Ukraine. And we have doubts that China and Chinese approach to international law might be very close to the Russian disrespectful approach to the international law. By the way, China is threatening Taiwan by the use of force, and threat of use of force is a blatant, gross violation of UN Charter. By the way, China also disrespects UNCLOS and freedom of navigation, which we are so much committed to. And my question is, if we are ready to speak to Chinese leadership when, if they help Russia to circumvent sanctions, that they would be on the list as well, on the list of countries or we sanction as European Union. My question is that how far are we ready as European Union to address this with Beijing? I mean, how and when we are ready to speak about sanctions
towards Chinese companies. By the way, Russia and China, both permanent members of UN Security Council, should uphold to the very high respect of international law. So this is in our own interest to speak and to address this issue as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And obviously, at the end of the session, I will give the floor to the speaker to will collect all the questions and comments, and he will have a chance to respond to all of them together. But next on my list is Michael Gahler from the European Parliament.
Yes, also from my side, thanks to Luc de Vigne for making very clear that this Russia is an existential threat, not only to Ukraine, but to all of us. And I think no one, however big or small, in our union should dream of special arrangements with this Russia, and no one should dream that there is a return to business as usual after this war ends in whatever way. No return to business as usual, that means I think also that we need to have the discussion in our national budget planning that we need to keep up the level and upgrade the level of defense spending. It's no return to old habits after this war ends. And I asked the colleagues to conduct this discussion. And that is also then the guarantee for our industry, for them to broaden their base and to strengthen our defense industrial base in the long run, which is necessary. Now, when it comes to the future, I think the European Parliament has made it very clear. We see Ukraine as a full member in EU and as a full member in NATO. Read our last June resolution on that. And I think in the meanwhile, and of course that will be after the war, in the meanwhile we need, after the war, security guarantees which can not only consist of delivery of weapons, but strong commitments by relevant NATO members and EU members to protect Ukraine until full membership in NATO is there, because we are facing, of course, potential vetoes, and in order not to leave Ukraine somewhere in the gray zone, we need to have such security arrangements on the way to full membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next on my list is Michael Åstrup Jensen from the Danish Folketinget.
Thank you so much, Chair, and also the kind words and the very important words are very vocal support for Ukraine, and vocal support for Ukraine is very important. But one thing that is even more important is clear actions. And, you know, I'm coming from a country where we are completely unified in our approach in the Danish Parliament, from left to right, that we are part of the tank coalition. We gave all our artillery pieces to Ukraine. We were leading with the Netherlands, the fighter planes coalitions as well. So when all our colleagues speak very vocal about support for Ukraine, we would like to see that also put into action as well. Because right now, as we speak, there are fighting going on in Ukraine. And if we want to have the Ukrainian soldiers know that Europe is backing them, we also have to show it. We have to show it with concrete military support that is also modern, so they can fight and win the battles. But we also need to show it regarding the clear path for a NATO membership and also EU membership. Because when the Ukrainians have won and have ejected Russia from their territories, they should know that they are part of the European families, they are part of Europe, and we stand behind them. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And next on my list is Mr. Kalev Stoicescu from Estonian Riigikogu.
Thank you, Sven. I'd like to say a few words that should remind ourselves today and actually every day that Russia poses a direct, serious and long-term threat to Europe and the whole world. The age of illusions and wishful thinking that started with the premature declaration of the end of the Cold War in the late 80s and early 90s is or should be rather over by now. And the idea that we could or even should hold peace negotiations with Russia's criminal regime and even achieve durable and just agreements while preserving the credibility of the international law is plain illusion. It's a dangerous illusion and wishful thinking. We have together much more strength, much more potential, including in the defense sphere, than we actually employ and demonstrate. So our priority objective should be to continue to weaken Russia economically. That is the only way to end Russia's aggression, when Russia would become sufficiently weak and not able to continue to wage war. We should continue to support Ukraine as long as it takes, and we should revitalize Europe's defense industry, particularly the production of ammunition. One more thing. For us all, let's make an attempt to stop using the term troika, a Russian term. The present, the former, and the next European Union's presidency are not three Russian troika horses pulling Putin through the Siberian landscape. We have other, more beautiful words to use instead of troika. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Mr. José Ramón Bauza from the European Parliament.
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to be able to talk to you, if you would allow me to. This is not as a European parliamentarian, but in this case, as an officer in the reserve here in the Spanish Army. I have been on the front line in Ukraine, and I've been there not wearing a suit and a tie, but I was there, actually there, with my uniform on, with boots. I'm feeling the mud under my boots. I'd like to talk about the situation in the Ukraine. Who are the people mostly in need? The Ukrainians, obviously, but let me give you a different perspective. I have been on the front line of the battle. I have been giving out material, humanitarian material. There was nobody there. We were giving out that medical first aid kit that was 6 hours later. One of the areas that we were in was bombarded, was bombed there. The Ukrainian army is not just the professional army. It is also made up of amateurs and civilians, men and women. They are the civilian army, and they don't just need us to help them because they have nothing. The problem is that the war is becoming chronic. And quite obviously, every one of us in our own countries have problems, but the real problem is help Ukraine. We're not just talking, as we do in the Parliament, about the rule of law, about defending freedoms. This is the real geographical boundary between a dictator and a criminal called Putin and the rule of law. And out there, they need absolutely everything. We can't waste a single minute thinking about whether we should or could send aid, because what they don't have is what we cannot give them. They are asking us right now, for instance, for missiles and for planes, the F-16s. They will need to wait months because we have to train the pilots, and everything that they don't have is what we have here to give them. Let me just finish off with a thought. I talk almost every day with commanders over there in the Ukrainian army, and I convey to them the only thing that from day one, not just the army and the civilians tell us, and it's very simple, very straightforward. And I would also like you to hear this if you have any doubts. Commander Alexander says to me every single day, José Ramón, tell the politicians, don't leave us alone. Don't give up on us. We believe in that, and that is what we need to defend, not just as politicians, but just for those people who say, oh, this is far away, this will never happen to us. It is very close to us, and if we don't do this now, nobody will do it for us later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor to Ms. Sabine Tia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Devine, for your proposal. I would like to draw your attention, dear colleagues, to an internal threat in the European Union, which is the war in Ukraine. What we have done when we have formed the European Union after the Second World War, we wanted to make sure that power could never take off
over law and rights, and this is a space, an area for rights, and this is bigger than us in the European Union. And when we're thinking about European defence, that question, the question of law, is also about the type of society that we would like to forge and build up in the European Union. So we cannot allow differences to take root among us. We need to think about defending the rule of law and make sure that we don't allow Russia or any other countries to come in and override these rules. But we need to make sure that politicians and politics and the means that we have are linked up. And I think the Ukrainians are a great example for us. They want to join us for those reasons, and we need to support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Mr. Richard Scholz from Latvian Seima.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would like to start with quoting the National Security Advisor for the U.S., Spanish Presidency, who 30 years ago said, "Without Ukraine, Russia ceases to be an empire, but with Ukraine subverted and then subordinated, Russia automatically becomes an empire." This is existential threat that we are facing in Europe. It's not just something that will overcome in 5 or 10 years. This is now or never. So therefore, what we are saying here, I congratulate what German colleagues are saying, calling for more armament to Ukraine. But then again, if we look at ourselves in the mirror, we see that actually the mindset is, let's provide the weapons at that size that that Ukraine is not defeated, but not at that amount, the armament, so Ukraine can be victorious. Why I'm saying this, according to UK MP Bob Seeley, 75 meters retaken by Ukraine costs 1 Ukrainian soldier life. So do your calculation. The war lasts already 586 days. So right now, we are committing to produce 1 million shells. Let's take a mirror. Let's look. How many shells do we have since we announced such a bold decisions? So this is something where we have to reflect each other at our homes and do more, way more than we are doing right now. Last but not point I wanted to make is actually, well, this is the hard power that the EU and each member state can do. The soft power is obviously the sanctions. And it's been also 586 days for the EU to be incompetent, impotent, to introduce the legal framework so we can seize the Russian frozen assets. So my suggestion, and this is really, colleagues, there are 2 things you cannot avoid in this life. One is death, and the second one is tax. Let's tax those funds, because that is the legal framework we can apply to frozen assets. It costs us to maintain them frozen. So let's put the price tag on that. Let's say 10% a month is a cost for us to actually take management of those frozen assets. And that is, no one can say that this is illegal. It is illegal. We have so many different taxes, and we can also put a tax on frozen assets. If you don't want to pay, we can take those tax from that frozen asset. And we allocate for separate budget at EU level, and the calculations make that it can make up to 3 billion euros for Ukraine's support. And every cent counts. And this is something where we have to think out of the box, not just to say, oh, sorry, the legal framework is not there, we're incapable to do it. So let's put our heads together and let's be more bold in our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And the floor goes to Mr. Herman Terch from the European Parliament.
Yes. Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to join those who have, Mr. Coles, who has just about all the crevices that the Russian economy maneuvers in, and that we ourselves facilitate, and that we are responsible for very much that has happened. Many countries have a very peculiar economy. Do you remember how the German politicians laughed when, from Poland and other places, they were told about the dangers of Nord Stream that made us afterwards so dependent on Russia, that Russia saw itself as capable of strangling us and carrying out all of its actions. What we have to do now is respond, giving the Ukraine the capacity to win, and if not, say so. Tell them clearly that we won't, because if not, we're speaking words of solidarity while many countries are boycotting the necessary weapons to help them, which that's been happening. Germany is one case, then they did other things that were very publicized and high profile, but many with secondary agendas for after the war, and have been calculating that arms supply. I think we have to exercise our honesty and give the Ukraine the weapons it needs to win, and if not, tell them clearly that we won't. If we don't want generations and generations of Ukrainian soldiers to fall in the battlefield, because we give them what they can to hold out, but not to win that war that needs to be won. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Rainer Rothfuss from the German Bundestag.
Herr Vorsitzender, ich danke Ihnen für das Wort.
Chairman, thank you very much for granting me the floor. More than 1.5 years ago, the European Union has imposed sanctions against Russia. So for a little over a year now, our Nord Stream pipeline has been detonated, apparently by friends, by partners. Now, what's the result of it? Among the G20 states, Germany is the only country that is in an economic recession. So therefore, as a representative of the people from Germany, I have to raise my voice here for a majority in our country. Back in May this year, 56% of respondents in Germany have said they want more diplomatic efforts to resolve the Ukrainian conflict. And I hitherto have been the only person who has made his voice heard in favor of diplomacy. Now, for me, as an analyst in geopolitics, it has been quite understandably since 2014 that we're going to run into a hot war with Russia. And I think it's a geostrategic fallacy not to entertain diplomatic efforts. Not only now, but years ago, diplomacy should have been used as a tool to defuse this conflict. And I see a tangible threat, a risk for us as the European Union to get isolated internationally. We sever ourselves from developments in the BRICS countries, which at the end of the day are economically much more dynamic and have huge economic potentials that we must not ignore. So hence again, my clarion call for a renewed diplomatic effort in the good old European peace tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the floor goes to Mr. Laurynas Kasčiūnas from the Lithuanian Seimas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think some of our colleagues already rightly mentioned that we are still reluctant to name Ukraine's victory as our ultimate goal. We hear a lot about to support Ukraine to defend itself. We hear about not to let Ukraine to lose the war. But I think we should have a clear vision on how this war must end and stand with Ukraine, not for as long as it takes, but until Ukraine's victory. Victory means reestablishing internationally recognized Ukrainian borders as it was in 1991. So we need to start strategic planning to make sure that Ukraine gets not what we have in our stocks, but what Ukraine needs. F-16, air defense, drones, artillery systems, demining equipment. For example, now Ukraine have only 10–15% demining equipment which is needed in Ukraine. Another important thing about peace talks or possible peace talks. If Ukraine will be pressured into the peace negotiations at this stage of war, it will be a victory of Russia. Kremlin will win time for regrouping and preparing the next offensive. And we should understand, we cannot apply Western criteria to understand Russia. We don't care about human lives. Russia can reestablish its capabilities even in the context of sanctions. Sustainable peace can only be reached on Ukraine terms when Ukraine will be ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Paulo Pisco from the Portuguese Assembleia da República.
Dear colleagues, if you don't mind, I will stand up to speak. Dear colleagues, 19 months after the beginning of the war against Ukraine, it seems to exist a certain accommodation to the idea that a war will be long and that could last 1 or more or 2 years. And that is terrible. And because there is unpredictable consequences for the world's stability and to the credibility of the United Nations with the values that we all share. Therefore, to put an end to the war as quick as possible must be a moral, geopolitical, and economical imperative, assuring at the same time, this is very much important, the victory of Ukraine. All the 11 packages of sanctions imposed to Russia were supposed to guarantee that object. But it seems that is not enough. That is not enough effective. Surprisingly, Russia appears to be resilient to all external pressure, having the support of several countries, some of them with important role at global and regional level. Which are, then, we must ask, effectively the results of sanctions to Russia at military and economic level, and which could be the consequences on the bilateral relations with the countries that are helping Russia, towards whom I think we should be much more assertive once they are contributing to the extension of the war and to the increase of the world disorder. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Ms. Ivana Posavec-Krivec from Croatia, Hrvatski sabor.
Poštovani predsjedavajući, uvaženi
Dear
gosti, drage kolegice
Chair,
i kolege.
distinguished guests, dear colleagues, members of Parliament, the unity shown by the members of the European Union in condemning Russian aggression and solidarity with the Ukrainian people resulted in a strong and efficient response to the crisis caused by the aggression. It is good that we still stand in unity here today, but also our foreign ministers in Kiev. This sends a clear and unambiguous message to Ukraine. As it has been said here, action is needed. Croatia has reacted very quickly. Just one day after the Russian aggression had started, the Croatian Parliament adopted a declaration on Ukraine. And last October in Zagreb, together with the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada, we inaugurated the parliamentary dimension of the International Crimea Platform, which is still developed today. We are also very glad that on October 11 and 12 this year, Croatia will host an international donors conference on demining Ukraine. Our common goal should be to strengthen and revitalize Ukraine. As it has been said here today, one of the backbones of the European support for Ukraine are sanctions. It is crucial that we continue to exert pressure on the sources from which Russia is financing its legal invasion. Of course, we support the continuation of work on strengthening the solidarity lanes, in which we take part through our ports, Rijeka and Split. This is the so-called Adriatic Corridor. Of course, we expect that the new EU instruments will raise the awareness of threats and help detect, prevent, and prepare responses to hybrid and foreign information manipulation and interference. This is particularly important for us in the countries of Western Balkans, where the destabilizing actions of third countries, especially of Russia and China, undermine the region's
Euro-Atlantic perspective and stability. Within the framework of the European Union, we need to further consolidate and strengthen strategic partnerships with like-minded partners such as NATO and the G7 group, and monitor the increasingly strong global presence of rising world powers such as India. Also, we should continue a strong military support to Ukraine and support Ukraine in the investigation and prosecution of Russian crimes of aggression. We understand this best in Croatia. In conclusion, it is important to maintain political unity in terms of political support, but as it has been said by everybody here, it is important to take action financially, economically, and give military support so that Ukraine can ultimately win the war. Also, it is necessary to prevent the spillover effect of the negative consequences of Russian aggression on the way of life and the social and economic standard of all European citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Ms. Alexandra Atalides from Cyprus. That's got quite a mouthful. Vouliton antiprosopon.
Thank you, Mr. President. A year and a half after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the war is ongoing with devastating results for Ukraine and its people, and we should take this opportunity and every other to reiterate our strong, unwavering support, political, financial, and military for Ukraine to be victorious. I am sure we all dread the visible risk of an escalation of the war with the use of nuclear weapons, and we must all join the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Antonio Guterres, who urged all countries, nuclear powers in particular, to commit to the non-use of nuclear weapons. We expect our Union to be at the forefront of this effort. Furthermore, although there is much criticism for remaining for too long dependent energy-wise on a country, the regime of which was blatantly infringing human rights, it is doubtful whether we have drawn any lessons from this. I am very worried with the increasing dependency on Azerbaijan, doubling supplies from this country, which has only last week amplified its violations of international law in Nagorno-Karabakh. Once more, we are going to remain silent and turn a blind eye to Mr. Aliyev and his supporters' plans for this region by supporting the country financially to continue its aggression against the Armenian population? What does this say about our Union's position on armed settlement of disputes? Colleagues, we are in need of a more responsible policy with regard to commercial agreements, including gas supplies. We should be choosing partners more wisely based on the values and principles we share, not on mere financial criteria. We must raise our voice against actions putting democracy and peace in peril. Finally, I urge our Union and Member States to show solidarity to the refugees from Nagorno-Karabakh and ensure the protection of those that will choose finally to remain in their land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Evangelos Syringas from Vouliton Ellinon, Greece.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. One of the aims of the common foreign and security policy is for the EU member states to address conflicts and crises together and strengthen international peace and security. For obvious reasons, we discuss Russian invasion in Ukraine and the continuous unjustified aggression against the Ukrainian people. Unfortunately, during these last few days, we witness another crisis in a nearby area where Russia is also involved. I'm referring to the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. On the 20th of September this year, the territory surrendered to Azerbaijan. Since then, more than 100,000 ethnic Armenians, which is equal to 85% of the whole Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh, have fled their houses. This is tantamount to an ethnic cleansing. Azerbaijan has said that it wants to reintegrate the area and treat the Armenians as equals to all its citizens. I believe that it is in the interest of the European Union, A, to monitor the situation with a mission on the ground to safeguard the safe return of the ethnic Armenians to their houses, and B, to have a more active mediation role between Armenia and Azerbaijan in order to avoid a full-scale conflict which will destabilize southern Caucasus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now Mr. Lorenz Nacha from Hungary, or Julius, I would say.
Thank you, Chair. Hungary has taken a consistent position since the outbreak of the Russian-Ukrainian war, and its element has not changed. We condemn the military aggression of Russia against Ukraine, as well as the systematic Russian attacks against civilian and critical infrastructure. We stand by the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and of course we call for an immediate ceasefire and for peace. We think that the EU should use all its diplomatic leverage, power and experience to achieve a ceasefire and help to restore the peace, because people are dying in this terrible war. In the meantime, we continue the largest humanitarian operation of our history by providing wide-ranging help to Ukraine, including humanitarian relief, financial and economic assistance and gas transit capacity. At the same time, we follow with great concern the situation of national minorities, especially the Hungarian minority in Ukraine. Protection of national minorities is not only a bilateral issue, but one of the Copenhagen criteria. Therefore, it is essential for Ukraine in the integration process. Meanwhile, we should also focus on fastening the enlargement process of the European Union, the Western Balkans, and of course, we should provide candidate status for Georgia. The EU had slowed down in the last decade, and it's hurting our competitiveness and security structure and influence in those regions. We think that no further delay is acceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next speaker is Mr. Daniel Mitov from Bulgaria, Narodno Sobranie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of things were identified already as axiomatic to do in terms of how to block the Russian aggression and how to continuously help Ukraine. Of course, defining Ukrainian victory as final goal, continuous delivery of arms and ammunition for Ukraine, rigorous implementation of the sanctions against the Russian Federation, which recently, unfortunately, have been circumvented more often and often. To me, paying serious attention to President Zelensky's appeal for investment into the Ukrainian military complex is essential as well. But I would like to draw your attention to another aspect which I believe we have to pay attention to. At the time, there was a debate whether we can qualify Russia as a totalitarian state. And that debate was hindered only by the murky argument whether Putin's regime had a fully developed ideology or not. Well, that conundrum has been resolved for us already by the Russian authorities themselves, through the introduction of a compulsory new university subject in Russia, which is called Foundations of Russian Statehood, which was created on the orders of the Kremlin and developed under the close supervision of officials responsible for managing domestic politics. We who come from post-communist states know what Marxist-Leninist ideology was in the universities, and now something very similar is repeating in Russia. The presentation of the course includes a list of values supposedly inherent to all Russians, including service to the state, sovereignty, stability, readiness to sacrifice for the fatherland. In their speeches, some public officials have emphasized messianism and having an overarching goal as characteristics of the Russian people. And, of course, they imagine history as a civilizational competition which is in the heart of the emerging ideological component of the Russian state. I'm saying this not because of anything else, but because we need to pay attention to all these people in Russia who are still resisting Putin's regime and find ways to help them financially, find ways to help them logistically, in order not to encounter one day a fully fascist or, to a great extent, indoctrinated society with which it will be very hard to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me remind those people who finish speaking to switch off the microphones. There's one at least still on. And the next speaker is Mr. Rutmer Herma from Tweede Kamer der Staten-Generaal from Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't need to put our position here about Ukraine because we support Ukraine the fullest as possible. We support all the former speakers that said they support Ukraine as well. So we don't need to take the floor here. So let's go to the next speaker to hear their positions.
Okay, thank you for being brief. And meanwhile, as you see, we are operating a rather minimalistic stage setting here, so I don't have any idea as to how many speakers are still remaining. So if there's anyone of the technical staff who has access to the computer behind this screen, please give us some indication as to how many speakers we still have on the list. Okay, not too many, so we can carry on. The next speaker is Ms. Naike Gruppioni from Camera dei Deputati, Italy.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Consequences. This word, in and of itself, seems to carry no weight, but in war, it becomes an important one. The conflict broke out over 1.5 years ago, and now we ask ourselves, how much weight do the consequences of this war carry? Future is being taken away from Ukrainian children. They will forever bear with them the memory of this horrible war. What is the price of this, dear colleagues? If we've convened here today, it's because we don't want their sacrifice to be in vain. It's because together we can lay the foundations for a better future, to better defend our continent, to support each other, to make our continent more secure in the Ukraine, but also for the people who live in Russia and don't support this war. The Ukraine has been destroyed. It's a country that's been deprived of its architectural beauty. And so it's important that we speed up the required processes to organize more governmental conferences, that we speed up the procedures so that Moldova can enter the EU. This is a wound that will never stop bleeding, but with our help, hopefully, we can bring hope back to these people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next on the list is Mr. Sorindan Moldovan from Romania, Camera Deputatilor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania condemns the relentless and appalling attacks by Russia on civil infrastructure, notably the Reni and Ismaili ports at the Danube, right in Romania's immediate vicinity. The horrifying sight of drone parts falling on Romanian territory serves as a stark reminder of the proximity of this conflict. In the face of such adversity, Romania remains resolute in its commitment to facilitating Ukrainian grain transit. We have allocated significant financial resources from our national budget to support this endeavor. To date, 25.5 million tons of grains have transited through Romanian territory. Yet, the challenges persist. Russia's withdrawal from the UN-backed Black Sea Grain Initiative underscores the need to bolster our efforts. Romania pledges to double the transit capacity of its national infrastructure, increasing it from 2 million tons of grains and goods monthly to impressive 4 million tons monthly. Additionally, Romania placed strong emphasis on supporting our partners in the EU's neighborhood who are affected by third actors through the weaponization of economic dependencies such as debt, energy, cyber infrastructure, and double-use technologies. We commend the pivotal role played by the EU Partnership Mission in the Republic of Moldova, for example. This mission is crucial in combating foreign information manipulation, interference, and hybrid attacks, thereby ensuring the sovereignty of nations. In the international arena, Romania advocates for maintaining the rule-based international order, preserving free markets, and promoting fair trade. It is through these principles that we can foster global cooperation, foster economic security, and pave the way for a more peaceful and prosperous future. Together, let us firmly stand against any type of aggression, work tirelessly for peace, and uphold the values that bind us as a European community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next on my list is Ms. Eva Ernst-Zisic from the Austrian Nationalrat.
Thank you very much. Sehr verehrte Kollegen und Kolleginnen, wir haben heute
Dear colleagues, we've already heard a lot about fragmentation, and indeed, official Serbia is more interested in northern Kosovo than in integration into the EU. Official Hungary congratulates Slovakia. In Poland, there will be elections in 2 weeks, and a right-wing extremist party is becoming increasingly important there that doesn't want to support the sanctions anymore, and the official government is thinking about suspending weapons delivery. We heard that China plays a dangerous role. We know that India plays an unclear role, and we are dealing with a situation where Turkey is banking more on its own interests than on its responsibility as a NATO member state. So I think we could look at fragmentation a lot, and we should. But what's even more important, and that's my appeal, is to look further. We've recently heard that Kazakhstan wants to support the sanctions. This is support-worthy. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight how important cooperation with Central Asian states at eye level is for Europe. We cannot forget that these states have to be our partners. Similar African states, currently on Twitter or in social media, we see that Putin is meeting African leaders, whereas from the side of Europe, there aren't enough efforts in that respect. We always said we need sanctions, we need support, we need military equipment for Ukraine, but what we also need is international isolation of Russia, of Putin. And this third aspect is what we are currently not focusing on enough. It's not too late yet, but we shouldn't only talk about the defense of Ukraine, we should also be talking about the defense of Europe as a whole. A lot earlier, we should have already listened to the Baltic states, to the Eastern European states who have historic experience regarding Russia, but who have experienced and predicted a lot of the things that we are discussing today. So at the end of the day, it's about our European sovereignty and integrity and not exclusively about Ukraine's. And in that context, if we do not want Europe to become increasingly fragmentized, we have to strengthen international cooperation with African states, Central Asian states, and Latin American states. And we shouldn't only watch the establishment of a BRICS platform and at the same time we focus just on Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Kim Valentin from
From Denmark. Yes, membership in EU to Ukraine, Balkan countries and other countries must be prioritized. And we need to seriously speed up the process to the goal lines of the next accession. EU citizens are living good lives because we hold our values high. Our values are not high because we are living good lives in EU. Right now, these values are threatened. By the war in Ukraine, the invasion of Russia is the greatest threat to stability and growth in Europe in 75 years. EU have been and still is a peace project, so right now we must fight for the rights and values of the liberal democracy. We should therefore welcome European countries that wants to join EU. Of course, our values should be upheld in the process. The goal line stays the same. However, the speed to the goal line must be raised. We need to show more leadership on the defense of Europe. Nothing must stop the defense of Europe. And I can say, and it have been said before today, but I can say it again, that Denmark will go all the way to help Ukraine in action to peace and democracy again. Thank you.
Thank you. As the time is running out fast, the speeches are becoming longer, so I urge you to compress the statements into 1.5 minutes maximum. Plus, if anyone knows anyone who might have access to the list that is on the screen, please let me know how many people are still remaining on that list, because otherwise I will at one point have to just brutally cut it off. I don't want really to do that. So the next speaker on my list is Mr. Anastasio Carra from Italy, Camera dei Deputati.
Onorevoli colleghi, buongiorno.
Dear colleagues, good morning. The war in the Ukraine has brought to our attention as Europeans the fact that we, need to come together and face threats that up until not too long ago would have been unthinkable. And in this regard, Europe's peace tool is the first concrete manifestation of the role that Europe can play in the framework of a common security and defense policy. And within this tool, the dedicated fund for the Ukraine is an opportunity that member states need to take into account with a view to supporting Ukraine and its reforms, especially in the prospect of a potential future accession. We have an urgency here. We need to take on a common stance as Europe to face the threat. And let's not forget that there are a number of sectors where Europe needs to rise up to the task and provide adequate tools. There are other players out there, Turkey, China, Russia, and we need to be very, very aware of the role that Europe needs to keep on playing. And I'm talking about the Western Balkans here, especially considering the plans we have for the future enlargement of the Union. And let's not forget about the African continent. Increasingly often, we talk about the need to adopt a common European policy, a policy whereby we support Africa also from a military point of view, with a view to bring Russian and Chinese expansion to a halt. All in all, we need to provide military assistance as much as possible, especially even in favor of Mauritius and Benin. In Africa, we need to be more assertive as Europe, so as to provide a structural solution to the phenomenon of migration flows. This is a phenomenon that we need to study carefully as Europeans. Countries that are entry points obviously do it already, but as Europe, we need a common approach in solidarity. The borders of Europe are the borders, of Europe. They're a shared responsibility for all of us. I come from Sicily. It's an extraordinary place. And this island right now is bearing all the weight, and it's an unsustainable weight, of the African migration flows. We need support not only from the Italian government, but also from the entire EU. This cannot be a problem of only the Sicilian people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Marko Mihkelson from Estonian Riigikogu.
Thank you, Sven. I would like to echo what was said by colleague Mr. Pausa from European Parliament, who told us about his visits to front lines in Ukraine. I also have been several times in front lines, last time in end of August, close to Bakhmut area in eastern Ukraine. And first question, what one of the commanders of the Ukrainian brigades asked me was, are you ready for a war? Because if we fail in Ukraine, the war will be on your soil. Not only on our soil in Estonia, but I guess this war threatens all of us, because we understand this is existential threat for Russia is posing to us. And he said that we are not going to fail because our spirit is high if you will supply to us significantly more weaponry, ammunition, that they can fight for our freedom there in Ukraine. But my question actually today, when I listen colleagues, is do we really are united today? Are we really on the same page when it comes to the end of this war, how to end this war, how to restore lasting peace in Europe? Now, I'm not sure that we are yet on the same page. What the European Union has done, what we have done during the last 18 and 19 months is incredible. Actually, this unity is there, yes, but the questions, are we united or on consensus when it comes to the future membership of Ukraine in NATO? Invitation to NATO membership for Ukraine during next summit in Washington. Are we united here? Are we united on that criminals like Putin, Shoigu, Lavrov must be persecuted by international tribunal organized by General Assembly of United Nations? Are we united here or not? Are we united to froze Russian assets in our countries and actually use them for Ukraine? Are we united here or not? And I don't think that we have clear answers on that until we don't have very clear strategy how to defeat fascist Russia in their war against Ukraine, in their war against our security architecture in general in Europe. We will have very tough times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Ms. Dovile Šakalienė from Lithuanian Seimas.
So it seems now I'm included in every session, but it's fine. And I just wanted to add to what my colleagues already said, that Russia is waging a long-term war, and we should not be mistaken thinking that they are not able to wage a war and to prepare for the next hostilities, because they are not only restoring their resources, and they do have enough resources to have the next wave of mobilization, but they are also expanding their defense industry quicker than we are. And what we know about their cooperation with Iran, with North Korea, with China, even though with China it's not yet on political level, but on the level of commercial contracts, it's really expanding very quickly. And on that side, we are already behind Russia. So when I hear someone mentioning ceasefire, or mentioning maybe entering talks, or mentioning anything about stopping the conflict, let's not be mistaken. Freezing this conflict would only be useful for Russia, because that would provide it time to even accelerate its defense, or rather attack industry. It would provide Russia with possibility to prepare for the next stages of its imperial politics, because we are not changing that definitely. And with ongoing cooperation with China, we are really moving into a very dangerous area that maybe two fronts would be open. One between United States and China on Taiwan, and another on Russia moving further on Europe. So therefore, we should really understand that since Russia is not a democracy, percentage for defense industry, or as I said, attack industry, which would be unthinkable for Western states, for democratic states, is not a problem for them. And sanctions are not, I'm sorry to say, working really properly, because what we know is that the Shahed drones, or geranium drones as they are called, they have almost 80% of elements that are produced in the United States. So here's hello, the news about the efficiency of sanctions. So definitely what we really have to make a conclusion about, that the longer this war goes on, the worse situation is for us. So if we are not able to up the support to Ukraine, if we are not able to stop even mentioning ceasefire, and if we are not able to make the defense industry of Europe develop as swift as possible, we are really opening the decade of global wars in a very weak position. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told that we still have 10 people on the speakers list, and officially we have 3.5 minutes, so it's like 20 seconds per person, but please limit yourself to 1 minute now, from now on. And the next speaker is Mr. Paulo Moniz from Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address a problem of the cybercrime on the perspective of the physical integrity of our submarine cables infrastructure. I think European Union and we are not being able to protect this strategical infrastructure from Russian attacks. And we have already some examples that are not the best way to guarantee that our communications and all the value, economical value, that depend on them are securely and safety defended. Secondly, I would like also to remind that on December 2022, the European Council have addressed the most important alliance with the United States on the framework of OTAN, including the control of the North Atlantic Ocean. I would like to finalize to remind that Portugal, through ACERS, has a special advanced position, geopolitical position, that in some way ensures the first entrance and is a very important tool to facilitate the control of the battle for the Atlantic North. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And next on the list is Ms. Rosalia Ibalia Biro from Romania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a little mistake. I will give the floor for my colleague from the Senate, Mr. Leorianu.
Okay, thank you so much. Then the floor goes to...
I am Romanian.
Yield the floor to another...
Mistake with names.
Okay, but please be brief.
Okay. In general, the threats generated by the Russian Federation, and in particular, in the case of Ukraine, the legitimate question we may ask ourselves is the following. When does a threat become a matter of national security? The answer would be the identification of the global consequences of this particular matter, and it depends, of course, on a few factors. First of all, it depends on the type of threat and the way it is perceived by the main state. In Ukraine, we witnessed a transformation from a threat into a full-fledged war. Secondly, it is all about the intensity of the threat, which is determined by the specificity, time-space framing, occurrence, consequences, and circumstances that have been validated by the Russian Federation since the war started. Beyond all this, one issue is clear. The more intense the threat, the more legitimated the state's decision to invoke a national security response. In conclusion, having said that the war in Ukraine has demonstrated a strong relationship among European Union partners, doubled by cohesion and resilience. Romania is one of the most important providers of security and stability on the border of this war, and at the same time, a solid logistical base for the management of Ukrainian immigrants, the transfer of grain, and aid for this aggressive state. Anyway, we support Ukraine, we support Moldova, we support Georgia, each in their according to their aspirations, in the spirit of common European value. The main point is we should stay united and also commonly intensify our efforts to put an end to hegemony in two states which aspire to it, in this particular case, the Russian Federation. At the same time, Romania wants to be treated with respect
could you please sum up?
on the principle of equal opportunities in its effort to be an integral part of the Schengen area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the floor goes to Mr. Jukka Kopra from Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the many insightful statements today. I agree that we need a more thorough strategy of how to deal with the Russian aggression. The war is not only about Ukraine, but it's all about Russia willing to build a bigger empire and gain more land area. For us, the EU citizens, this makes no sense, but for Russia, look at the war. This means that this war will not end real soon, and there may very well be new victims of Russian aggression in the future. One problem is the amount of ammunition and material EU can produce. It is too low, the consumption is higher than we are able to produce. And Russia is spending next year 30% of its budget into arming itself. Reality shows that sanctions will not stop Russia making more arms. EU and EU countries must do everything they can to increase the production capacities of defense equipment and do it fast. If a decision, for example, of building a new production line of heavy grenades is made today, the first pieces of ammunition are ready after about 1.5 or 2 years. So we should act real fast to increase the production to levels we have promised. Why is this all important? The events have shown us that Russia understands only power, mechanics, and capability to apply force. That's why we need to create a substantial threat to Russian plans. President Zelensky said in February 22, "I don't need a ride, I need more ammo." I wish so much that we in the EU can not say but show that, yes, have no fear, we will deliver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Hulusi Akar from Turkey.
Thank you. To Ukraine, while providing the humanitarian assistance and beyond, from the very beginning, Turkey has continued its efforts in coordination with the United Nations to solve the global food crisis caused by the war in Ukraine as well. With the Black Sea Grain Initiative signed in 2022, fortunately, more than 32 million tons of the grain have already been delivered to those in need. Without violations of the Montreal Convention, we continue our negotiations for the resumption of the transportation. And the entire world seeking the solutions to these challenges, we consider the negotiating with the other parts, and we are ready to contribute to all aspects of the European security, including the food and energy security, and to all international efforts aimed at tackling these global changes and the threats. As for Azerbaijan, please remember, thousands of the Azerbaijani citizens have already, so far, from 1992, been killed. And regarding the recent one-day operations, Azerbaijan was forced to take necessary steps within the framework of its sovereign rights to protect its citizens and the security and the stability of its own territories in Nagorno-Karabakh. Azerbaijan's just demands for the disarmament and the removal of illegal military elements and the illegal armed groups from the region were finally accepted. And President Aliyev and President Erdogan will meet Prime Minister Pashinyan, will meet in Granada on October 5th. So we, like all international community, should work for peace in the region and avoid undermining these recent positive developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Stuart Wood from the UK.
Thank you. A very quick point about the relationship between Britain and the EU on Ukraine. So Britain has obviously played a leading role in supporting Ukraine, but there is sadly little cooperation, I think, structurally between the EU and the UK. And the main reason for that, of course, is that in the Brexit deal, there was no chapter on foreign and security policy, which was largely a UK government choice. But the world has changed in the last 7 years. The EU has had extraordinary development in its, as today's discussion is showing, extraordinary development in a coordinated approach to foreign and security policy. And secondly, I think in Britain, across parties, there is now distance from the Brexit vote enough for there to be a generally accepted view that we need better structures of cooperation. So I just express the hope that in the huge cooperation we'll need to do on sanctions, on military support, on defence procurement, on the security aspects of energy, we can find new structures of cooperating in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Mustafa Kandey from Turkey.
Thank you very much. There is this war which is ongoing on the level, and it has actually deeply destructured the food crisis and energy crisis. It has deepened the food and security crisis as well. Under the leadership of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Erdogan, the global security, the migration corridor, all these have been the areas where Turkey has been taking a strategic role, and the high-level initiatives and efforts are there in order to ensure the international peace. Our aim is to ensure the security, and we are actually explaining all these in a very fair manner. On the one hand, we are trying to improve our clear vision, and on the other hand, we are trying to emphasize that the negotiation table should be there and should be kept. Our efforts are for this purpose. We are encountering several issues, and we need to have a holistic approach, and we need to include all the parties that are relevant to the process in order to ensure that we have a sustainable structure. We have a geopolitical challenge, many geopolitical challenges encountered today. This requires deeper collaboration between the EU and Turkey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next, Mr. Henry Smith from the UK.
Thank you very much to the Spanish Presidency for the warm welcome here in beautiful Madrid. The UK is very familiar with the threat from Putin's Russia. It might have been in 2008 that the action of Russia against Georgia commenced, and in 2014 that Russia's aggression against Crimea. But it was in 2018 that on British soil, the Putin regime launched a chemical attack. I would like to express my appreciation for the EU's impressive response in countering the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, now the largest contributor in terms of support, even beyond the United States. And I am pleased to see that the UK, with the EU, has worked very closely to support those brave people in Ukraine who are fighting for their liberty and their democracy, and it is important that we continue to work with them. I hope that during the Spanish presidency of the EU, the PESCO agreement can be concluded, where Britain is very keen to play its part in terms of increasing the mobility of troops and military equipment to support Ukraine. And just finally, I would like to conclude that with unity across NATO, across Europe, both EU members and those countries that are not EU members, we can achieve through that unitary victory so that we can see justice and recovery for our Ukrainian friends. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Mr. Irakli Berayev from Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with expressing strong support to Ukraine and its brave people defending their homeland from Russian aggressors. This war has made already dire environment in occupied regions of Georgia increasingly alarming. Through persistent breach of EU-mediated ceasefire agreement by Russia, intensified military drills, humanitarian crisis, de facto annexation steps, and hybrid warfare. Despite existential threats, my country pursues a peaceful conflict resolution policy, ambitious democratic security, as well as EU and NATO integration agenda, is experienced and ready to further contribute to European and global security. It also fully complies with sanctions imposed on Russia as confirmed by credible verification mechanisms. Dear friends, when talking about Ukraine, it's equally important that Georgia remains a priority on European agenda. Along with pressuring Russia to withdraw from Georgia, it's crucially important to step up support to Georgia in further strengthening defense and deterrence, resilience against full spectrum of hybrid threats, and increase EU-NATO engagement in the region given the latter's strategic importance for European security. Finally, as millions of Europeans in Georgia, a truly European country, await historic decision, let me stress that granting a well and long-deserved EU candidate status to my country will be a significant step towards further strengthening European security. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Ms. Dilja Mist Einarsdottir from Iceland.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the invasion was a long overdue wake-up call for us in terms of security. For a long time, our Baltic friends and others on the eastern flank had been warning us about this threat, but those warnings fell on deaf ears. And although Mr. Devine stated earlier that we have supported Ukraine from the start, our support was not enough from the start, which was in 2014. Far from it. And since we are all finally listening, I do hope that we continue to give clear long-term commitment to support Ukraine. Our unity on this front is ever as important, but we have been witnessing some fractions among us, as others have mentioned, and at the other side of the Atlantic, we are nervously watching the US entering election year. Europe must maintain its unity and intensify its efforts for Ukraine. The days of neglect and naivety are hopefully over when it comes to security matters in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Christian Tybring-Gjedde from Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I'm the last speaker, I'll be very, very serious about what I'm saying, and I hope you take it seriously and you're patient to wait for me to finish the speech. Thank you. There's no excuse for not supporting Ukraine in the defense against the brutal Russia, not historically or factually. And anyone who's actively supporting Russia is just as guilty as Russia itself. Norway condemns Russia's attack on Ukraine in the strongest possible terms. Russia bears the full responsibility for having thrown Ukraine and Europe into this situation. The Norwegian Parliament has adopted a 5-year support program for Ukraine, amounting to 75 billion Norwegian kroner. The program is called the Nansen Support Program. It includes military support, humanitarian aid, funding to maintain civilian infrastructure, and critical societal functions. The funding may also be used to provide civilian support to Moldova to alleviate the impacts of the war. As soon as this is possible, the funding will be used to support the reconstruction of Ukrainian society. And let me stress that when you think about this as a budget item, it's a budget item, it was an investment in our future, so it should be a priority for all our nations to have this as on the budget and not look at it as a cost. It's an investment. During the Second World War, no one thought about what's going to happen after the war, not before the war is won. And we are defending now democracy and freedom and our values. So don't think about afterward. Don't talk about a ceasefire. There's no ceasefire now. We have to win this war first. It's our war also. And we should remind ourselves the wise word of U.S. founder Benjamin Franklin when he is signing the U.S. Declaration of Independence. We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I'm happy to present Mr. Devenev with the impossible task of responding to all of those questions and comments in 4, maximum 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for these 40 interventions, so 40 answers in 4 minutes. No, just kidding, because I don't want to deprive you from the basic human right to food, which is waiting for us. But thanks very much for this very important contribution. Let me just touch upon a few topics that have been discussed. China, DPRK, yes, absolutely important that we remind them that, and particularly for China, that any support to Russia in this war is not going to be without consequences. And honestly speaking, I don't see the Chinese interest here. Because what Putin has started is basically adventurism. He probably thought he could take Kiev in 3 weeks, and here we are after 19 months, and no prospect for victory for him, quite the contrary. Where does this lead a country like China, world's largest food importer, world's largest energy importer? If food prices and energy prices are instrumentalized by Russia and increased as a consequence of this war. So it's not in their interest, not geopolitically. Everybody knows about the difficult relation between China and US, and what the war against Ukraine is doing is probably not pleasing China, that it's getting NATO much more reinforced and a lot more I would say Western solidarity, to put it. So I think it's clear that also if China, which we don't have evidence of that for the time being, were to supply weapons to Russia, there would be consequences. Obviously, it's for, as always, the member states to decide on sanctions. This is not what we're talking yet. But certainly the messages have been passed and will continue to be passed when it comes to China's role. There were a number of questions on Moldova, but also Georgia, Armenia, let me just say one thing, is that we are, and I don't have the time to detail here, but we are absolutely supporting the resilience of all of our Eastern partners. We have developed also security dialogue with them. We have developed tools to fight disinformation, to fight cyber threats, hybrid threats in general, etc. I don't have the time to go in detail here, but there's a lot of work if you want to look for that. Similarly, Central Asia, we're also developing very strongly our relation with Central Asia. Central Asians are very eager to develop their relation with the EU, and we are responding to that. Now, there was a couple of statements having doubts on the sanctions. Of course, you can always hope for more, but one really should not underestimate the depth and the volume of these 11 sanction packages, which has led to 1,800 individuals and companies from Russia and Belarus being sanctioned. 70% of Russia's banking system assets are under sanctions. All the key banks from Russia disconnect from SWIFT. Energy sector, 90% of the current oil imports is covered. Total import ban on coal, specific technologies exports, all sale of aircraft, aircraft parts, access to technology, a number of other trade restrictions in the field of semiconductors, sensitive machinery, transportation, you name it, visa measures, disinformation, closing a number of Russian propaganda websites. I spare you the whole list, but this is quite significant, and I don't think we should, of course, we should always aim more, and we are working very concretely, even if it's discreetly, on fighting circumvention of sanctions, but this is certainly not something to be underestimated. Then, I beg to disagree strongly with Mr. Rothfuss, who said diplomacy should have been used. Mr. Rothfuss, I don't know if you've been following this relation between EU and Russia since 13 years, as I have, but diplomacy has been tried over and over and over. We've had 21 consultations with Russia on the alleged negative consequences of the DCFTA, the Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement that we negotiated with Ukraine. Russia could not prove any negative consequences because there are none. And there are thousands of FTAs around the world. I've never seen third countries asking for consultation. And it was done. Minsk 1, Minsk 2, at the head of state level. How many meetings for the head of state of France, Germany, to hear from the Russian delegation that Russia was not even present in Ukraine, that it was an internal conflict, contrary to very obvious evidence. The problem is that, like the proverbial tango, it takes two to make peace, but only one to make war. And if one is willing to make that war, it's very difficult to stop that through diplomacy. You have to go through other means, which is what we're doing. Thank you. And another word, I'll switch to French for a second, pour répondre à Madame Tilley.
To answer Madame Thierry, you're right to say that it's the law that establishes the difference. The European Union has its institutions that some people say are stronger than its individuals, and others who decide the individual is more important than the institutions.
Talking about Armenia, which is knowing, obviously, through its population Karabakh, very difficult days, and we all have seen these terrible images of Stepanakert/Kankendi being emptied in a few hours by people, something like 100,000 leave all property. That this is, of course, terrible. The EU has its monitoring mission in Armenia, is willing to, and will support humanitarian aid these refugees, and as was mentioned as well, will continue trying to make peace in this regard. But also I want to say that there was definitely a Russian angle also that we've seen, and I want to draw your attention to this absolutely amazing tweet by former Russian President Medvedev, not naming but very clearly hinting at Prime Minister Pashinyan, that has always been heated because he was the product of a color revolution, because he cleaned his country also of certain corrupted practices. And I quote, but it's quite amazing. I quote, there was this guy, he lost a war, but quite surprisingly, he remained to be in power. Then he started to flirt with NATO, and guess what fate is awaiting him? 3 dots. So if that is not interference, I don't know what that is. Let me just finish my 4 minutes by saying that again, our strength is our unity, as always been with the EU, but also you represent obviously very different countries, geographically, historically, I need to explain that. There's a number of countries for whom explaining that the war that's going on in Ukraine, on the European continent, is concerning them. But there are other countries where it's less evident. These countries are more subject to Russian propaganda. And you have a very key role in explaining to your constituencies that this war concerns them, that this war is a war against Europe, against its values, against its institutions, against its way of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all for a very constructive debate. Obviously, we would have needed much more time for that. I would especially like to thank Mr. De Vigne for being with us and making those very enlightening comments. But we have been eating into our next agenda item, which is eating. So I think that we should go and have lunch in El Prado room on the lower floor, which is kindly offered by our hosts, the Spanish Parliament. Thank you so much.
afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me tell you that Mrs. Maria Molina Alvarez de Toledo, who is the Deputy Director General for CFSP at the Ministry, who was the person to moderate this debate, unfortunately cannot be with us, and I'll be replacing her and moderating this debate. My name is Rafael Lemus. I'm a senator here in Spain and also a member of this Inter-Parliamentary group. So, this is a panel session, a debate on latest developments in the CFSP, CSDP sphere. And I have with me Mrs. Cristina Duarte. She is going to be on a Zoom connection, a remote connection, and we'll give her the floor in a moment. We will also have with us, sitting here on my left, Mrs. Belén Martínez Carbonell, who is the Managing Director for the Global Agenda and Multilateral Relations for the EEAS. So, in Spain, this time of day is not really the right time of day for debates like this. I'm sure you're familiar, all of you, with this wonderful habit that we have at this time of day in Spain called the siesta. I recommend it to you highly if you've never done it before. And I think this is probably very definitely one of the reasons why we live long lives here in Spain. Nevertheless, I have been handed out this responsibility of managing the debate as best I can. So the return of war to Europe, with the unjustified aggression by Russia against Ukraine and the deep-seated geopolitical changes that we're witnessing, are compromising our capacity to promote our vision and to defend our interests. As indicated in that strategic compass, we are living in an era of strategic competition and complex threats for security. It's not difficult to see that on the African continent. Conflicts, deployments, military aggressions are increasing, and the sources of instability, which leave in their wake serious suffering for humans and displacement of people. The frequency and the repercussions of hybrid threats are also intensifying. The European Union today is more united than ever before, and that is why we have resolved to defend the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the independence that we have within internationally recognized borders. They should be fully respected. The war in Ukraine, unfortunately, provides the backdrop to our current times in Europe, but it is also a concern because of the difficult situation that we're seeing if you look southwards in Africa and the Sahel. That is why it is very important for us to turn our gaze directly to the African continent and the violent events that are taking place in some countries under the direction, indirectly, of countries far away from the EU. The transatlantic relationship, our cooperation between the EU and NATO, fully respecting the principles established in the treaties that have been agreed by the European Council, including principles of inclusion, reciprocity, and decision-making autonomy for the EU, are fundamental, as I said, for us, for our general security. The EU is reiterating its intention to intensify its support for the rule-based world order, with the United Nations at its heart. The EU has also indicated its interest to have the strategic cooperation with the NATO and in regional partnerships with the OCE, the African Union and ASEAN. So this more hostile environment for security is forcing us to make that step change and to increase our capacity and our willingness to act. We need to reinforce our resilience and guarantee solidarity and mutual assistance. Without further ado, I'll give the floor now to Mrs. Cristina Duarte, who is, as I said before, the Under-Secretary General of United Nations Special Envoy for Africa. Thank you.
Good morning from New York. It's a pleasure to be here, a pleasure and an honor. With your permission, I would like to deliver my brief remarks so we can have time for our conversation. Honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking the European Parliament and the Spanish Cortes Generales for inviting me to participate in this debate on the latest developments in foreign and security policy. as the Special Advisor on Africa to the United Nations Secretary General, I will focus my intervention on the continent, particularly the Sahel region, which has experienced severe challenges in the past 3 years, which have resulted, among others, in a rise in unconstitutional changes of government and a parallel rise in the threat of terrorism. For the past 2 years, I have been to Brussels twice, in October 22 and April 23. I had the opportunity to meet with the European Commission, the Parliament, the External Action Service, including Mrs. Martinez Carbonell, and the Committee on African Affairs. I brought to Brussels one message, one policy proposal, and one case study. The message was simple. Please support African countries in building strong country systems. Invest in institutions, because these intangible assets have become survival matters for the implementation of the SDGs in Africa. They are essential to deliver sustainable development and durable peace. The policy proposal was a pen for a gun, an initiative that my office has launched to leverage school feeding programs as tools for peace and stability in the continent, a sort of low-hanging fruit that can generate quick wins. The case study was Niger. President Bazoum had requested support for expanding school feeding to the whole primary school population, and that provided an opportunity to enhance the presence of the state as a service provider across the territory of the country, contributing to strengthening the legitimacy of state institutions and the trust of the population in them. The response that I got, almost unanimously, was that feeding children sounded nice, but that Niger and the Sahel needed military. That hard security was the only way to solve the problem. I'm not so naive as to believe that if the EU has started investing in school feeding back in April, the situation would be any different now in the country. Perhaps it was already too late. But I trust that it is clear to everyone now that military responses and military support alone do not bring durable peace. The Sahel and the Horn of Africa are hostage of terrorist groups, not because they have more military power, but because they offer public services in exchange for enrollment. Something that happened before in other conflict areas, such as the Middle East and Amazon. Non-state armed actors thrive in areas where the state is not present because they are able to earn the allegiance of the population by providing basic service. Consequently, the best way to undermine their power in the short, medium, and long term is to prevent them from playing that role. It is support the state being present all over the territory as a service provider. Hard security needs to be the complement of sound policies aimed at establishing effective institutions that can deliver sustainable development outcomes, not the other way around. You are the best example. The European Union was not the result of hard security. Two worlds result from that. The EU was built on soft power, institutions, development, shared prosperity, intangible assets that, duly applied, can be far more powerful than any harm. If your success resided in that, why not support your partners the same way? Some might say that African countries don't want that institutional support, that they want infrastructures. As an African policymaker for over 20 years and a Minister of Finance and Planning for over 10, allow me to use this opportunity to tell you what we want and what we don't. We don't want conditionality. We don't want a foreign power to tell us how to structure our government and our institutions, to import centralized forms of government that disregard our cultural wealth and diversity. We want a partner that supports us in delivering our own form of democracy, a partner that shares their experience and good practice, but does not judge, does not impose. We want yes. We want
Third priority was building global partnerships with all the countries, all the different countries in the world. And this year, for the first time, and I'm very proud of this, together with the foreign ministers of your member states, all the actors in the EU institutions, we decided to make a plan for the EU to reach out to the rest of the world. And that plan that was organized by the European External Action Service included a mapping of countries around the world to make sure that among the EU leaders, all of them will be met and heard. Because this is a lot about not just passing our message, but about listening to them. And with all those efforts, we managed together as the EU to reach out to more than 130 countries, which is not a small thing. So I think it was worth the time of all our leaders. What is my readout of my humble readout of what we achieved, we learned that week? First, that reports of the death of multilateralism have been greatly exaggerated. You might have heard over the last year, there were many, many talks about the UN being out of date, but it should not be forgotten that the UN survived essential threats during the Cold War only to emerge stronger. And unfortunately, the fact, I'm really sorry, but there are some people talking that are really distracting me. I would appreciate if those who don't want to listen, there's no offense, just walk out. It's a beautiful day. But for those who want to stay, I'm very happy to talk to them. Okay, so the first reading that we made was that the reports of death of multilateralism have been greatly exaggerated. The second is that New York is not about multilateralism, but is also about all the meetings that take place in the background, all the get-together, the reach-out, and all the dealings that are happening behind the scenes with the aim of making this a better world. I give you an example. The US pushed for a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Israel behind the scenes that week. And that's an important step for those of us who think one day should be a more peaceful Middle East. But the third conclusions that I draw is that multilateralism and multipolarity can work together. A lot has been said recently about whether the world is still multilateral. Is it worthy, or in this context where there's the BRICS plus, the G20 reinforced, whether there's still a way and a meaning for the UN, and we think it is. Because even if countries like India and Brazil become increasingly assertive, we see them playing cooperatively in the UN and these middle powers trying to build bridges between the so-called global south and some that we could call the west of the like-minded. We also came back with the feeling that reform is in the air. To accommodate all the new assertive voices, reform in the UN is necessary. And although there is a lot of criticism on the Security Council for a perceived lack of legitimacy, representation and misuse of the veto, and in particular we know by whom, President Ruto of Kenya caught the mood in the general debate saying, if any confirmation was ever needed that the United Nations Security Council is dysfunctional and democratic, non-inclusive, and representative, and therefore incapable of delivering meaningful progress in our world as presently constituted, the rampant impunity of certain actors on the globalist scene settles the matter. So there we have an African leader calling out on the Russian disregard for multilateral institutions. So only for that, multilateralism is worthy. Because it's not just about saying that what Russia is doing is wrong. It's about the rest of the world understanding and supporting that it's wrong and that the UN Charter needs to prevail. But how to prioritize the priorities themselves? To some extent, there are a lot of frustration in the systems born of a sense of overload, which is competing priorities coming to a head at the same time. And this was very palatable this year in the high-level week, with 11 official events mandated by the General Assembly. There was the SDG Summit, the Climate Summit, 3 health events, one on the pandemics, one on tuberculosis, one on universal health coverage. There was a big event on financing for development and many others. It gives you a sense of how many problems there are there to be tackled, and that might be the root causes of many of the crises that we're seeing around the world, as Christina was just mentioning. The SDGs remain in focus, but it's still not enough. The priority of the priorities is to reboot the progress on achieving the SDGs. Because as Christina is saying, if at the end of the day there are many parts of the world where people cannot be fed, then it's not surprising that we'll face more instability and insecurity. The Secretary General Guterres has called for a rescue plan and a $500 billion stimulus to accelerate the SDGs, to which the US and the EU are ready to contribute. And I'll come to that in a moment. And then I come to funding. And funding and money, as you can imagine, is key to progress. And we see increasing connections between the UN and the international financial institutions or multilateral development funds. They've heard the calls, and they know that their work needs to be integrated, because we need to prioritize and we all need to work for the same goals. But also, we had there the head of the EIB, the European Investment Bank, which concluded a partnership agreement with UNDP, WHO, FAO, IOM, and UNICEF, are others that expect to join soon. This is an important new nexus because it joins the work that we're doing with our bank, with the work that the UN institutions are doing. But just because you're European after all, and you need to know what your European leaders are doing, the EU collectively mounted an effective performance in New York, despite the challenging context. During the week, the EU leadership was visible on all main themes, with President Michel making keynote interventions on priorities like the pandemic prevention and preparedness response, which you might recall was his idea, and this will help us address pandemics in the future, which again, you know, if you think of COVID is at the heart of many of the inequalities and sufferings that we see in Africa, still today and many other parts of the world. President von der Leyen spoke at the Climate Ambition Summit, where the EU has a good story to tell, and signed the Treaty on Biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, again, something that where the EU stands a great place. And then we had many others in town. But then, as I was saying, we did a lot of outreach. The EU, the African Union, and the UN had a meeting at top level, with the president's level, precisely to address things like peacekeeping missions in Africa, financing the green transition in Africa. We also, the High Representative also co-hosting a ministerial side event on the Middle East peace process, which included Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and the League of Arab States, that he followed up later with bilateral meetings with the Palestinians and separately with the Israelis, with a view to relaunch some hope for the Middle East. They also had the unfortunate opportunity to speak on an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council on Armenia and Azerbaijan that was called while we were in New York as events developed, and to discuss with many other leaders. But overall, Ukraine remained in the spotlight. President Zelensky addressed physically the UN General Assembly for the first time, and that was a powerful speech for the rest of the world. But also, as I was saying, there were many voices in all those countries in Asia, in Africa, that came to support us in our plea for Ukraine, and I think that is very important. Looking ahead, what comes next? The priorities, I think, for us in the year to come, because, okay, I think with a year we have enough to think ahead. The world changes so quickly. First, I think, is the green transition, which, as you know, is a huge priority of the European Union, and it has an important external dimension. Firstly, because if the rest of the world does not join the climate change agenda, we will not make it alone. We cannot remain an island with the rest of the world losing the track on climate change. And for that, we'll need to focus on two things. First, in helping the rest of the world to also do their green transition. And how we're going to do that with the shortage of finance that is around is first mobilizing private funding, and that's something we're trying to do with Global Gateway, which is this big facility for infrastructure that the EU has put forward that, among other things, addresses the necessary infrastructure for third countries to move into green energy. But secondly, by supporting the reform of the multilateral development banks to make sure that they provide more fiscal space for countries around the world to fill the needs of their citizens and to address the climate change, green transition needs. But secondly, we also need to look at the green transition with a more selfish approach and to think about our economic security. And for that, we need to make partnerships with countries around the world that we can rely on to find the raw materials that we need to fund our strategic autonomy and to make sure that that we will be able to finance our green transition, and we will not depend just on one country, but we will diversify our options. And we're in the process of signing critical raw material partnerships with countries like Chile or Namibia, but also with countries in Africa, where they have resources, we have an interest, but we want to help them to extract those resources in a proper way, with due diligence to environmental standards, to labor standards, before others come and do it with no regard to the one or the other. That's the first priority. Secondly, looking at what, hearing Christina, yes, we have to look at the kind of assistance and support we've been giving countries around the world. I was just with Vice President Skinas in Ivory Coast, Guinea, and Senegal earlier this week, to address the migratory issues. And one of the things that the Vice President was saying is that, yes, maybe in the past we have tried to support economic growth in your countries, but maybe we haven't done enough. Maybe we need to look and see if we can do better. At least for now, our financial envelope includes a 10% minimum, and that's 8 billion, that has to go to addressing the root causes of migration. But overall, our packages in third countries address the root causes of migration, because whether it's through infrastructure, through feeding program, what we try to provide is opportunities for those countries to grow. So that's the second, and that with the aim to contribute to the achievement of the SDGs, but also to contribute to promote good governance in those countries, countries where their fiscal systems are more accountable to their citizens, because there's the only way they can mobilize domestic revenue. Third is addressing the external dimension of migration. And migration, as you may see, is a topic that is currently discussed at the European Council, and every time they meet, it will be still discussed in Grenada next week. And, you know, as Vice President was saying, we're not going to stop the flows. People are going to keep coming. And ultimately, there are needs, there are labor needs in Europe. So it's all a matter of managing them properly. We don't want people to sink in the Mediterranean. We don't want Lampedusa to be flooded. We want smart ways to bring those for whom we can provide opportunities to Europe, and make sure that for the others, there are opportunities in their own countries. And it's still making sure that all those that deserve asylum and protection because they're fleeing regimes, they can find the necessary support in Europe, as the international conventions oblige us to. And fourthly, as I said early on, is looking into supporting the multilateral system, because we as Europeans, we thrive on rules and order. And for us, the multilateral system can only be one that will support our view of the world, a world based on good governance and rules. And part of those rules that we will need to look into, and the challenges ahead in the year to come, is everything that has to do with artificial intelligence, which was a topic very much discussed in New York last week. And the Secretary General of the UN is going to appoint in the coming weeks a high-level panel of experts that will do possibly something similar to what the IHCCP does for climate, expert that will do analysis of the threats and the risks of artificial intelligence, with a view that maybe by next summer, when we meet in the Summit of the Future, there will be some proposals of how to govern AI. Because what is clear is that AI can be of benefit for all. It can help us achieve the SDGs, but it can also be a threat, as even the top managers of Meta, X, and others have said. That, I don't know if you saw it, but there was recently a paper signed up for the 100 top stakeholders of the big AI companies and experts in the world, saying that together with pandemics and nuclear, artificial intelligence is the biggest threat to humanity. So again, within the context of what we're going to do in the external dimension, that's something we would like to support the UN into fixing some multilateral governance rule for artificial intelligence. A final maybe point of information, as Christina was talking about the importance of feeding a country like Niger, just a small figure, in 2023, and this was before the coup, the EU had provided almost 37 million of humanitarian assistance to Niger, including some specific envelopes through the WFP, which obviously were addressing the food assistance. It is unfortunate that those events took place, and yes, it is unfortunate what is happening in the Sahel. I think I'll leave it there.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Señora Martínez Carbonell, vamos a comenzar a dar la palabra. Tienen ustedes 2 minutos para las intervenciones y en la primera palabra la tiene el señor George Koukoumas del Parlamento chipriota. Muchas gracias.
Dear colleagues, being coherent in principal position as opposed to using double standards, respecting international law, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, be it Ukraine, Serbia, Republic of Cyprus, or any other country, constantly choosing the path of peace and diplomacy, form the most solid basis for an effective and independent European foreign and security policy. In the case of the tormented Eastern Mediterranean neighborhood, this includes 2 goals which should become Europe's priorities. Firstly, drastically control EU member states' arms export to war zones and authoritarian regimes in the Middle East, which fan the flames of conflicts and clearly contravene even the Council's 2008 common position. European arms trade is the elephant in the room when discussing situation in Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. Secondly, the EU should support and work with the United Nations for the goal for establishment of a zone free of weapons of mass destruction in the Eastern Mediterranean and the broader Middle East, as per its commitment and as the European Parliament endorsed recently. Purging the entire region of nuclear, biological and chemical weapons will be a historic step towards lasting security and peace in our turbulent neighborhood. And the comment on migration. Migration and refugees are wrongly depicted as a threat to Europe's security. All those causing the uprooting of millions of refugees are the threat. The actual issue here is the sincerity and commitment of member states regarding the need for a solidarity and international law-based approach to migration and asylum. The new pact on migration will not work unless it includes a binding mechanism for all member states to host refugees according to their capacity and population. The refusal of certain member states to take their share of responsibility is in fact the real threat. Thank you.
Gracias. Señora Rosalía Ivolia de la Cámara de Diputados de Rumanía.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, please allow me to congratulate Spain for the successful presidency, which is our success too. And based on the excellent presentation and overview made by Madam Managing Director, please, regarding the SDGs, please allow me to base my intervention on the principle that nobody left behind. And I will come back in Europe because, first of all, or may I say, it's very, very important that in order to strengthen the EU's role as global actor in security, in foreign policy and in defense, the EU structure itself must be strengthened through following steps, in our opinion, like a Romanian delegation. First of all, accepting Romania and Bulgaria in the Schengen area. Second, finding and putting into practice the necessary steps to join the countries of Western Balkans in the EU table. And third, strengthening the process of accessing Ukraine and Moldova in the EU and speeding up the process of Georgia too. The role of the parliamentarian dimension and thus our role as the leaders of the committees within the national parliaments is to have a clear voice and to act very, very quickly for a united Europe, for a strong Europe and for a solidar Europe with Ukraine. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación, el señor Germán Tertsch, del Parlamento Europeo. Tiene la palabra. Bien, no se encuentra. Bien, le damos la palabra al señor Pavel Fischer, del Senado de la República Checa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have a reaction to the very inspiring introductory remarks by Cristina Duarte, because in your remarks you spoke about the logic of terrorism taking Sahel population as hostage, providing them at the same time public services and providing basic service to the population. You also mentioned the number of non-constitutional changes of regime in this region. As you know, for instance, my country, Czech Republic, doesn't have a colonial past in Africa. And we try to be engaged there. We have a number of embassies and consular services. We even sent our military, very first time ever, to Africa in order to provide security and to stabilize the situation in which the challenge of so-called Islamic State structures was very high. Nevertheless, we have our soldiers back because the situation on the ground was really impossible for us to continue the mission. And we, as members of parliaments, provide the approval to our militaries to be sent there. And at the same time, we are supposed to control public spending that our countries deliver for humanitarian and development aid. So my question is, if you would like for us to be partner without any conditionality for cooperation with Africa and with African nations where we see such a huge potential of cooperation, how to do this? Because we have a limited amount of resources and we see the huge needs on the ground. We see that in terms of infrastructure build-up, of new jobs, for instance, to provide to all these populations, we simply lack of time, and if we do not respond quickly, the people will move to Europe or to countries that provide them a hope for the better future. What is your recommendation if you see the time so short and resources so short as well, and our responsibility at stake? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra el señor Sebastian Tinkinen del Parlamento finlandés.
The Finnish Parliament has the floor now.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, escalation of the Russian war of aggression involves risks, but so does its prolongation. In practice, Russia is already living in a war economy when it spends more than 30% of its budget on its army and attacking Ukraine. Russia also has a completely different ability to produce goods from the assembly line for this war of attrition while we in the naive West have only just woken up to erecting new production lines. In addition to funding military supplies, humanitarian and training aid, we must support Ukraine by taking a tougher stance in foreign policy as well. We have to make sure that Russia has fewer and fewer supporters. We, the EU countries, are major powers when it comes to providing development aid. How can we at the same time support Ukraine and support countries that accept or stand by when innocent people are slaughtered in Europe? Like a few other countries already, the Finnish government has made a decision to stop giving development aid to countries that support Russia's war of aggression. Aid money is a huge political incentive, and at the end the question is, are we willing to give all the pressure we can to stop the dangerous imperialistic march of our time? I would like to see us all on the same front. We in the EU must stop being naive, childish and stupid. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación tiene la palabra el señor Nikola Mazar del Parlamento croata.
From the Croatian Parliament.
Poštovani predsjedavajući, uvaženi gosti,
Distinguished Mr. Chair, dear guests, colleagues and fellow members of Parliament, Europe became aware of the danger, and this contributed to accelerating the activities to strengthen its defense capabilities, the acquisition of new weapons, and the plan to strengthen European production. Croatia immediately, at the very beginning, condemned the Russian aggression and continuously and strongly have been
Hrvatska je svoju podršku iskazala i kroz ukupnu pomoć koja je do sada iznosi preko 250 milijuna eura, te će kao zemlja koja je nažalost imala bogato iskustvo u razminiranju vlastitoga teritorija biti domaćin međunarodne donatorske konferencije o razminiranju koja će se održati 11. i 12. listopada ove godine. Hrvatska pozdravlja činjenicu da je regija Zapadnog Balkana također prepoznata kao prioritet zajedničke vanjske i sigurnosne politike, te pružamo snažnu podršku proširenju Europske unije na ovu regiju, o čijoj stabilnosti
as the stability of this region affects the union's stability in general.
Nadamo se da će se do kraja ove godine donijeti i nove važne odluke na ovome području. Hrvatska se snažno zalaže za novu fazu institucionalnog odnosa između Bosne i Hercegovine i Europske unije, odnosno za otvaranje pregovora. Republika Hrvatska pozdravlja rezultate postignute u godinu i pol provedbe strateškog kompasa. Još ostaje dosta posla za odraditi, a posebno u pogledu snaga za brzo raspoređivanje. U pogledu odlučivanja u području zajedničke vanjske i sigurnosne politike, Hrvatska zagovara zadržavanje postojećeg rješenja, odnosno zadržavanje principa da se odluke donose jednoglasno. Osim što štite jednakopravnost svih država članica, jednoglasno donesene odluke o zajedničkoj vanjskoj i sigurnosnoj politici jamče solidarnost, vlasništvo i predanost država članica, te njihovu političku snagu, utjecaj i dugoročnu održivost. Takvo odlučivanje osigurava kvalitetniju provedbu odluka, što je i važnije od samog čina usvajanja. Istovremeno, na taj način uklanja se rizik diskriminacije i marginalizacije manjih država članica, a to su elementi koji dugoročno slabe Uniju. Kada je riječ o zajedničkoj vanjskoj i sigurnosnoj politici, moguća poboljšanja, Hrvatska vidi u segmentu priprema rasprava, kvalitetnijih prijedloga za raspravu koji u startu reflektiraju interese i prioritete svih država članica, te daljnjeg rada na izgradnji zajedničke strateške kulture.
on building a common strategic culture. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra la señora Sabine Pilat de la Assemblée nationale française.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Madame Duarte, Madame Carbonel, vous avez mis l'accent vraiment sur l'Afrique. Vous parlez d'Afrique. Est-ce qu'il ne faudrait pas parler des Afriques, d'ailleurs? Parce qu'il y a quand même beaucoup de différences entre les différents États sur le continent africain, avec une émergence aussi des classes moyennes, les économies qui sont très critiques, très dépendantes de l'énergie aussi, comme un peu nous-mêmes. Quels sont les moyens pour vous, pour l'Union européenne, pour contrer les influences d'extérieur qui sont quand même extrêmement présentes, l'influence de la Russie, de la Chine, maintenant aussi du Brésil? Quelles sont nos marges de manœuvre? Merci.
Gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra el señor Lorin Nagsa del Parlamento húngaro.
Gracias. Thank you, Chair. As you well aware, Hungary will take over the presidency of the EU Council in the second half of 2024, and the Hungarian presidency will be committed to support every actor in the implementation of the objectives set out in the strategic compass, with the aim of boosting European security and defense. Even one of the main priorities of the Hungarian presidency is strengthening the defense cooperation in EU level. We aim to focus our CSDP priorities around three main pillars. One, strengthening EU crisis management tools. The second one, boosting the effectiveness of EU capability development. And the third one is really important, building a robust, competitive and innovative European defense technological and industrial base. And this is connected with the earlier mentioned strategic autonomy, what you mentioned in your speech, if we have a great innovative European defense technological and industrial base. The second one, Africa. A lot of you mentioned Africa. We consider Africa as the continent of the future. We should make an effective cooperation with African countries based on mutual respect and not lecturing them. They are important to prevent mass migration, and the EU is capable of showing up some good projects with states, churches and NGOs in Africa between the two continents, and these projects will help the African countries to stay there and prevent mass migration. Thank you very much.
Gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra el señor Marc Desmesmaker del Senado belga. Gracias.
Yes, thank you. And I was a bit intrigued by the remarks of Ms. Martinez on artificial intelligence and calling it possible threat. And can it be a threat? I think so. Can it be an opportunity? For sure as well. But I'm sure it's becoming a reality as we speak. And I'd like to refer to what we are seeing in Ukraine for the moment, which is really a laboratory in which the next form of warfare is being created as we speak. Some call it mosaic warfare, which is a more tactical term that combines conventional platforms with uncrewed systems to achieve advantages on the battlefield. Some will say it's software-defined warfare. In fact, what we are seeing now is most widespread use of AI in the war against Ukraine is geospatial intelligence, used to analyze satellite images, combine it with open source data from social media. Neural networks are used, for example, to combine ground-level photo, drone video footage and satellite imagery to enhance intelligence in unique ways, to produce strategic and tactical intelligence advantages. And what makes this conflict unique is the willingness of private companies, intelligence companies, to assist Ukraine by using artificial intelligence enhanced systems. And in fact, it's a bit of a paradox for me that each day that we see this conflict continue, with people losing their lives in a horrible way, that AI systems are being trained with real data. It's not a game. It's real data from real battleground to become more effective in the in the fighting of the next war, the artificial intelligence war, and not necessarily to end the war in a rapid way. And the question that I have is the use of algorithmics in warfare. It raises legal, it raises ethical questions, not the least the use of autonomous systems, about the extent of human control over lethal force. Secondly, staying ahead. We have to, of course, stay ahead in algorithmic warfare, which requires for us continuous investment in research, in development, training and education, developing the skills and expertise needed, including training military personnel, also policymakers, experts in the field. And last but not least, adaptive strategy and policy formulation, because these rapidly developing technologies, they require us to maintain an adaptive and forward-looking, to have a forward-looking approach in formulating our own defense and security policies. And my question is this all on the radar?
Muchas gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra la señora Naike Gruppioni de la Cámara de Diputados italiana.
Grazie colleghi. Il conflitto russo-ucraino, se da una parte ha sferrato un colpo alla stabilità e alla pace
The conflict between Russia and the Ukraine has undermined stability in Europe, but it's also shown that we are united when it comes to defending our continent. The attack on the Ukraine didn't catch us unprepared. On the contrary, it urged us to provide a unified response as a union when we denounced this barbaric invasion and activated all the necessary tools to bring the Russian advance to a halt. This included, of course, sending military equipment to Kiev. We were able to show how powerful our security policies can be. Jointly with NATO, this bears witness to the great coordination we have in Europe in responding to this crisis. And this response actually has tested Russia quite a lot, and it's provided us with an opportunity to rethink our own structure, opening up to future scenarios. Let's speed up permanent structured cooperation on defense. Let's become better capable at deploying. Let's speed up our procedures for setting up a common fund. But we need to be braver, more courageous. We need to become better aware of the fact that Europe will never be complete unless we actually set up our own defense corps, thus becoming capable of facing up to future threats and challenges and providing a deterrent. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A continuación tiene la palabra el señor Koloman Brenner del Parlamento
Mr. Koloman Brenner from Hungary, I believe.
Dankeschön, Herr Präsident. Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
Mr. President, colleagues,
heutige Diskussion
I would like
in eine historische
to
Perspektive setzen.
put today's discussion into a historic perspective. Both the European Union and the United Nations are going through a second wave of changes as far as the geopolitical, geostrategic world order is concerned, which was established after the Second World War in 1945. The war of aggression of Putin against Ukraine is the second wave after the political change in the years 1989, 1990 in Central and Eastern Europe. That's my belief. And it is very important, as it was stated in the introductory remarks, that the good cooperation of the European nations and the structure of the United Nations have to adjust to these new realities. Second thing I'd like to mention is strategic autonomy. Outside of the strengthening of the defense capabilities of the European Union, I believe it would be of particular importance to not only strengthen the inter-parliamentary dimension, but also the dimension of the citizens. We as parliamentarians have the duty to introduce our citizens to the entire range of problems so that they understand that we need a better cooperation and that they also get to know each other better, because this is the only way in which our European values, rule of law, rights of minorities, etc., can be defended. And my last aspect regarding the rights of national minorities, as a member of the German minority in Hungary, it is extremely important to advance the rights of minorities in a uniform way throughout the entire European Union, because we see the difficulties that develop when these rights are violated, as we are currently seeing in Nagorno-Karabakh and Azerbaijan and in all of the other regions of crises. So it would be better to have a prevention-based approach at the European level by having a uniform way forward.
Gracias, señor Colman-Brenner. A continuación tiene la palabra el señor
From the Lithuanian Parliament.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, parliamentarians, if a hole appears in a ship, the sailors do all they can to fix that hole. They forget about the engines, the compass, and the weather forecast. Just fix that hole. Just the same way, we should primarily focus on Ukraine's victory now. Why? Because we like to repeat that we should deal with causes rather than consequences. And we all know Russia's dirty job behind turmoils in Eastern Europe, Caucasus, Balkans, and Africa. When we speak of the causes of energy price shocks, migration, instrumentalized or not, or bloody conflicts, Russia's influence is hard to overestimate. Hence, if Russia does not get stopped in Ukraine, if Ukraine is forced to a bad, unsustainable truce, Moldova, Georgia, Belarus, Armenia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and many African countries will never be a safe neighborhood. Let's explain it to our neighbors. I dare say, so far we've been hasty to finance, but ignorant of public relations. And that is my question to you, Madam Martinez. What possibilities do you see for improving our communication, our public relations in countries of Africa and elsewhere in the world, when, you know, we do a lot in the continent, but they still support Russia? So that's my question. And let us concentrate on supporting Ukraine. Let's convince our voters that it is more important now than cheap gas or some historic disagreements. Let's pave way for Ukraine's EU and NATO membership, as she has become a security donor rather than recipient in Europe. The Lithuanian Parliament has recently issued a resolution stating that it considers Ukraine ready to start NATO accession negotiations now, and the negotiations themselves do not activate Article 5 of the Northern Treaty. What concerns the long-term challenges of the common and foreign security policy and common defense policy, I think we should stick to the simple formula: keep Ukraine in, America close, Russia out, and China at a safe distance. Thank you.
Muy bien. Gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra el señor Richard Coles del Parlamento de Letonia.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to make some remarks in regards to CFSP, the latest developments. And I wanted to shed a light on not that very nice thing, is that it's been the last time, it was 5 years ago, when the High Representative of the External Action Service of the EU has honored in person this gathering, this conference. 2018, that was the last year when the High Representative of EU talked to the national parliament representatives on the matters that relates to common security, defense policy, and foreign policy. I think that also is food for thought. On top of that, when I look at the list of participants, I see at the candidate status area 2 countries, Serbia and Turkey. Interesting, especially the latest developments in the Balkans. But no representatives from Ukraine, no representative from Moldova. What is that? I don't think that is something that on Ukrainian side they didn't want it to come. Is that intentional? Or there is an error of those who are organizing this gathering? For Ukraine not being present, that says a lot, especially knowing who are present from the candidate countries. So now on the practicalities for the latest developments on the CFSP, I would suggest that we have developed the strategic compass. We have looked during the Sweden presidency on the high north. Now we're looking with Spanish on the global south. And what we are lacking is that we enshrine our principles with the third countries. So if we have the development assistance with the African continent and the countries, it has to be reviewed. Because what we are witnessing right now, the great exodus from Africa in Italy, that is no coincidence. That is modus operandi of Russia in Sahel, and that is not because of EU presence in Africa. So last but not least, of course, is the trade agreements. Do we enshrine our principles in the trade agreements as well? And we stick to those when it comes to dealing with the third countries in particular. And last but not least, if I may, Chair, just the last one, we should put for the candidate countries, whatever round there are right now, the compliance with the CFSP and CSDP policy the next round. If that is not met, there is no talks for the future accession. Thank you.
Gracias. Señor Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. Now I give the floor to George Karoulas of the Parliament of Cyprus.
Everybody in this room is determined to work for peace, security, stability, for human rights, but we must have in mind that any country, a country who aspires to contribute to the solution of the Ukrainian crisis or any other crisis in the world through EU or the UN, must be primarily a rational model itself, especially when, before a week, Turkey refused to the Secretary General of the UN the appointment of a special representative of the UN for the Cyprus issue. Turkey has to solve, firstly, the Cyprus issue through the UN, especially when this country aspires to become a full member, as a member state of the European Union, and still trespasses human rights in Cyprus, other places, even in Turkey, and is responsible for war crimes and still threatening in the Eastern Mediterranean to conquer Cyprus even in one night. Finally, the international community and EU, we should demand that Turkey should work on a positive agenda immediately, respecting the international law, the Euro-Atlantic values and principles for peace, democracy and stability. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Karoulas.
Thank you, Mr. Karoulas.
Toma la palabra el
now,
señor Daniel Loret del Parlamento búlgaro.
From the Bulgarian Parliament has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear fellow parliamentarians, we've all come to agree today that the biggest challenge to our common foreign and security policy here in Europe is the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And I want to offer you 3 words that I believe are the best antidote to this major problem we're facing. And the 3 words are expansion, 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 enlargement, enlargement, and enlargement. Enlargement to new countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. They all deserve candidate status. That is the best antidote to the partial occupation of their sovereign territory by Russia. Expansion or enlargement of European values and principles. And here I want to refer to the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh we've mentioned several times today. It's paramount that the European Union acts to prevent human rights abuse and to make sure that both sides achieve a peaceful resolution. Hence, the meeting on the 5th of October in Granada is paramount. And finally, I'd like to mention expansion of existing EU treaties. Letting both my country, Bulgaria, and Romania into the Schengen free movement zone is paramount to counter Russian interference into the political processes. Thank you.
Gracias. Toma la palabra el señor Stefanos Gikas del Parlamento griego.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, a few words about the migration issue. We confirm our will to contribute constructively with the aim of reaching consensus on the European Pact on Migration and Asylum. We need also to focus on reducing the level of irregular arrivals to the European Union and on providing a mandatory solidarity mechanism to ensure that all EU member states contribute to better migration management in a fair and equal manner. Work needs to be done to strengthen legal and operational aspects of external border surveillance, to dismantle smuggling networks, to disrupt the supply chain of criminal networks, and to prevent departure of vessels that do not comply with international safety standards. These are challenges, and we have to face them. We also need to work constructively on the external dimension of migration to ensure that safe alternatives pathways are available to those in need of protection and that legal migration opportunities in line with the needs and capacities of the host societies and the national labour markets are available to potential migrants. Finally, the ongoing negotiations for the European solution to the asylum challenges should take into account the developments that have been taking place since the beginning of the Ukrainian crisis at the European level. To deal with the Ukrainian refugee crisis, the European Union took a step in the right direction, that of creating a common European area of protection, which we believe will be the rational consequence of a common European asylum. Thank you.
Gracias. Toma la palabra el señor Hulusi Akar del Parlamento turco.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. In addition to what I said before the noon about the ongoing issues in Cyprus, around Cyprus, and also in Azerbaijan, I'd like to say a few things more. The recent developments highlighted once again the significance of the cooperation between EU and Turkey in defense and security affairs and the key role of Turkey within NATO. Today, one of the pressing challenges NATO faces is terrorism. Turkey is an active and constructive member of NATO, sharing NATO's and the EU's values and responsibilities. Turkey is the only NATO member that has long been fighting simultaneously against various terrorist organizations. Turkey is the last barrier, please remember, between Europe and the terrorism. Turkey's fight against terrorist organizations in Iraq and in Syria is protecting Europe's and NATO's borders against both terrorism and illegal immigration. A mindset ignoring terrorists who attack a member of alliance, kill its security forces, and massacre innocent people is incompatible with the spirit of friendship and alliance. Dear colleagues, you may have heard yesterday we had a terrorist attack by PKK in Ankara. In this attack, our 2 police officers were injured. One terrorist blew himself up and another was neutralized by our security forces. Our fight against terrorists continues incessantly, and we expect our allies, you, to support our efforts. On the other hand, the EU seems to aim to improve cooperation and solidarity with NATO on the axis of foreign and security policies. As a NATO member, we would like to underline that this must not damage NATO solidarity. Our NATO allies have resolutely fought against terrorist organizations in many regions of the world. We expect them to show the same resolute attitude against the PKK, YPG, FETÖ terrorist organizations. In this regard, we have the right to expect our allies to behave in accordance with the spirit of alliance. Meanwhile, restrictions on the export licenses are against Turkey, and the support provided to terrorist organizations disrupt the solidarity among allies. As you know, Turkey has fulfilled all its responsibilities under NATO for 70 years, more than 70 years, and will continue to do so in the future. I would like to reiterate that Turkey is always in favor of peace and friendship and wants to solve all problems within the framework of good neighborly relations. This is Turkey's main policy. The defense strategy of Turkey is also based on the principles of maintaining respectful and friendly relations with its friends, allies, and neighbors, while protecting and safeguarding its vital national interests. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Lucy. A continuación, el señor Borko Stefanovic, del Parlamento Serbio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We're really honored to be here in front of Serbia as a candidate country. And although I come from the strongest opposition party in Serbia, I have to say several lines to you. First of all, we are a region in Europe that feels absolutely forgotten in European integration process. Serbia, like the rest of the Western Balkans, should be really checked and, introduced to the almost imminent joining European Union exclusively on the merit-based approach. But at the same time, we really fully support announcements and ideas that the whole of the Western Balkans could, and I stress, could join European Union by 2030. I think it's really encouraging, and this is exactly what people in the Western Balkans need. Without resolving full integration of the Western Balkans into the European Union, we would face all the hardships coming and stemming from Russian aggression to Ukraine, with absolutely unresolved, empty hole standing in the soft belly of Europe. That is absolutely unacceptable from any point of view, political, security, economical, cultural. Make sure, sir, that we are absolutely determined to come back home to Europe. Europe is our home. We are not visitors. We are not aliens. We are equals, and we are coming back home, and we will bring all the rest from the Western Balkans, and at the same time resolving our own inner problems, including the dialogue with Pristina, which has to be based on equal results, concrete results, and the full respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity for all countries, like we do fully support Ukrainian territorial integrity and absolutely condemn Russian aggression on Ukraine. So on that behalf, we believe that the dialogue with Pristina is the only way out, and de-escalation is the only way out, and we can do it by democratization of the region, not other way around. Thank you so much.
Gracias. Y ya para finalizar, la señora Süreyya Onens del Parlamento Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable colleagues, distinguished delegates, as Deputy of the Republican People's Party from Turkish delegation, I'm honored to stand before you today at this Inter-Parliamentary conference. And as we gather here to discuss the new geopolitical challenges and crises that have unfolded, I wish to emphasize Turkey's unwavering support for EU actors and its commitment to addressing these pressing challenges. As Turkey, one of the most important strategic collaborators of the EU countries, we emphasize the importance of solidarity and unity in the face of these challenges. We firmly believe that the interests of EU member states, as well as non-EU member states, are interlinked, and Turkey, as a NATO member and a key partner, stands committed and ready to engage constructively in shaping EU security and defense policy discussions. We obviously believe that the current CFSP, CSDP operation sphere necessitates coordinated, united, and integrated responses. These responses should be inspired by democratic values with a strong emphasis on gender equality, the women, peace and security agenda, the Safe Schools Initiative, and support for the World Food Programme security. As the Republican People's Party, we would like to reaffirm our commitment to Turkey's working hand in hand with our EU partners and supporting the European Union in addressing the great challenges of our time. Together, we can build a safer, more secure, and prosperous future for all. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias a todos por
Thank
su
you
brevedad,
to you all and
por
for
su
keeping
síntesis,
your comments
sus
short
exposiciones.
and for being very
Y a
concise.
continuación,
Thank you
para
for
cerrar
all of your
el debate,
interventions. And to
le daré la
close the
palabra,
debate, I'll give the
en primer
floor,
lugar, a la
first
señora
of all, to
Cristina Duarte.
Mrs. Cristina Duarte.
The parliamentary from Republic of Czech. In his intervention, I register, I would say, three critical words. No colonial past, which nowadays, in the relationship with Africa, I can assure you is a huge asset. No conditionality and limited resources. Let's start for limited resources. You're right, the parliamentary from Republic of Czech, limited resources. As we speak, Africa already finances more than 75% of its own development, and more than 75%. As we speak, ODA is around $57 billion, the way channeled to Africa. And this amount, in relative terms, will become smaller and smaller and smaller. So Europe reached a stage that it needs to approach ODA effectiveness essentially not from an amount standpoint, but from a quality standpoint. What to do with this money? Where to invest in Africa? And this is the question. And I believe that the new strategy EU partnership with Africa, I'm sure, address this issue. As we speak, Europe faces ODA effectiveness. So not only the amount in relative terms is getting smaller and smaller, which means marginal. We're talking about 57 billion, where Africa is already financing its own development with more than $900 billion. But it's also become smaller because on an annual basis, Africa loses $500 billion. On an annual basis, Africa loses $500 billion. ODA, being 57, is around 10% of the amount that Africa loses, which means that on an annual basis, $500 billion, Africa has the capacity to generate $500 billion. I cannot lose something that I don't have. I lose my mobile if I have a mobile. If I don't have, I cannot lose. So Africa has the capacity to generate economic flows and financial flows. Africa has no capacity to mobilize them. Let's connect these two dots. The fact that you face an ODA effectiveness. Second, ODA in relative terms will become smaller and smaller. What to do to keep this flow meaningful? And this is the question. And now I connect this with the fact that Africa generates $500 billion, but has no capacity to mobilize them. ODA can play a role. And this is a win-win situation for Africa and for Europe. If ODA flows can be channeled to help Africa stop losing on an annual basis $500 billion, this will be a win situation for Africa because national budgets will start rescuing, let's say, fiscal space. And when a country starts enjoying fiscal space means that it can enjoy policy space, exercise higher levels of ownership, change the risk profile of the country. Also is a win situation for Europe because I do believe that if ODA flows are used to support Africa, build strong country systems, to help Africa avoid losing $500 billion, of course, ODA effectiveness will improve. So within this scenario, limited resources can be more than compensated by making them meaningful, impactful in terms of supporting African countries in addressing the SDGs. How we bring homegrown school feeding in this equation? Apparently, it has no relationship. You're talking about fiscal space. You're talking about $500 billion, the money, the amount of resource that Africa loses. How can we fit homegrown school feeding? In this scenario, and take account the increase in instability in Africa, where Africa in the past 5 years has become the epicenter of terrorism worldwide, I do believe that homegrown school feeding, being a such simple and plain vanilla program, with a rate of return $1 to $9, can be reshaped, can be redesigned to be a multi-sector program, in the sense that, besides delivering scholarization, nutrition, gender parity, and health prevention, use homegrown school feeding to deliver social cohesion in Africa. Because when you feed a child, you feel the mother in Africa. When you feel the mother, you feel the family. When you feed the family, you feel the community. If you attach homegrown, meaning that you can use village agriculture to feed the school programs, then you can make the same program a tool to revamp food systems transformation in Africa. But also you can use the homegrown school feeding to squeeze off-grid and mini-grid solutions, we'd say green solutions, and bring energy to this village. Because to deliver a school feeding program, WFP needs to undertake a co-creation process to create a structure to manage the school feeding, because the state is not there. The state is absent, and this is the root cause of conflict in Africa. If we can use the same structure to squeeze also off-grid and mini-grid solutions, bring energy. Once you bring energy, you open a door to bring climate adaptation solutions. So the potential of homegrown school feeding is huge, and maybe might be an opportunity to increase the effectiveness rate of European ODA flows. The driver is financing for development. Again, let's use ODA flows to, at the same time that we support the revamping of school feeding in Africa, at the same time, let's use ODA flows to help that same country start building strong domestic resource mobilization systems. So in 5-year times, the national budget takes over school feeding. I did that in Cape Verde as Minister of Finance. In 2010, WFP withdrew from school feeding in Cape Verde. And thanks to a process essentially institutional and policy-driven in Cape Verde, the national budget was ready to take over 100% of the school feeding program. So basically, my call under a pen for a gun, if we want to deliver durable peace in Africa, we better deliver development. And that is impossible to deliver sustainable development if we don't put intangible assets at the right place on the right time. Thank you very much.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, señora Duarte.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duarte. Now I give the floor to Belén Martínez Carbonell to
Muchas gracias.
close
Thanks a lot.
this session.
Just 4 points quickly to come back to some of the issues that have been raised. But before I say so, there was a reference to the HVP. The HVP is today in Kiev, where for the first time the Council of Foreign Affairs is meeting outside Europe and is doing so in Kiev. So I think there is no question that his priorities are right. If I hear the room, this is the most important topic, and the fact that he's been in Kiev, he's visited Odessa, which is important for food and the rest of the world, and he's paying his honors to the Ukrainian authorities, is more important, with all due respect, than them being here today. I think it's an optimal use of his time. Then 4 points on my side. First, a lot has been said on the Russian aggression against Ukraine, what I think you discussed at length with Luke this morning. On my side, maybe a couple of complementary points. First, in case it wasn't raised this morning, but besides the risk of artificial intelligence, is the whole disinformation, manipulation of information that is also pretty scary, and that the manipulation information, disinformation linked to the use of artificial intelligence for that purpose is another battle that we're playing these days in the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Secondly, as someone mentioned, the battle goes much broader than the battlefield. The energy disengagement from Russia is also part of that battle, and we are proud to say that we've won that battle, and the European energy autonomy today compared to what it was at the time of the Russian aggression is a proof of that, and our capacity to become more autonomous. Thirdly, many references have been made to the support of third countries, including some general assessments that Africa supports Russia. And I think in the light of what the French representatives say, there's not one Africa, there are many Africas. There's not one global south, there are many global souths. And I think nothing is black or white. There are some countries for which it's totally black, and we kind of given up. We don't even plead for their votes, and that's a minority of countries. But in the last resolution we passed in the UN, we had more than 140 votes. And that's only positive votes. If you add up the abstentions, which for many countries are more difficult you get. If you think Mongolia, which is landlocked between a hard rock and a deep sea, and it still managed to put an abstention. Some abstentions take more effort on a government, more courage than some positive votes. So I think overall the world is moving towards supporting the UN Charter. And I quoted earlier President Ruto of Kenya, and I think his voice represents many voices these days. But what can we do? How can we do outreach? As I said, the 130 more countries that the EU leaders talked to in the UN was precisely for that, to explain our position, to listen to them. And the solution is not to isolate them, but rather to explain to them, to talk to them, and to address their needs as well. And the same could be said for many European citizens who might need also a bit of attention and explanation, and for that, who better placed than all of you. My second point is regarding comments on strategic autonomy, and in particular, 2 points. Generally, strategic autonomy, the Commission put forward a communication a few months ago on economic security, and this week is going to publish a list of technologies which transfer could be a risk for European security. And I can't disclose the list, it's still being discussed in the Commission, but among them will be artificial intelligence. And then a risk assessment will be done, and maybe some burdens and impediments could be put into the transfers of those technologies from Europe to third countries. The US government did something similar this summer and identified artificial intelligence, quantum, and a couple more which I can't recall. So that is very much in our radar screen. The EU is the only actor that has put a proposal on the table on regulating artificial intelligence. It's been discussed in the trilogue between the European Parliament and the Council, hopefully to be finalized before the end of the Spanish Presidency. And the world is watching because they know we could be the model for others to be inspired. And that's quite interesting as well. And then a third point, enlargement, that has been mentioned by many of you. I think if I didn't mention it in my intervention, it's because it's not my file, but obviously enlargement remains the priority at short term and long term for the EU, and I think there's no question that that's in the leaders' agenda, and that's going to be very much in the Granada Declaration that will be put out next week. And finally, I couldn't leave this room without saying that human rights and gender equality, of course, remain in our radar screen, whether it's in multilateral level, bilateral level, in our daily work. It's really at the heart of my work, and I can tell you that I'm almost a nuisance to my team of the amount of effort and importance that I give to these files, because I do believe that for the world to be fairer, we need to bring in the 50% of the population which is not yet properly taken care of and respected, and we need to make sure that everybody's rights, universal individual rights, are respected by all. And with that, I leave it with you. Thanks.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias. A continuación, rápidamente, vamos a la cuarta sesión, que le daremos paso sobre defensa europea. Muchas gracias.
Session 4 on European defense. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you so much for being here in Madrid in this important Inter-Parliamentary conference. Thank you so much for your contribution during this long working day. This is our last panel, but last but not least, my name is Antonio Gutierrez. I am the former president of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Spanish Senate, and then the vice president in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. As you know, this international organization was the first that expelled Russian Federation after the invasion of Ukraine. And now on, I would like to speak in Spanish, if you don't mind. Queridos colegas, yo creo que a lo largo de este día hay una idea central que todos hemos expuesto. La idea de que la guerra de Putin no es solamente una guerra contra Ucrania, sino que es una guerra contra el mundo libre. Es una guerra contra los valores y los principios que la Unión Europea ha ido construyendo juntos después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Es una guerra contra la democracia, el Estado de Derecho y los derechos humanos. Pero yo además pienso que que no es suficiente con un tema declarativo. Yo creo que hay que actuar. Decía Napoleón a sus generales durante la guerra de Eilan, cuando la caballería rusa iba a empezar a atacar, decía a sus generales, tranquilos, caballeros, discutan sin prisa, pero cuando llegue el momento de actuar, dejen de hablar tanto y actúen. Después de 1 año y medio de guerra, eso es, creo que lo que necesita la Unión Europea. Conseguir de una vez por todas una gran apuesta por su ampliación, por su integración, para poder convertirse en un actor global fiable y confiable. Y creo que tenemos que tomar algunas decisiones más. Tenemos que romper con la tiranía de la toma de decisiones por unanimidad. Es imposible poder avanzar en el mundo geopolítico con decisiones tomadas por unanimidad de todos los miembros que conformamos la Unión Europea. Y tenemos también que aumentar y fortalecer y coordinar la base industrial de nuestra defensa. Incrementar y reorganizar el Fondo Europeo de Defensa y la Agencia Europea de Defensa y la PESCO. Esas son las grandes apuestas, las grandes decisiones, más allá también de los meros temas declarativos. Porque, queridos colegas, si la guerra de Ucrania se prolonga y se quiebra de nuevo la unidad europea, como ya pasó en la guerra de los Balcanes, la idea de una Europa como actor global ya no será posible en el futuro. Por lo tanto, es ahora o nunca, y esa es la gran apuesta que tiene la Unión Europea en los próximos tiempos. Y ya sin más, queridos colegas, voy a deciros que ahora tenemos la intervención de 2 oradores de primer nivel. Es un orgullo poder contar con la presencia del jefe de Estado Mayor de la Defensa, el almirante Pedro López Calderón, y del secretario general de Política de Defensa, el almirante Juan Francisco Martínez Muñoz. Muchísimas gracias por estar esta tarde aquí con nosotros. Es un honor tenerlos aquí en esta conferencia interparlamentaria. Y siguiendo lo previsto en el programa y sabiendo que tenemos muy poco tiempo, cedo en primer lugar la palabra al jefe de Estado Mayor de la Defensa, el almirante Pedro López Calderón, para su intervención principal. Adelante.
Pues muchas gracias, senador. Señoras y señores parlamentarios, almirante, secretario general de Política de Defensa, muy buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, en primer lugar, quiero agradecer a la presidenta del Congreso de los Diputados y al presidente del Senado español su invitación para participar en esta conferencia interparlamentaria y, en concreto, por la oportunidad de exponer una perspectiva de naturaleza puramente militar sobre la defensa europea y los desafíos de la política común de seguridad y defensa de la Unión Europea. Creo que es un tema de máxima relevancia para la construcción europea, más en un momento en que se están viviendo cambios radicales en las relaciones internacionales con una importante repercusión en el ámbito de la seguridad y defensa. Aunque sea de todos conocidos, y para enmarcar mis palabras, comenzaré mi intervención haciendo un breve resumen del escenario geoestratégico actual. A continuación, mencionaré brevemente la contribución española a las misiones y operaciones militares de la Unión Europea y haré unas reflexiones sobre el futuro de estas misiones. Posteriormente abordaré lo que desde el punto de vista militar consideramos que es vital para la defensa europea, que es nada más y nada menos que la implementación de la brújula estratégica, en castellano Strategic Compass. Para finalizar, y después, por supuesto, y después de la intervención del secretario general de Política de Defensa, por supuesto, estaré abierto a cualquier tipo de coloquio, comentario o pregunta que se quiera hacer y que creo que es lo más interesante de esta sesión. Bien, como he dicho, comenzando con el escenario geoestratégico actual, es indudable que la ilegítima e injustificada guerra de agresión de Rusia contra Ucrania ha venido a cambiar completamente el paradigma de seguridad y defensa. Lo ha hecho de forma radical y, en cierto modo, sorpresiva. Si bien las intenciones del presidente Putin se hicieron evidentes desde su intervención, en la que ya es famosa Conferencia de Seguridad de Múnich del año 2007. Entonces, el presidente ruso dejó claro su propósito de oponerse a la incorporación de los países del espacio postsoviético en el bloque occidental, reservándose para sí el estatus de potencia dominante en la región y negando a esos países la libertad de elegir su propio destino en el ámbito internacional. Quizás en ese momento no evaluamos correctamente sus palabras y determinación y por ello no se reaccionó adecuadamente a la invasión de Crimea y a los sucesos del Donbass del año 2014. Esta postura más asertiva de Rusia comenzó materializándose mediante acciones híbridas en la denominada zona gris, es decir, acciones que pretenden conseguir objetivos estratégicos sin traspasar el umbral del conflicto armado. Pero en febrero de 2022, Putin dio un paso más allá con la invasión de Ucrania a gran escala, violando la Carta de las Naciones Unidas sin ningún reparo. Esto ha devuelto la guerra convencional de alta intensidad a suelo europeo y supone un cuestionamiento a todo sistema de valores y derechos individuales del modelo democrático occidental. La guerra en Ucrania ha empujado a Rusia, a su vez, a estrechar su asociación estratégica y a depender económicamente de China, la otra potencia revisionista del orden mundial basado en reglas. Esta situación va a incrementar el poder del gigante asiático como actor global. Un actor que ya no solo está centrado en el crecimiento económico, sino que tiene una postura cada vez más asertiva en la consecución de sus propios intereses. En el terreno militar, China está haciendo evolucionar sus fuerzas armadas históricamente enfocadas a la defensa del territorio continental a otras con capacidad de proyección, con la finalidad de salvaguardar su esfera de influencia económica y garantizar sus líneas de suministro, vinculándolas a su seguridad nacional. Así, a medio plazo, China se convertirá en una potencia militar capaz de alterar el escenario de seguridad regional e incluso el global. Con respecto a África, con independencia de que el foco de atención ahora se centre en Ucrania, es un continente que no podemos olvidar por lo que significará para Europa. El continuo auge del terrorismo yihadista se une una más que preocupante influencia por parte de Rusia y China, y que están ejerciendo principalmente sobre estados africanos frágiles, promoviendo un sentimiento antieuropeo que busca desplazarnos y ocupar el espacio que dejamos. Para ello, China se vale principalmente de su enorme capacidad económica, pero también se está posicionando militarmente, como demuestra la construcción de su base naval en Djibouti y su intento de construir otra en el Golfo de Guinea. Por su parte, Rusia se ofrece como un socio y proveedor alternativo de seguridad que no impone ninguna exigencia al Estado anfitrión, salvo la correspondiente compensación económica, actuando con frecuencia a través de compañías militares privadas capaces de aplicar la fuerza sin restricciones y sin el menor respeto al derecho humanitario ni al derecho de los conflictos armados. Ante el deterioro de la situación de seguridad en estos países, causada principalmente por los grupos terroristas, la tentación de caer en las soluciones expeditivas que proporciona Rusia es muy grande. Pero esta deriva solo va a perpetuar el ciclo de inestabilidad en la región, en perjuicio de la población local y también de la Unión Europea, al favorecer los flujos de inmigración irregular, los tráficos ilícitos de todo tipo y la expansión del terrorismo. En este entorno geoestratégico, el futuro se torna complicado e incierto, más volátil, inestable y menos seguro. Ante ello, Europa tiene que dotarse de una capacidad de disuasión creíble e incrementar su alistamiento para una defensa efectiva para el caso que fallara la disuasión. Ello sin olvidar su compromiso de proyección de estabilidad en su entorno próximo, a lo que deben contribuir las misiones y operaciones de la Unión Europea. El camino hacia este objetivo es el que marca la brújula estratégica que abordaré más adelante. Antes me gustaría hacer unas reflexiones acerca de las operaciones y misiones de naturaleza militar de la Unión Europea en marcha. Lo primero que me gustaría destacar es la contribución de España a la política común de seguridad y defensa a través de estas misiones y operaciones militares. Y es que España es en estos momentos el segundo país contribuyente, aportando más de un 15% de toda la fuerza desplegada. Actualmente España participa en todas las operaciones y misiones a excepción de EUNAVFOR y Guinea, siendo el principal contribuyente en EUTM Mali y EUNAVFOR Atalanta, con una participación permanente desde sus comienzos en las misiones en Somalia y la República Centroafricana, y realizando un esfuerzo muy significativo en EUMAM, Ucrania, donde ya se han superado este año los 2.000 ucranianos que han sido adiestrados en territorio español, número que llegará a superar los 3.000 al final de este año. A estas misiones y operaciones hay que añadir las presencias marítimas coordinadas, facilitando sinergias entre los Estados miembros que estén presentes en un área de interés específica. España participa regularmente en la del Golfo de Guinea. En todas las operaciones y misiones de todas las operaciones y misiones de la Unión Europea, Atalanta es probablemente el caso de éxito más destacable. Ha alcanzado sus objetivos plenamente al controlar el problema de la piratería en el Golfo de Adén y costas de Somalia. Sin embargo, y a pesar del éxito, no es posible bajar todavía la guardia. La presencia naval será necesaria hasta que Somalia sea un Estado funcional capaz de proporcionarse su propia seguridad. Por el contrario, las misiones de adiestramiento, las EUTM de la Unión Europea, han mostrado cierta incapacidad para lograr resultados significativos y duraderos. Aunque se podría atribuir a la desafección de los estados africanos con los valores que trata de transmitir la Unión Europea, considero que para que Europa sea vista como el socio preferente y proveedor principal de seguridad en África, es necesario complementar las tareas de asesoramiento, formación y entrenamiento de las fuerzas locales que hemos hecho hasta ahora con las de equipamiento, acompañamiento en operaciones y, cuando sea necesario, con el apoyo de determinados capacitadores. No hay más que ver el modelo de la coalición en Irak, que funciona así y que, en efecto, está dando buenos resultados. Por otra parte, otro factor a tener en cuenta es la insuficiente coordinación de los esfuerzos y herramientas civiles y militares que propugna el concepto de enfoque integral o de comprehensive approach. La realidad ante esta ausencia de resultados tangibles es que algunos países africanos han buscado nuevos socios, como indicaba anteriormente al hablar del panorama geoestratégico actual. Así, se está produciendo una progresiva disminución de la presencia de la Unión Europea en África y una ocupación de este vacío por Rusia principalmente y, en menor medida, por China. Pasando ahora a la brújula estratégica, los países miembros de la Unión Europea han sido conscientes de estos cambios en el entorno geoestratégico y, compartiendo una visión común, acordaron la adopción de este documento como camino hacia una Unión Europea más fuerte y capaz en el ámbito de la seguridad y defensa para convertirse en un auténtico proveedor de seguridad. Como bien saben ustedes, la brújula estratégica se basa en 4 pilares. Act, para ser capaz de actuar de forma más rápida y decisiva en caso de crisis. Secure, para proteger a los ciudadanos frente a las amenazas crecientes. Invest, para obtener las capacidades y tecnologías necesarias. Y Partner, para actuar junto a otros socios con los que se comparten objetivos comunes. Es un documento cargado de buenas ideas y traza una ruta muy concreta. Sin embargo, debe superar desafíos internos de la propia Unión Europea para el éxito de su implementación. La falta de procedimientos y herramientas adecuadas, los múltiples obstáculos administrativos, el complejo entramado de la propia Unión y los intereses dispares de diferentes actores y de los Estados miembros se están convirtiendo en el talón de Aquiles de la propia brújula. Y sería una gran oportunidad perdida si finalmente el documento no llega a implementarse plenamente. Desde luego hay avances. Por ejemplo, en el desarrollo del European Union Rapid Deployment Capacity, principal apuesta de la Unión Europea para dotarse de esa capacidad militar creíble para responder de forma rápida. En el camino hacia su capacidad operativa plena en 2025, este año España acoge y proporciona la mayor parte de la fuerza para su ejercicio principal, que es el primer ejercicio con fuerza sobre el terreno tipo LIBEX, que tendrá como audiencia principal de adiestramiento al MPCC, que actuará como cuartel general de operaciones y tendrá lugar este mismo mes de octubre en la provincia de Cádiz. Sin embargo, creo necesario llamar la atención sobre aspectos relacionados con la financiación, porque el sistema utilizado hasta la fecha con los European Union Battle Group hace que la mayor parte de los costes de participación en el alistamiento de capacidades o la participación en las misiones y operaciones recaigan sobre los países que aportan fuerzas, lo que ha conducido a que nunca se hayan empleado. La brújula estratégica, cuando desarrolla el camino para alcanzar la capacidad de actuar conjuntamente, establece como propósito ampliar las posibilidades de financiación de los costes comunes de despliegues y ejercicios de la RDC. No materializarlo supondría seguir en una situación en la que se desincentiva una mayor implicación de los países y se cuestiona el principio de solidaridad entre Estados miembros. Afortunadamente, aunque solo haya sido para el ejercicio de este año y de forma provisional, ya se han dado algunos pasos en esta dirección. Por el contrario, hay otros aspectos que todavía requieren encontrar una solución específica de financiación común que permitan a la Unión Europea ejercer de forma efectiva la capacidad militar de planeamiento y conducción. Evidentemente, la fuerza no es empleable si no existe alguien que la pueda mandar. Por ello, mientras no se cuente con los sistemas de información y comunicaciones para que el MPCC pueda actuar como cuartel general estratégico, tanto para mandar operaciones como misiones de la Unión Europea, ejecutivas y no ejecutivas, no podrá ser posible hacer el uso de esta fuerza, tal y como señala la brújula estratégica. En resumen, aunque la generación de la RDC progresa, si bien con un grado de avance dispar en las diferentes líneas de trabajo que la desarrollan, hay cuestiones que requieren una mayor atención. A continuación, me gustaría referirme a otros aspectos que también considero fundamentales para la plena y efectiva implementación de la brújula estratégica. El primero de ellos es la necesidad de considerar en profundidad los aspectos militares en la estrategia espacial de la Unión Europea para la seguridad y la defensa. Es un hecho que el espacio es ya un dominio operativo, donde se desarrollan operaciones militares. La guerra de Ucrania demuestra claramente que nuestros competidores estratégicos ya lo han comprendido y, aunque no nos gusta admitirlo, sería cerrar los ojos a la realidad pensar que el espacio no está ya militarizado. Por ello, la seguridad en el espacio no será completa si no se tiene esto en cuenta. Así, creo conveniente que el nivel político también, esto es otro cambio que creo que podemos avanzar, que el nivel político de la Unión Europea sea asesorado de una manera mucho más eficiente y efectiva por el Comité Militar de la Unión Europea. Por ello, estamos promoviendo varias iniciativas al amparo de nuestra presidencia de turno con el objetivo de que las conclusiones del Consejo a la Estrategia Espacial de Seguridad y Defensa aborden adecuadamente la dimensión de seguridad, no solo de su acepción en inglés de safety,
not
también de security,
thinking just about
y
safety,
también
but also
la
about
dimensión de la
security,
defensa de
and
manera
also
que
the
se
defense
asegure la capacidad
dimension,
de la
so
Unión
that
Europea
the
para
capability of
optar
the European Union can be
militarmente,
ensured
para operar
to be
militarmente
able
en
to
todos los
operate
dominios y estar
militarily
preparados
in
para
all
actuar en caso
domains
de
and to be
crisis.
ready to act in times of
Otro
crisis.
aspecto finalmente que considero
Another
muy
aspect
relevante
that I feel
es
is
asegurar
relevant
que ese
is to
asesoramiento
guarantee
militar
that
que nombré
military
antes a nivel
assessment that
político
I mentioned before
se
at a
realiza
political
de
level
una manera
should
efectiva,
be done
de forma que
effectively
la dirección
so that
de la actuación militar de la Unión
the
Europea
management
permita
of
hacerlo con
Europe's
el apoyo o con,
military
digamos, la
actions
experiencia
can be
de todos
done
los
with the
miembros del
support
Comité
and
Militar.
experience of all the
Por
members
ello, dentro
of
del marco
the
normativo ya
military committee.
existente,
Within the existing framework,
queremos potenciar que el
we would
Comité
like
Militar,
to
que ya es el principal
promote
órgano
that
asesor
committee, which is
del Comité Político y Seguridad en materia
key
militar,
body
y
that is
también
advising
lo es
the
del propio
Security and
del alto
Defense
representante,
Policy Committee, and is also
revise, digamos, la forma de
there to
actuación
help. The High
para mejorar
Representative
de la
should
mejor
review
manera
the way
posible
it acts to be
esas,
able to
digamos, responsabilidades que
ensure
tiene
that
concedidas
those
de
responsibilities
asesoramiento y,
that have
sobre
been
todo,
assigned to it,
de seguimiento en la
assessment,
dirección y conducción
advice,
de las
can
operaciones.
be better performed.
En resumen, y con esto termino, considero que el Comité Militar debería de tener también, y esto es una cosa que habría que estudiar, una participación algo más activa en los procesos de toma de decisión, incluyendo en esto a la propia Comisión Europea, que cada día está más involucrada en los aspectos relacionados a la seguridad y defensa. Con esto termino un flash de una serie de cosas que creo que desde el ámbito militar nos preocupan a todos los países. Y bueno, ya le paso la palabra al secretario general de la Política de Defensa, almirante.
The Admiral, Secretary General for Defence Policy. Thank you.
Almirante, senador Antonio Gutiérrez, señorías, señoras y señores, buenas tardes. Permítanme comenzar con un saludo muy especial a dos parlamentarios como ustedes que han ejercido anteriormente la responsabilidad de ministros de Defensa. Me refiero al señor Hulusi Akar, de Turquía, y al señor Raimondas Bermanis, de Latvia. Quisiera, en primer lugar, agradecerles esta oportunidad de tratar la situación de la política común de seguridad y defensa, pues para avanzar hacia el objetivo de la Europa de la defensa es fundamental su convencimiento y su compromiso. Y el haber asistido a las sesiones de esta mañana me ha permitido darme cuenta que tienen ustedes un conocimiento extraordinariamente preciso, lo que supone un gran valor añadido para nuestro debate. Estoy además, naturalmente, muy honrado de compartir esta sesión con nuestro jefe de Estado Mayor de la Defensa. Y una vez que el almirante López Calderón nos ha ilustrado su visión del escenario estratégico tan preocupante, nos ha explicado sobre cómo la Unión Europea proyecta seguridad a través de sus misiones y operaciones, ha expuesto algunas dificultades para implementar la que él acaba de definir como vital brújula estratégica, entre ellas la financiación o el mando y asesoramiento militar, y ha abordado otros aspectos clave para lograr una Unión Europea más fuerte y resiliente, entre ellas, con un énfasis especial, la capacidad espacial y militar de la Unión Europea. Me corresponde ahora traer a la mesa, a la discusión, cuestiones de ámbito más político, de acción política, y que, por tanto, considero estarán muy relacionadas directamente con su actividad parlamentaria. Quiero comenzar mi turno subrayando lo importante y lo difícil. Lo importante y lo difícil es lo que hacen las Fuerzas Armadas, modificar la realidad en situaciones de conflicto. Este es el elemento clave, la parte esencial de cualquier política de defensa. Como acaba de decirnos el almirante, la Unión Europea se enfrenta hoy día a retos externos tremendamente preocupantes, entre los que dominan por su actualidad la guerra en Ucrania o la situación en África y en el Sahel, pero ha citado también otros que aparecen en el horizonte y cuya entidad no es precisamente menor. Tampoco son menores los desafíos internos en la propia Unión Europea. La Unión Europea es un proyecto de paz y de progreso. Quizá es el proyecto más exitoso de la historia reciente. Sin embargo, embargo, trasladar a los ciudadanos que la Europa de la defensa es consustancial e imprescindible para el proyecto europeo es difícil y sigue encontrando muchas resistencias. Si las opiniones públicas de los Estados miembros resultan esenciales, es además porque, entre otras cosas, el Tratado, en su artículo 4, dice que cualquier cesión o avance en materia de defensa requiere la voluntad unánime de todos los Estados miembros. Se refería Antonio Gutiérrez a esta cuestión. Es decir, tiene que basarse en el political will, la unidad política, y este es el mayor desafío de la Europa de la defensa y por eso resulta tan importante para todos nosotros cuidar esta unidad política, esta unidad europeísta. Por mi parte, quiero ofrecerles una valoración extraordinariamente positiva sobre el avance de la política común de seguridad y defensa. Es verdad que este avance fue muy tímido entre 1999, cuando se creó con otro nombre, y 2015, pero ha sido tan espectacular como sorprendente en los últimos 6-7 años. Esto es algo increíble si lo ponemos en el difícil contexto en el que la Unión ha debido afrontar esta política. En primer lugar, por el colapso del Tratado Constitucional, del proyecto de Tratado Constitucional en 2004 y 2005, y su sustitución por los Tratados de Lisboa, en los que la referencia a la defensa resultaron claramente insuficientes. De hecho, aunque los tratados impulsan instituciones muy valiosas, como la Agencia Europea de Defensa, o mecanismos tan serios y prometedores como las cláusulas de solidaridad o de asistencia mutua, no contemplan obligaciones concretas ninguna en materia de defensa. Y ni siquiera mencionan órganos tan básicos para la acción militar como el Comité Militar o los cuarteles generales. Por eso sorprende lo mucho que esta política ha avanzado. En primer lugar, ha avanzado a través de las misiones y operaciones, con algunas tan exitosas, no me voy a detener en ella, ya lo ha descrito el almirante, como la misión Atalanta de lucha contra la piratería, que también proporciona ayuda al Programa Mundial de Alimentos y hace frente a muchos retos de las dificultades de gobernanza regional. También ha aprobado mecanismos o instrumentos como la revisión anual coordinada, la CARD, la cooperación estructurada permanente o los fondos de defensa. La revisión anual coordinada nos alerta sobre nuestras carencias colectivas y por ello facilita la búsqueda sistemática de soluciones y de sinergias en nuestras capacidades militares a nivel europeo. La PESCO aporta un enorme valor añadido. Ya sé que los 36 hasta hace poco, 74 ahora programas, hay algunos importantes, movilidad militar, el mando militar europeo, el MILCOM, pero lo importante de la PESCO es que por primera vez establece compromisos y obligaciones a los Estados miembros. Ese es su valor añadido. ¿Y qué decir del Fondo Europeo de la Defensa? Pues el Fondo Europeo de Defensa, con sus inicialmente 2 ventanas, nos ha permitido cambiar un techo que nos impedía crecer, porque los tratados, no lo olvidemos, prohíben las inversiones en capacidades militares, prohíben las inversiones en capacidades militares, un techo que nos impide crecer gracias a estos fondos por un suelo en el que apoyar la construcción de las capacidades europeas. En este sentido, es muy de agradecer el liderazgo de la Comisión Europea y el liderazgo del Parlamento Europeo. No solo han puesto en vigor las 2 ventanas iniciales del fondo o la facilidad africana de paz, así llamada inicialmente, sino tantas siglas que hoy ya empiezan a ocupar un espacio, como la EDIRPA, la EDIP, el ASAP o dentro de poco el Acta para la Producción EDPA. Es verdad que detrás de estas siglas hay unos áridos reglamentos, pero lo que es significativo es que permiten a la Unión Europea ayudar a otros, sobre todo ayudar a Ucrania, y ayudarse a sí misma. Posiblemente el mayor mérito de la política común de seguridad y defensa en estos años esté siendo soslayar los recelos, soslayar soslayar, evitar la desconfianza. La desconfianza que ha venido suscitando en la OTAN y en los Estados Unidos. Los europeos, razonablemente, no queremos el menor riesgo de que Norteamérica encuentre ninguna razón para disminuir su compromiso militar y político con la defensa de Europa. No queremos ningún riesgo, pero habitualmente las explicaciones de que una Unión Europea más fuerte es útil a la defensa europea, es útil a la OTAN, a la que favorece y ayuda, no hacían mega en los estrategas norteamericanos. No encontraban en ellos un terreno abonado. Y esta percepción, afortunadamente, parece haber cambiado. De hecho, ha cambiado, lo notamos. Ha cambiado gracias sobre todo a la determinación de la Unión Europea en su apoyo a Ucrania y la firmeza de sus sanciones a Rusia. Sanciones que funcionan y que a la vez suponen importantes sacrificios también para nosotros, para los ciudadanos europeos. Pues ha sido esta firmeza, esta utilidad, esta responsabilidad y esta eficacia de la Unión Europea lo que ha cambiado esa visión de falta de utilidad o esa desconfianza. Pero no obstante, aún quedan recelos en la OTAN que debemos terminar de superar. Para ello, un aspecto especialmente sensible, que también se ha mencionado, especialmente en la apertura de Antonio Gutiérrez, es potenciar las inversiones en defensa. Tenemos que continuar potenciándolas. Inversiones que, no olvidemos, proporcionan capacidades también a disposición de la OTAN. Y además es importante que en el diseño de nuestra base industrial y tecnológica europea resulte suficientemente abierto a la colaboración con los Estados Unidos de América en aquellos proyectos concretos en los que esa participación resulte mutuamente beneficiosa para los Estados Unidos y Europa. Cerrar por sistema los grandes proyectos industriales a los Estados Unidos no solo nos restaría potencial de innovación, algo que es imprescindible en el ámbito militar, sino que quizá fomentaría de nuevo esa desconfianza tan nociva. El tiempo corre y puede que solo tengamos un año por delante de plazo para lograr este hito. El logro de la base industrial de defensa europea es precisamente uno de los retos más difíciles. No sabemos muy bien cómo acometerlo. La industria resulta fundamental para que los ciudadanos perciban los beneficios tangibles de la Europa de defensa. Pero no puede este proyecto abordarse exclusivamente desde una óptica comercial o de puestos de trabajo, sino que debe responder también a satisfacer las necesidades y los requisitos militares. Desde luego, una mejora de las capacidades europeas será beneficiosa tanto para la Unión Europea como para la OTAN, pues las capacidades que las Fuerzas Armadas se doten como consecuencia de estos proyectos, incluida la movilidad militar, se utilizarán también en las operaciones de la OTAN. Otro de los desafíos que no se puede dejar de mencionar, al estudiar por qué la PCSD ha avanzado tan poco al principio y se ha liberado recientemente, fue el revés para la construcción europea que supuso el Brexit. Fue una decisión muy desfavorable para la confianza en Europa, pero que se percibe ahora con más alivio tras comprobar que, lejos de un efecto llamada a muchos otros países que también quisieran irse de la Unión Europea, actualmente incluso nuestros colegas británicos sienten que hace frío fuera de la Unión Europea. Ha sido una gran noticia que Dinamarca se haya incorporado plenamente a la política común de seguridad y defensa. Y también lo es que simultáneamente Suecia y Finlandia hayan querido unirse a la OTAN. El Reino Unido tenía sus propias reticencias al crecimiento de la Europa de la defensa y debemos reconocer que algunas todavía persisten en el ideario, en el acervo de algunos de nuestros socios europeos, como el rechazo a que haya un cuartel general potente de la Unión Europea en Bruselas o el argumento, que es un auténtico mantra, de la duplicación de fuerzas con la OTAN. ¿Cómo se pueden duplicar las fuerzas de cada país? Que luego cada país, dependiendo de de la crisis que haya, pondrá al servicio de la OTAN o de la Unión Europea. Bueno, más fuerzas, pues más posibilidades de actuación. Bueno, otro de los retos, precisamente hablando de fuerzas, otro de los grandes retos que atenazan nuestra política común es la disponibilidad de fuerzas. Generar fuerzas en la Unión Europea es un esfuerzo penoso, es un esfuerzo triste. Incluso para misiones de escasa entidad hacen falta múltiples conferencias de generación de fuerzas. Para la pequeña misión que hemos hecho en la República Centroafricana hemos necesitado 12 conferencias sucesivas de generación de fuerzas para tener unas fuerzas mínimas muy pequeñas. Nuevamente, este problema apunta en el sentido de que cada país analiza cada misión, cada iniciativa, no solo desde la perspectiva europea, sino también desde la forma en que atiende sus intereses particulares. En la Unión Europea no tenemos un liderazgo incontestable, no tenemos el agradecimiento a los Estados Unidos que 2 veces han venido a rescatar a Europa de 2 guerras mundiales. Esa ausencia de liderazgo individual de un gran país debe compensarse con un liderazgo colectivo, un liderazgo basado en la unidad europeísta, superando tanto los particularismos de cada Estado como la compartimentación con la que nuestra organización tiende a trabajar. No puedo dejar de reiterar, y me cansaré de reiterar, el peligro de los particularismos. Los seres humanos siempre hemos progresado saliendo a interactuar con otros, no quedándonos en casa. Pero en época de crisis es verdad que tenemos a replegarnos sobre lo conocido y lo seguro, nuestro propio país. Solo para comprobar que los retos son de tal naturaleza que no se detienen en ninguna frontera y que necesitamos a los demás para salir del atolladero. No podemos afrontarlo en solitario. Por último, me gustaría señalar que Europa debe encontrar todavía su sitio en el nuevo orden mundial. Se ha hablado hoy mucho de autonomía estratégica. Un término que está bien, pero que no siempre se entiende bien fuera de nosotros. No siempre es empático con la percepción de autonomía estratégica que pueden tener otros países, sea el Reino Unido, Noruega, Canadá, Estados Unidos, etc. Quizá deberíamos hablar de un término mucho más feo, pero más acertado, capacidad europea para aportar. Pues no se trata de ir por libre, como el vocablo autonomía parece indicar, algo que sería absurdo cuando compartimos valores y compartimos fuerzas y capacidades. Se trata de reducir dependencias. Se trata de que Europa tiene que ser resiliente, como nos ha enseñado la pandemia. Las dependencias no son buenas ni en el plano personal ni en el plano internacional. No fomentan relaciones equilibradas. Una Europa más potente podrá ser más útil y podrá tener una relación más equilibrada. Finalmente, es de justicia que de todos estos avances que he mencionado de la PCSD debemos mucho al liderazgo de personas como Ursula von der Leyen y Josep Borrell, líderes providenciales en tiempos muy difíciles que han sabido sortear y acelerar decisiones en una organización muy compartimentada. Decían los padres fundadores de la Unión Europea que la unidad europea avanzaría con las crisis, y esto no ha sido cierto hasta que llegó la pandemia y la guerra de Ucrania. Estas dos crisis han puesto de manifiesto que la Unión es necesaria porque los recursos de cada país aislado no llegan para gestionar los retos de seguridad actuales. Cada Estado miembro refleja muy bien su idiosincrasia propia, pero sin la dimensión colectiva se queda muy corto para hacer frente a los retos de seguridad. En definitiva, la Unión Europea se encuentra en un momento crucial de su propio futuro y del futuro del mundo. Un orden bipolar, exclusivamente bipolar o matizadamente bipolar, nos devolvería a la oscuridad de la Guerra Fría. La Unión, desde una posición de aliado leal con los Estados Unidos, desde una posición de estrecha coordinación con la OTAN y desde una posición de abogada del orden internacional basada en reglas, puede jugar un papel de intermediación de moderación de tercera pata de una mesa, y una mesa solo se equilibra si tiene tres patas, aportando capacidades y aportando sobre todo su potencial para el enfoque integral. Pero de nuevo, para jugar ese papel, debe mostrarse unida. Si cede a los particularismos, es muy probable que el resultado final de la Unión Europea sea la irrelevancia. Si por el contrario, aunque ello exija sacrificios y una visión entusiasta europeísta de todos, si refuerza su unidad y solidaridad, será ese puente con este entorno que es imprescindible y que hará que el futuro sea diferente al que hoy se vislumbra y mucho más atractivo.
Environment we have today, we will have a much more different future that is much more attractive. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, queridos almirantes. A continuación, y antes de dar el turno de palabra, dos pequeñas consideraciones. La primera es que no es obligatorio tener que intervenir, y la segunda es que si lo que queréis o que pensáis decir ya ha sido dicho por otro colega antes, pensad que se corre el riesgo de decirlo aún peor. Aparte de estas bromas, vamos a intentar pasar la palabra, y por favor vamos a tener un tiempo de 1 minuto, porque la idea final es que podamos tener el acto de clausura con el presidente del Senado a las 6 en punto. Así que, sin más, en primer lugar, le cedo la palabra a Mr. Lars Wisted de Sweden.
So, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, when it comes to the challenges for the defense of Europe, after a year and a half of Russian aggression and total warfare in Ukraine, we are not near the end of that conflict. We are not near the beginning of the end, nor the end of the beginning, as Mr. Churchill would have put it. Rather, we are at the very beginning of an era of a new Cold War with Russia and China that could last for centuries to come. It is therefore paramount that the European Union does not duplicate NATO's operative military capabilities, but rather cover NATO's blind spots and reinforces the resilience of the member states. A strong transatlantic link when it comes to building European resilience cannot be underestimated, especially when it comes to ensuring a broad base for production, thus avoiding single-source dependencies. The European Union ought to focus on A, to oppose and contain the Russian and growing Chinese threats in Southeast Asia and in African countries. B, to remove administrative barriers to military and relief support mobility within Europe, as well as to strengthen the resilience of the member states. C, to secure a continuous and substantial support to Ukraine with the means they need. Finally, I would like to extend a big thanks to the countries on NATO's eastern flank, that now more or less is becoming NATO's eastern front, for their inspiring example in the support for Ukraine, namely Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and the countries participating in the enhanced forward presence. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Ioannis Karakiotis from Greece, you have the floor.
Dear esteemed colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude for your warm welcome in Madrid, and allow me to wish you every success for your presidency of European Council. At this moment, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has brought new challenges with regard to the whole security architect of Eastern Europe. Azerbaijan has abandoned dialogue and proceeded to a military operation in Caucasus, causing many casualties. Under these circumstances, we need to call on Baku to respect the human rights and guarantee the safety and dignity of the civilian population of Nagorno-Karabakh. The Mediterranean is in turmoil with ongoing battles in Libya, Syria, the southern reaches of the Sahara Desert and elsewhere, while a refugee crisis has brought South Europe to the edge. Turkey keeps an active casus belli on Greece since 1995, while Ankara occupies about 36% of Cyprus, an EU member state, against 3 United Nations relations
and any sense of international law. In this line of thought, the EU missions are crucial and become even more important on the eve of the increasing aggressiveness expressed by revisionist powers, essentially within the European neighbourhood. Deterring such threats presupposes cohesion, threat co-perception, and collective will, and of course our countries could reinforce their long-standing relations on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Francisco César from Portugal, yours the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, dear colleagues and distinguished speakers. In the last 2 years, the security environment has become even more complex and unstable, as we discussed here, and for reasons that we all know. The challenges are real, whether due to the consequences of the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh region, the China's position towards the West, or even in Africa, for example, in Mozambique, or in the Central African Republic, where, together with the Portuguese military, a valuable work is made in a fight against jihadist insurgency and against Russian influence of the Wagner Group. We can be absolutely convinced of one thing. Facing this challenge means investing more heavily in a more integrated and more cooperative security and defense approach. It means more investment and advanced technologies. It means strengthening our cybersecurity capabilities and the need to reinforce multilateral and bilateral partnerships, especially with NATO, but also in the UN. And in this context, I would ask those present if and how they consider it important to deepen cooperation between the EU and the countries on the African continent, a place where Russian mercenaries have an increasing presence.
Thank you, Mr. César. And now, Mr. Michael Galler from the European Parliament. So he is not here, so we go with Mr. Pavel Fischer from Czech Republic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for this very inspiring panel that we could follow and for the challenges that you succeeded to portray to ourselves in terms of cooperation in European Union in matter of defense. My question goes to one theme which was debated earlier on this today. Our colleagues from Denmark, from Danish Parliament, just highlighted the importance of the help and assistance to Ukraine in terms of what Denmark provided in terms of weaponry to Ukraine. They provided all the artillery systems, and they provide very nearly fighter jets. And my question is, if Denmark provides so much that they offer to Ukraine or artillery and fighter jets, what Spain will provide to Ukraine, which is in a fight with Russia, which is a real threat globally, as you described. Other countries provided a lot. For instance, Estonia provided all javelins to Ukraine, challenged by Russian aggression. And I know that this is a question for political leadership, but what will be your recommendation if the struggle for Ukraine is vital for Europe? Will Spain provide all artillery, for instance, or fighter jets, or something else? I would be very much interested to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mr. Michael Astrup Jensen from Denmark. You have the floor. He's not here either, so we go to Ms. Christine Schwarz-Fuchs from Austria.
Short. I would like to address 4 important priorities for the further process from the Austrian point of view. The implementation of the strategic compass is important to us, and those are the 4 points that from the Austrian point of view we would like to emphasize on. Number 1, adapting the MPCC, the military planning and conduct capability structures, which means finalizing the MPCC roadmap and achieving full operational capability for the MPCC quickly. 2, supporting the development of the MPCC into the EU Strategic Military Command, which means into strategic headquarters for military CSDP missions and operations. Austria has advocated for this development as this will ensure a good coordination between the political strategic level in Brussels and the member states. Number 3, recognizing exercises as a significant contribution to the operationalization of the EU Rapid Development Capacity, the RDC. Austria therefore supports the LIFE exercises and will take part in the LIFEX that is going to take place in Cadiz in the end of October. And the 4th priority, continuing the discussion on expanding shared costs for exercises within the framework of the European Peace Facility, the EPF, and finding a sustainable solution beyond 2023. Expanding shared costs for missions and operations is one of the 20 PESCO commitments and is furthermore also a national position outlined in Austria's National Implementation Plan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, Mr. José Ramón Bauzá from the European Parliament.
Sí, muchas gracias y muchas gracias a ambos almirantes por su análisis tan interesante y sobre todo tan clarificador. Yo quería hacer 2 reflexiones sobre 2 puntos que me han parecido sumamente interesantes. En primer lugar, el comité militar. Yo creo que es sumamente importante precisamente ese punto de asesoramiento, que como tal debe ser un punto de inspiración a la hora de toma de decisiones. Y hablo en primera persona como una de las personas más que están sentadas en los escaños de los diputados. Es decir, muchas veces tomamos o pretendemos tomar decisiones, obviamente, con una base política, pero que necesitan también el conocimiento de las capacidades militares, de las capacidades estratégicas, de las capacidades de fuerza, a la hora de ver si eso es realmente viable o simplemente puede ser un deseo a la hora de poder llevar a cabo una acción, una misión o un desarrollo. Yo creo que eso es sumamente importante porque ese asesoramiento vinculado a la realidad de los hechos nos puede dar una visión no tanto en el corto plazo, sino también en el medio y largo plazo. Por lo cual yo creo que es sumamente importante el que se apuntale y se formalice aún más si cabe precisamente el asesoramiento del comité militar. Y el segundo punto, que también creo que es sumamente interesante y se ha comentado, es el tema de la autonomía estratégica. Nosotros en Europa hablamos continua y constantemente de la autonomía estratégica. A mí me gusta hablar de la autonomía estratégica abierta, por el hecho de no perder de vista la importancia de conocer, reconocer y saber dónde están nuestros aliados. Se ha dicho anteriormente, nosotros por nosotros mismos poco somos capaces de hacer, o nos gustaría hacer aún más si cabe, y están enmarcados en un aliado específico y fundamental, como se ha dicho anteriormente, que en 2 ocasiones ya nos ha ayudado, como es el caso de Estados Unidos, pues nos permite vincularnos más a la OTAN. Y las inversiones. Sin inversiones no podemos no solamente exigir, sino también, como decimos en España, sacar pecho. Por lo tanto, mayor inversión, mayor capacidad, mayor presencia, mayor fortaleza y mayor, en este caso, protagonismo. No para ser más que nadie, porque por nuestras dimensiones posiblemente no seamos, pero en cualquier caso, para no ser menos que otros y poder estar al menos formando parte de la toma de decisiones, pero sobre todo con el conocimiento de las
with the knowledge of our capabilities and our investment, which is not only in industry but also defense, security.
Esas dos reflexiones y muchas gracias por ambas aportaciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for both your.
Thank you, and now Mr. Istrogatsev from Bulgaria.
Dear Chairman, Your Excellencies, thank you for your presentations. I would like to say that the unprovoked and illegal Russian war in Ukraine, the aggressive Russian activities in the Black Sea and in the trying their efforts to destabilize the Western Balkans and Central Africa have proven to be the biggest challenge to our European security. But it was also a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call that the investments in defense are not only investments in the military, but in our own democracies. Let me address something that we have realized as well, the importance of defense industry. ASAP and the IRPA are good instruments, not only to support Ukraine, but to solve the gap between what we have as military necessities and the production capabilities of our own countries. And their implementation must start as soon as possible. We need also to continue the support and not forget about other European countries that have been promised European integration, such as Moldova and Georgia. We have to reaffirm their part towards Europe. The new security challenges demand collective response to increase our own European resilience. And yes, during crisis, we can learn to do everything better, and in order to guarantee the security of our own citizens, we have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Franko Vidovic from Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, fellow members of Parliament. In the current circumstances, Europe must not repeat the mistakes of the past that lead to disunity, inefficiency, and dependence on others. The Russian aggression against Ukraine forced us to speed up the processes and made the member states realize that certain desired results can be achieved much more efficiently when adopting a joint approach. It is important to point out that Europe, with strengthened defense capacities, also represents a quality partner to the NATO alliance, which remains the main pillar of collective defense. Croatia welcomes the recent adoption of the new civilian CSDP compact, as it contributes significantly to the implementation of the strategic compass, strengthening of the EU roles of a global security provider, and increasing the political visibility of CSDP civilian dimension. With regard to the fragile political and security situation in Kosovo, where the internal political situation is very unstable and tense because it is directly conditioned by the strained relationship between Serbia and Kosovo, the security role of EUROLEX Kosovo mission is particularly important. Croatia fully supports the efforts of the EUROLEX mission in preserving security in Kosovo. As regards the instability and collapse of the security system in Africa, especially in the Sahel region, we believe that this issue represents a significant security challenge for the European Union and its common security and defense policy. We support the continuation of humanitarian aid to the people of Niger. Further deterioration of the humanitarian situation may encourage parts of the population to migrate or engage in terrorism. Illegal migration is becoming an increasing challenge. This year, Croatia recorded increase in illegal migration. Feasible and acceptable solutions should be found to address this challenge. European Peace Facility has demonstrated its effectiveness in the process of providing military support to Europe. Regarding PESCO as a good model for strengthening the cooperation among member states in upgrading our defense capabilities. Previous experiences with participation in PESCO projects, and Croatia currently participates in 7 of them, also show that PESCO projects have the potential for strengthening the European defense industrial and technological base, because the development of new capabilities also implies the mastery of new technologies and production processes.
Thank you. And now Mr. Alekos Trifonidis from Cyprus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellencies, dear colleagues.
The new civilian common security and defense policy compact is adopted at a time when we are strongly connected by the emergence of escalation of conflicts around the European Union, the return of war in Europe with Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war of aggressions against Ukraine, as well as major geopolitical shifts. For this reason, we highlight once again the importance of strengthening civilian CSDP and enhancing the civilian CSDP missions' effectiveness, impact, flexibility, and robustness, while emphasizing the continued need to strengthen the U.S. role and capacity to act as a security provider through the CSDP and recalling the high level of admission in security and defense as determined in the strategic compass. Dear colleagues, we would like to repeat once again the commitment of the Republic of Cyprus to the implementation for the provisions of the strategic compass, noting at the same time that Cyprus is a member state of which is under constant threat from Turkey, and for this reason it is obliged to protect its sovereignty as well as EU external borders. Thus, it's time for the Union to demonstrate practical solidarity towards Cyprus. Only if we demonstrate solidarity, we can meet the challenge ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sabine Tilayet from French. She's not here. Then we go to Mr. Dimitrios Manthos from Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have to face a difficult truth. While the European Union is a global actor on economic affairs and trade, we lack the same influence when it comes to foreign policy and defense. In order to remedy this, we need to use more common tools. We all agree that we need a much more integrated defense policy. Building on our strategic compass, we should reinforce the synergies between our countries. Of course, in recent years, significant progress has been made. The Ukraine issue, after the barbaric illegal invasion of Russia, seems to have been taken indeed as a very serious lesson by the European Union. But the main road lies ahead of us, especially given all the challenges posed by third parties on the periphery of our Union, as the humanitarian crisis in the Nagorno-Karabakh region showcases, where Armenians were once again forced out of their ancient roots by Azerbaijan without any actual reaction from the international community. And of course, given the fact that in Cyprus we have still the issue unsolved with the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity under constant threat almost 50 years after the illegal Turkish invasion. In this geopolitical context, we have to do more for our security, not only on a bilateral level between allies, this is not enough, but on a common policy level, not only on the NATO dimension, but mainly on our own EU dimension. Supporting European defense industry with the involvement of national industries is really important for securing our strategic autonomy. After all, it is not viable to maintain a market where some member states are the producers and others just the consumers, and I speak from our national experience. To conclude, we strongly support that the creation of a common European defense unit with common headquarters should be in the Union's priorities, for we should not forget that the borders of the periphery are also European borders, and the presence of an effective and functional defense unit on these borders would be a clear signal that the solidarity clause of the EU treaty is real and not just letters on a piece of paper. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now Ms. Cristina Ferreira from Portugal. You have the
Thank you, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. The urgency of demanding unitary and coordinated response and develop new capabilities in favor of defense interests, with particular emphasis on operational commitments, is well known. The need for logistics and weapon support to the Ukraine armed forces has brought also debates on the national defense policies to the very top of the political agenda and the discussion of how our own army forces are, our own capacities are. At a time when we are experiencing problems of inflation and economic and social crisis, it is very important to explain that we do not intend to militarize Europe, but rather to guarantee peace. We need to protect ourselves. The public opinion is increasingly a factor to be considered in this matter. The definition of states' political agendas and the decision-making process in the use of force or to spend money in the war effort is something that also UA must afford. Developing the capacity of our own industrial and technological basis and financial solidarity is essential to supporting Ukraine, Africa, but also ourselves. The action plan that we know, which were divided into different stages, must increase the production capacities of UA arms companies to restock UA countries. So I question whether the part of the plan aims to increase the production capabilities of UA arms companies to replenish stocks in UA countries and continue to supply Ukraine forces. Will it even be an opportunity for the states to also make their own stocks and increase their capabilities? And now, how is the process going? Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Hulusi Akar from Turkey. You have the floor.
Chair, thank you. And the Admiral Calderon, Admiral Martinez, thank you very much for your great briefings. You should show all the experience. Thank you. Dear colleagues, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has impacted the EU's enlargement process and increased the importance of its relations with the candidate countries. Please remember, I think the European Parliament has once again missed the opportunity to restore its reliability and credibility in Turkey with the report adopted last month. I believe that the European Union and Turkey are deeply independent. Therefore, both sides should strengthen and consolidate each other's positions on these key issues. This is vital, especially since the EU maintains its claim to be a global power. I must clarify one issue. Unlike the EU's 2022 Strategic Compass document, Turkey is not a challenge to the EU. Turkey's position towards the EU is different from that of China and Russia. Not due to the lack of time, not to reiterate, please look at the minutes of the previous sessions, what I said related to the real situation in Cyprus, in East Med, and Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Y a continuación tiene la palabra, señores queridos almirantes. Suya la palabra.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Desde luego han salido infinidad de cosas que no me es posible tratar. Algunas no me corresponden a mí, le corresponderán al Secretario General de Política de Defensa. Pero, bueno, ha habido alguna pregunta muy concreta. Por ejemplo, ¿qué podemos hacer para ayudar a los países africanos, sobre todo la zona norte, la zona del Sahel, etcétera, que es la que está causando ahora mismo los problemas? Bueno, yo creo que a la vista de las lecciones aprendidas de años que llevamos trabajando con ellos y desde luego reconociendo el fracaso de las misiones que hemos tenido, creo que es necesario tener una estrategia global. La Unión Europea creo que necesita una estrategia global hacia África. Y en esa estrategia yo creo que, como se ha dicho también aquí, la Unión Europea tiene la virtud de poder tener un enfoque integral en esa estrategia que la tienen muy pocas organizaciones del mundo, muy pocos organismos organismos del mundo, y la Unión Europea los tiene. Lo que creo es que, primero, hay que atender un poco más las necesidades reales de cada país al que se quiere cooperar. Hay que abrir la mano, como he dicho antes, no limitarse exclusivamente a adiestrar. Esto lo hemos comprobado en otras partes del mundo y lo hemos comprobado en la propia Unión Africana, que solo adiestrar, si no se les dota del armamento necesario y además no hay un cierto acompañamiento a la hora de ayudarles a planificar sus propias misiones, el efecto de ese adiestramiento, no digo que sea nulo, pero es muy pobre, ¿no? Tenemos que dar ese paso que yo creo que la Unión Europea ya lo ha asumido como una lección aprendida hacia esto. Pero luego es vital ese enfoque integral. No se puede tener seguridad al 100% sin desarrollo, es imposible. Y tampoco se puede tener un desarrollo si no hay seguridad. Luego, el desarrollo y la seguridad tienen que ir totalmente integradas y de la mano. Y la actuación tiene que ser coordinada a alto nivel para que los efectos se vean en el mismo sitio. Es decir, hay que integrar y coordinar, sincronizar lo que se hace en áreas de carácter social, de desarrollo, de inversión y, por supuesto, de seguridad con la parte militar. Creo que esto es una lección que ya hemos aprendido y ya sabemos qué es lo que tenemos que hacer, y entonces habría que generar esa estrategia. Luego, evidentemente, y es una opinión de España, también puedo decirlo así, tenemos que tener la ambición de no dejar huecos. Yo viví una experiencia en la República Centroafricana, hice una visita, porque tenemos, como he dicho desde el principio, ahora lo está mandando Portugal, una aportación importante a la EUTM en la República Centroafricana, en una visita justo después de la llegada de Wagner, y tuve una reunión con la ministra de Defensa de aquellos momentos en la República Centroafricana, y me lo dijo clarísimo. Dijeron, miren ustedes, aquí hubo un momento que las milicias del norte estaban progresando hacia Bangui, hacia la capital. Y eran cuestión de días en que nosotros perdiéramos la capital y el control del país. Y solamente hubo uno que dijo, yo le ayudo a usted para evitar esto. Y fue Rusia a través de Wagner. ¿Qué quiere que le diga? Que no y que tomen la capital. Dice, si ustedes me hubieran ayudado en este momento, yo no habría admitido de Wagner. Bueno, no me atrevo a decir si esto es totalmente correcto, pero lo que sí que es cierto es que recibieron una ayuda y por parte nuestra no la recibieron. Y eso es una realidad. Luego, por eso digo, respecto a esa pregunta, yo creo atender las necesidades de cada uno en cada momento y tener la capacidad de reaccionar rápido cuando es necesario. Luego se ha hablado aquí de la ayuda de España a Ucrania. Bueno, vamos a ver. Por un lado me sorprende, pero por otro lado no, porque realmente una de las premisas de mi gobierno y del Ministerio de Defensa es ser discretos en el material que se le da a Ucrania, entre otras cosas, porque eso es un beneficio para el propio desarrollo del conflicto. Pero quiero decir que en cosas que sí que han salido de la Unión Pública, creo que está abierto a todo el mundo. Se les han dado carros de combate Leopard, se les han dado artillería de 155, se les sigue dando munición de 155, se le ha dado artillería de 105, se les han dado y se les siguen dando estos días vehículos de combate de infantería, ambulancias blindadas, misiles, se les han dado misiles, esto salió público, incluso misiles de superficie navales, es decir, se les ha dado medios antiaéreos. O sea, la primera reacción que hubo con las necesidades de las baterías Hawk fue España las que los dio. Se les ha seguido dando misiles y medios de defensa aérea de otro tipo. Es decir, que creo que es que el que no sabe lo que estamos dando es porque, sinceramente, no lo ha mirado. Y hablando del asunto de la aviación, sobre la aviación de combate española, bueno, vamos a ver. Esto es un tema que está muy trabajado últimamente y la propia Dinamarca, Noruega, etcétera, conocen el asunto, Holanda. Es decir, se les está dando un solo modelo de avión, porque incluso pilotos de combate bien formados en el uso de los, digamos, de los cazabombarderos de origen ruso que tiene Ucrania, pasarlos a un avión occidental en la gente bien formada y partiendo de la base que sabe hablar en inglés, necesita 6 meses. Entonces, diversificar el número o el tipo de caza que se le da ya sería una locura, una auténtica locura. Entonces, por eso se ha centrado todo en un solo modelo, actualmente es el F-16. Y España no los da porque no los tiene. No tiene ninguno, los ha tenido nunca. Entonces, no podemos meternos en algo que no disponemos de lo necesario para poder darlo. Pero luego con el material, aquí hay otro debate que ha salido parcialmente en alguna exposición que es muy importante tener en cuenta. En todo esto llevamos más de año y medio de guerra y todos los países occidentales están dando, de acuerdo con sus capacidades, todo lo que pueden a Ucrania. Pero a su vez hay un compromiso y además hay una demanda de las grandes organizaciones de carácter defensivo que tiene Europa, tanto la Unión Europea, que tenemos que mantener nuestro nivel de disuasión. Para mantener nuestro nivel de disuasión hay unas capacidades mínimas que tenemos que mantener. Evidentemente se puede asumir un cierto riesgo, pero ese cierto riesgo tiene un límite, porque o nos desarmamos nosotros y entonces ya esa disuasión que nos piden las propias organizaciones y nuestros propios países no las podemos tener. Y aquí donde viene el gran problema que nos estamos enfrentando en la actualidad y que se va a hacer más crítico con el tiempo. Ahora ya, para poder dar, hay que construir, hay que fabricar. Y las industrias tienen una demanda tan descomunal porque se ha conjuntado el momento de incrementar nuestros stocks de munición, incrementar nuestras capacidades para tener un potencial de disuasión aceptable o por lo menos mínimo dentro de Europa o incluso dentro de la Alianza Atlántica, en un momento donde hay que fabricar también para sostener la guerra en Ucrania. Y la realidad es que hay dudas serias de que la industria pueda reaccionar a esa velocidad y dar abasto para la demanda que se están teniendo. Ese es el gran riesgo que vemos hacia el futuro. Bueno, totalmente de acuerdo sobre la hoja de ruta que se ha hablado aquí para que el MPCC llegue a ser el mando estratégico y pueda dirigir operaciones como... Yo creo que la brújula estratégica es un documento muy sensato que demuestra que está hecho con los pies en el suelo, porque las ambiciones no son inalcanzables. Son todo lo que ha escrito, creo que son ambiciones que podemos alcanzar si se ponen los medios para ello. La ambición de una fuerza como la RDC de alrededor de 5.000 soldados, bueno, pues es algo que la Unión Europea evidentemente se lo puede permitir. Pero claro, también dice que tiene que ser capaz de mandar y al MPCC le establece que sea capaz de, además de todas las misiones no ejecutivas, tener 2 ejecutivas de tipo moderado o una un poco más fuerte. Si no tiene el Estado Mayor necesario en personal y un sistema de mando y control que le permita ejercer el mando, esa fuerza, ¿quién la va a mandar? Entonces, en esto, pues, por ejemplo, es a lo que yo me refería. Hay que acelerar los procedimientos internos para facilitar lo que la brújula estratégica quiere conseguir para el año 2025, que hoy en día, desde el punto de vista militar, lo vemos complejo precisamente por la falta de procedimiento. Voy a poner un ejemplo sencillo. Aquí lo ha sacado el tema del sistema de mando y control. Hay un proyecto PESCO, EUMILCOM, que está dirigido por España y en la cual participa Alemania, Francia, Italia, Portugal, Luxemburgo. Y también se ha metido y Portugal también. Irlanda está como observador. Ese proyecto PESCO lleva años desarrollando un sistema de mando y control específico, exclusivo y de acuerdo con las necesidades que ha marcado el MPCC para ejercer su función de mando y control. Pero no existe una fórmula en donde la Unión Europea lo pueda adquirir. Entonces, no está incluido en los presupuestos del año que viene tampoco. Entonces, en efecto, quizás sea algo nuevo, algo que no estaba previsto, pero que al surgir, pues habría que acelerar, digamos, un procedimiento y una norma que permita que esto se pueda sufragar, evidentemente, con dinero o con créditos de la Unión Europea, no de los países que han ayudado a sacar esto adelante. Y eso es solo un ejemplo. Creo que, sinceramente, bueno, respecto al comité militar, evidentemente, vuelve a ser algo parecido. Es curioso, la normativa y las competencias que se le dan a esa normativa europea al comité militar son correctas. El problema es que luego hay dificultades procedimentales para ejercerlo. De todas maneras, en el próximo comité militar que se va a reunir en Sevilla a partir del día 17 de este propio mes, uno de los temas importantes es sacar un documento donde se propongan qué cosas hay que corregir para que ese asesoramiento tanto al alto representante como al PSC o como incluso a la Comisión y a quien lo necesite sea mucho más efectivo como lo es en la actualidad, y luego además incluso el tener, digamos, como realmente tiene asignado la competencia de la dirección, pero de la dirección continua, no la dirección como pasa ahora exclusivamente en las revisiones estratégicas, sino una dirección continua en las operaciones precisamente las ejecutivas, que son las más demandantes, ¿no? Creo, en cuestiones de inversiones, bueno, no es un tema mío, pero lo sufro no. Ahora no lo estoy sufriendo, es todo lo contrario, lo estoy disfrutando como utilizador. Es decir, ha habido un impulso al incremento de las inversiones en defensa, yo creo que en todos los países de la Unión Europea, en mi país, importantísimo. El problema es que la industria tiene que ser capaz de absorber toda la demanda que les está llegando. Y también creo que la Unión Europea tiene las herramientas adecuadas para impulsar todo esto, y yo creo que son correctas y de una manera inteligente, como es el PESCO y el EDF. Luego, y bueno, quizás esto sea lo más interesante o lo que puedo aportar de las muchas cosas que he ido tomando nota que han salido. Y si no tengo nada más por mi parte, adelante.
Bueno, creo que ya estamos casi fuera de hora. No tengo mucho más que añadir a lo que dice el GEMAZ. Se ha mencionado por bastantes intervenciones la situación de Nagorno-Karabaj, y todos esperamos y todos confiamos y todos pensamos que la Unión Europea sabrá encontrar el punto de qué debe hacer, muy posiblemente sin una dimensión militar, sino más bien con misiones civiles, para tanto aliviar el sufrimiento de los que se han quedado como de los que han salido de Nagorno-Karabaj. Simplemente era compartir esa preocupación con ustedes. Sobre África, ya lo ha explicado GEMAZ, el acuerdo que se ha obtenido durante la reunión ministerial en Toledo hace poco tiempo es que no vamos a particularizar lo que vamos a hacer en cada misión concreta, sino antes vamos a lograr un acuerdo amplio en la Unión Europea de cuál es nuestra política amplia en África. Ante esta situación sobrevenida de golpes de Estado, sobre todo en el ámbito del Sahel, también ahora en Gabón. O sea, no entrar en lo particular, sino primero hacer el acuerdo general. Luego, hay una cosa que lo ha explicado muy bien el GEMAZ, pero me gustaría abundar en ella, ¿no? Sobre el compromiso español con Ucrania. Al que tenga alguna duda, le enseño en mi móvil los mensajes que 3 o 4 días cada semana recibo de mis colegas ucranianos, de Ineko, Kucherenko, etcétera, etcétera. La mayor parte del liderazgo del Ministerio de Defensa ha sido reiteradamente condecorado. Ya no sabemos dónde colocarnos las condecoraciones de Ucrania, o que cada semana nos llegue un diploma por tal. El esfuerzo español con Ucrania es, en primer lugar, ágil. Les voy a poner un ejemplo. Hubo una reunión del grupo de Ramstein en el que se dijo: hace falta este material antiaéreo urgentísimamente para Ucrania. A las 2 horas, España habíamos salido de la reunión y lo habíamos ofrecido, y ya estaba en marcha saliendo para allá. Pero el compromiso inicial del apoyo a Ucrania era discreto, no hacer de esto un concurso de belleza, y seguimos siendo fieles a esa discreción y no hacer de esto una competición. Sabemos que cada uno da lo que puede, pero España está dando mucho, muy amplio, en las cosas que ha dicho el GEMAZ, muchas cosas humanitarias, hospital de campaña, sostener heridos, 77 heridos con altas, en fin, con tratamientos muy complicados ya en Zaragoza, y en todos los ámbitos terrestres, de operaciones especiales, de inserción marítima, de seguridad. Bueno, al que quiera de ustedes le puedo enseñar mi móvil para ver que cada día recibimos, no solo yo, en el ámbito del EMAZ, en otros ámbitos del Ministerio, agradecimientos, y me resulta particularmente importante subrayar que España está muy comprometida comprometida con Ucrania y que las autoridades ucranianas así nos lo reconocen todos los días. Y finalmente quiero decir simplemente que me ha encantado escuchar el acervo común europeísta de estas sesiones. Realmente nos transmite mucha esperanza y mucha ilusión. Creo que en todo lo importante estamos muy de acuerdo, que la Europa de la defensa es un gran proyecto y yo salgo pues con un subidón gracias a los comentarios de todos ustedes, que lo agradezco mucho. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, queridos almirantes, por este interesantísimo panel con el que finalizamos esta jornada. Gracias también a todos los miembros de nuestros staff, a los intérpretes, a los trabajadores del Congreso, de los diputados de la organización y también a los trabajadores de este hotel por hacer posible esta conferencia. También a los dos copresidentes de la delegación española, a Rafael Lemus y a César Sánchez. Y a todos vosotros por estar aquí. De verdad, muchísimas gracias. Y sin más, pasamos al acto de clausura con el presidente del Senado, don Pedro Roya. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon or good evening to you.
Muy buenas tardes, estimados colegas, querido presidente del Senado, Vicepresidenta de la Comisión de Exteriores del Parlamento Europeo, señora Zocco, señor Sven Milsker, señor Rafael Lemus y Antonio Gutiérrez Limones, que nos han moderado con acierto las sesiones de trabajo durante toda la tarde y todo el día de hoy. En primer lugar, me gustaría dar las gracias a todos los que han hecho posible esta conferencia para la política exterior y seguridad común y la política común de seguridad y defensa de la Unión Europea. En especial al equipo español, que lo ha hecho posible, y por supuesto también a los traductores que han hecho una impecable labor. Gracias. A lo largo de esta conferencia se han analizado asuntos de enorme trascendencia para nuestro futuro como Unión Europea. Desde las prioridades de la PESC y sus retos en su 30 aniversario, las amenazas planteadas por Rusia, en materia de defensa en la Unión Europea. Como el auge de sentimientos antieuropeos en algunas regiones de África influyen notablemente en nuestra estabilidad y futuro. A lo largo de toda la jornada, como hemos podido escuchar, la invasión ilegal e injusta de Ucrania por parte de Rusia ha sido el asunto capital de la conferencia, así como la importancia de saber qué estamos haciendo y qué debemos hacer en el futuro para garantizar la seguridad de la Unión. La invasión de Ucrania no solo está causando dramas humanos, además está agravando las fragilidades de la economía mundial, con especial incidencia en nuestros países, en el ámbito de la inflación, la crisis en el suministro de materias primas, la inseguridad energética y alimentaria y los riesgos para la estabilidad financiera, tan necesaria para una cooperación internacional sostenible en el tiempo. Uno de los mayores riesgos a los que nos enfrentamos es acostumbrarnos a lo inevitable y que nuestra posición de apoyo al pueblo ucraniano entre en un punto de inflexión. Por eso es tan importante defender a Ucrania y reivindicar la esencia de la Unión Europea. Nuestros valores democráticos en Occidente están siendo amenazados por Putin. Para ello, la Unión Europea debe seguir apoyando a Ucrania, militar, humanitaria y económicamente. No se debe bajar la guardia en ningún momento. Debemos reforzar el vínculo con la OTAN. La Organización del Atlántico Norte ha sido nuestro mayor paraguas de seguridad. Es por ello que reforzar este vínculo es de vital importancia hoy y mañana. Nuestro país tiene la presidencia española en el Consejo de la Unión Europea este segundo semestre. Y es una gran oportunidad para ser un puente entre América Latina y la Unión Europea. Y debe continuar así. Sigamos siendo un ejemplo para nuestros socios fuera de la Unión Europea, como ya lo hemos sido. Claros ejemplos son la compra conjunta de vacunas durante la pandemia del COVID y ahora con la guerra de Ucrania, imponiendo sanciones a Rusia y comprando de manera conjunta armas para ayudar a Ucrania a defenderse. Una Europa unida es una Europa más fuerte. Ante nosotros tenemos importantes retos. Fortalecer el espacio de libertad, seguridad y justicia y la defensa de los valores democráticos y del Estado de Derecho, mejorar nuestras capacidades para gestionar futuras crisis, mejorar nuestra soberanía energética, diversificando nuestras cadenas de suministro, invertir en nuestra autonomía tecnológica y no dejar la inteligencia artificial en manos ajenas. Como decía, las amenazas y los riesgos están lejos de nuestras fronteras, ajenas en muchas ocasiones a la vida cotidiana de nuestros ciudadanos. Por eso es tan importante comunicar y conectar No se pueden tomar decisiones políticas sin la comprensión de los ciudadanos. La invasión de Ucrania, el cambio climático, las tensiones migratorias, la inestabilidad en el Sahel o el escenario en el Indo-Pacífico merecen nuestra atención, nuestro compromiso y nuestra determinación. Robert Schuman dijo el 9 de mayo de 1950, Europa no se hará de una vez ni según un único plan. Se construirá a través de logros concretos que creen, primero, una solidaridad de facto. Y hoy, con nuestras acciones por una Europa unida, podemos continuar haciéndolo. Muchas gracias a todos por la participación en esta conferencia. Y para terminar, un mensaje de optimismo y el convencimiento de que el trabajo que estamos desarrollando dará sus frutos con la esperanza de un futuro mejor para el mundo y para la Unión Europea. Muchísimas gracias y le cedo la palabra al presidente del Senado, Pedro Royan.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good evening.
Mis primeras palabras tienen que ser de agradecimiento para mis compañeros en las Cortes Generales, tanto César Sánchez como Rafael Lemus y Antonio Gutiérrez, que han tenido la oportunidad en un muy corto espacio de tiempo de transmitirme dos adjetivos de los que todos ustedes son los verdaderos protagonistas y los que han tenido la oportunidad de que estas jornadas, de que este encuentro, de que esta conferencia hayan sido de máxima importancia y que hayan supuesto el máximo aprovechamiento. Por lo tanto, mi más sincera enhorabuena a todos y cada uno por el excelente trabajo desarrollado. Unas breves palabras para proceder a la clausura de la Conferencia Interparlamentaria para la Política Exterior de Seguridad Común y la Política Común de Seguridad y Defensa de la Unión Europea, que ha sido organizado, como decía, por las Cortes Generales en el marco incomparable de la importancia que representa la presidencia de España del Consejo Europeo. Como se recordaba en la primera sesión de esta mañana, este año, hemos celebrado el 30º aniversario de la entrada en vigor del Tratado de Maastricht. Fue en su texto, en efecto, donde por primera vez se incorporó el acervo comunitario en la política exterior y de seguridad común, que había empezado ya a funcionar, eso sí, aunque de manera embrionaria, como mecanismo de coordinación de la acción exterior de los países de la Unión. Años después, el Tratado de Lisboa supuso un salto cuantitativo y cualitativo para la PES, sustanciado en la puesta en marcha del Servicio Europeo de Acción Exterior y de manera más visible en la creación del cargo de alto representante de la Unión en esta materia. Los grandes objetivos de la política exterior de seguridad común fijados en el Tratado de la Unión son, como todos sabemos, el mantenimiento de la paz y el refuerzo de la seguridad internacional, el fomento de la cooperación internacional y, por supuesto, el fomento de la democracia y el Estado de Derecho, así como del conjunto de derechos y libertades que estos llevan asociados. La herramienta imprescindible para llevar a cabo todos y cada uno de los efectos no es otra que nuestra política común de seguridad y defensa, que funciona en el marco intergubernamental y que, por lo tanto, resulta consustancial a la PES. La provisión de seguridad y defensa real no puede, por menos que ser, uno de los pilares esenciales de nuestra Unión. Debería ser así en toda circunstancia y mucho más, por tanto, en nuestra presente realidad de un mundo que está experimentando una agitada transformación con evidentes consecuencias en el incremento tanto de la inestabilidad como de la inseguridad en muchas áreas de nuestro planeta. En un mundo tan globalizado como lo es el nuestro, todo está interconectado, tanto como para que, por ejemplo, las amenazas híbridas y los ciberataques exijan nuestra mayor atención en el empeño de desarrollar los instrumentos defensivos necesarios para contrarrestarlos y que además se hagan de manera eficaz. Pero es que además muchos de estos preocupantes desafíos a nuestra seguridad se sitúan en las mismas fronteras de la Unión. Así lo estamos comprobando con las recurrentes crisis migratorias, en cuanto que en muchos casos son también una variante de guerra híbrida al estar provocadas o agravadas por una perversa instrumentalización política de los inmigrantes y los refugiados por parte de terceros países. Esta es una razón más para que una de nuestras máximas prioridades del momento sea culminar un pacto europeo de migración y asilo. En definitiva, un gran acuerdo que propicie una política migratoria eficaz y también solidaria entre todos los Estados miembros y que concilie equilibradamente la seguridad con la dimensión humanitaria que jamás puede ignorarse ni menospreciarse. Por otra parte, la guerra de Ucrania ha venido a poner crudamente de manifiesto las limitaciones y las carencias en materia de defensa europea y, por tanto, también la urgente necesidad de acometer reformas audaces para garantizar la seguridad de nuestros ciudadanos, dotándonos de los medios adecuados para, con la mayor autonomía posible, responder a las agresiones reales y oponer una disuasión creíble frente a adversarios potenciales. Las amenazas directas planteadas por Rusia con la invasión de Ucrania, así como sus nuevas consecuencias globales, ha sido uno de los temas en los que se ha centrado, como no podría ser de otro modo, esta conferencia interparlamentaria. Sin duda, desde febrero del pasado año, la Unión Europea, movida por la necesidad, ha adoptado importantes decisiones orientadas de manera inmediata al respaldo total de Ucrania en el ejercicio de su derecho de legítima defensa contra la ilegal agresión de Rusia. El apoyo absoluto de Europa a Ucrania se ha venido sustanciando en distintos planos complementarios: político, económico y financiero, humanitario y, claro está, militar. Pero además, la terrible realidad de una guerra que vuelve a asolar el territorio europeo ha servido de acicate para adoptar importantes decisiones con visión de alcance estratégico, decisiones enfocadas, por tanto, al refuerzo de la seguridad efectiva de nuestra política común de seguridad y defensa. Algunos de los instrumentos que hemos desarrollado en los últimos meses y en los que debemos seguir profundizando aparecen recogidos en el actual programa de 18 meses del Consejo. Así, el proceso de revisión estratégica de la coordinación estructurada permanente, la revisión del Fondo Europeo de Defensa o la revisión de la decisión del Consejo por la que se crea el Fondo Europeo de Ayuda para la Paz. En estrecha relación con todo esto, es también ineludible que Europa redoble sus esfuerzos para dar mayor solidez a la base tecnológica e industrial de su defensa, a fin de cubrir las carencias de su capacidad militar. Creo que existe un consenso político y también social cada vez más generalizado sobre la trascendencia de dar pasos decisivos en la construcción de una Unión Europea de defensa, entendiendo que sin ella es del todo imposible el desarrollo de una política exterior y de seguridad efectiva y a la altura de los retos de nuestro tiempo. Es en este contexto en el que, por ejemplo, debemos situar resoluciones como la adoptada el pasado año, mediante la que se instaba al Consejo Europeo a dar más poderes a la Unión en materia de defensa dentro del proceso de revisión de los tratados de la Unión. Y a este respecto, desde nuestro ámbito parlamentario, viene al caso reivindicar lo importante que resulta para nuestra identidad democrática como europeos que seamos capaces de mantener los estándares necesarios de control parlamentario, de información y de consulta en esta futura Europa de defensa. La relajación de los controles parlamentarios es algo que nunca debemos permitir que suceda, sin que ni la urgencia ni la complejidad de las decisiones puedan servir de excusa. Y es algo que a todos los representantes políticos nos concierne, tanto en el Parlamento Europeo como en los distintos parlamentos nacionales en la relación con nuestros respectivos poderes ejecutivos. Porque en esencia, lo que está sobre la mesa es algo de tanta trascendencia como la propia capacidad de Europa de ser más independiente y más capaz de valerse por sí misma en ámbitos vitales, tal como se recoge en las indicaciones de la Conferencia sobre el futuro de Europa. Y si hablamos de ámbitos vitales, es obvio que no podemos olvidarnos de todo lo que afecta a nuestra seguridad y también de todo lo que afecta a nuestra defensa. Así pues, nuestro gran desafío en los próximos años será, sin duda, dotarnos de los instrumentos necesarios para enfrentarnos a los asuntos geopolíticos de gran envergadura. Es decir, la pregunta es si seremos capaces de mantenernos como un actor global que no eclipsado por gigantes como Estados Unidos o China. Nos jugamos mucho en este envite, porque si no somos capaces de preservar nuestra autonomía estratégica, difícilmente podremos defender nuestros intereses comunes como europeos, así como la vigencia de los valores democráticos sobre los que se sustenta nuestra Unión. Como se ha puesto hoy aquí de manifiesto, nada de esto es posible si no seguimos dando pasos decisivos en el campo de nuestra seguridad y defensa común. A lo largo de las últimas 3 décadas, España ha mantenido siempre un firme compromiso con esta aspiración. Y así lo hemos demostrado, por ejemplo, siendo uno de los Estados miembros que más ha contribuido a las operaciones militares y a las misiones civiles impulsadas por la Unión Europea. Esto con independencia del signo político del gobierno de cada momento. Ha sido una constante, porque siempre hemos mantenido en el ámbito de las políticas de Estado y confío en que así seguirá siendo en el futuro. No me quiero extender más, solo me resta, como hacía al principio de mis palabras, agradecerles a todas las delegaciones y a todos los participantes en esta conferencia su presencia y sus aportaciones en el desarrollo de la misma. Además, por supuesto, quiero también dejar constancia de nuestra gratitud y de nuestro reconocimiento a la excelente profesionalidad de todos los funcionarios y, en general, de todo el personal que ha hecho posible el buen desarrollo de esta reunión. Muchas gracias y damos por clausurada esta conferencia interparlamentaria sobre política exterior y de seguridad en defensa de la Unión Europea, que, como decía al principio de las palabras que me han transmitido mis compañeros en las Cortes, ha sido de gran aprovechamiento y de importante acierto e impulso. Gracias y enhorabuena.
Thank you very much.